Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the 5th Cyprus Forum, marking the 60th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence of the Republic of Cyprus. October 2020 saw the launch of the Cyprus Forum, an independent, ambitious and non-profit annual policy-making conference. This year, the forum is co-organized by Oxygen for Democracy, the University of Cyprus, Zeno Public Affairs, and the Delphi Economic Forum. It aims to drive change through discussions that lead to concrete actions and outcomes, promoting sustainable and socially responsible policies in Cyprus and Eastern Mediterranean. The Cyprus Forum brings together national and international policy leaders, important figures from the public and the private sector, the media, academia, civic society, with the aim of initiating dialogue, exchanging ideas, and finding new and creative solutions to key areas of public policy. The Cyprus Forum welcomes everyone who wants to see change and who favors the promotion of reforms in our country. As you may have seen from the agenda, after the opening ceremony, we will have breakout sessions in 4 different venues, 3 in the old Nicosia Town Hall and 1 at Lydra Palace. More than 2,030 speakers, including more than 70 from abroad, will discuss important issues related to foreign policy, peace building, democracy, rule of law, education, economy, technology, environment, and innovation. In this way, we hope that the discussions will be more interactive and productive. Before proceeding with the agenda, we would like to extend our warmest thanks to our knowledge partners, sponsors, communication, travel and hospitality partners, ambassadors and supporters of the forum, without whom the forum would not have been possible. Let's start with our opening addresses. I would like to welcome Nicolas Kidis, Executive President of the Cyprus Forum, for his opening address. Nicola, the floor is yours.
Εξοχότατε Πρόεδρε της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, αξιότιμοι Πρόεδρε της Βουλής των Αντιπροσώπων, πρέσβεις, αξιωματούχοι, αγαπητοί και αγαπητές, είναι μεγάλη τιμή να σας καλωσορίσω στο 5ο Cyprus Forum, ένα συνέδριο που πλέον αποτελεί θεσμό για τη δημόσια συζήτηση, τον διάλογο και την ανταλλαγή ιδεών με στόχο την πρόοδο και την ευημερία. Κάθε χρόνο, με τη δική σας συμμετοχή και υποστήριξη, το Cyprus Forum καταφέρει να δημιουργεί γόνιμο έδαφος για να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις προκλήσεις της εποχής μας, πάντα με έμφαση στην προώθηση της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης, της ειρήνης και της κοινωνικής δικαιοσύνης. Σήμερα θέλω να επικεντρωθώ σε έναν από τους πιο σημαντικούς στόχους βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, το στόχο 16, που αφορά την πρόθεση της ειρήνης, της δικαιοσύνης και των δυνατών θεσμών. Αυτός ο στόχος είναι πιο επίκαιρος από ποτέ. Βλέπουμε καθημερινά γύρω μας πως η αποδυνάμωση των θεσμών, οι συγκρούσεις και η ανισότητα μπορούν να διαβρώσουν τις κοινωνίες μας και να θέσουν σε κίνδυνο την πρόοδο που έχουμε επιτύχει. Σε έναν κόσμο που αντιμετωπίζει γεωπολιτικές εντάσεις, κοινωνικές ανισότητες και κλιμακούμενη αβεβαιότητα, η ανάγκη για ισχυρούς, δίκαιους και διαφανείς θεσμούς δεν ήταν ποτέ πιο επιτακτική. Οι θεσμοί αυτοί αποτελούν το θεμέλιο πάνω στο οποίο μπορούν να οικοδομηθούν κοινωνίες που προάγουν την ειρήνη και την ευημερία για όλους. Ο στόχος 16 μας καλεί να ενισχύσουμε τις δομές μας, να διασφαλίσουμε την ίση πρόσβαση στη δικαιοσύνη και να εργαστούμε για ειρηνικές κοινωνίες. Το Cyprus Forum, ως ανεξάρτητος και ασφαλής χώρος διαλόγου και συνεργασίας, είναι αφιερωμένο ανάμεσα σε άλλα θέματα στην αντιμετώπιση αυτών των ζητημάτων. Εδώ συγκεντρώνουμε πολιτικούς, επιχειρηματίες, ακαδημαϊκούς και ενεργούς πολίτες για να συζητήσουμε, να ανταλλάξουμε ιδέες, να προτείνουμε λύσεις. Μέσα από τη συνεργασία και τη συλλογική μας δράση μπορούμε να χτίσουμε έναν καλύτερο κόσμο για τους πολίτες του νησιού και της ευρύτερης περιοχής. Σήμερα, περισσότερο από ποτέ, πρέπει να ενωθούμε για να υπερασπιστούμε την ειρήνη, να διασφαλίσουμε ότι οι θεσμοί μας παραμένουν δυνατοί και ανθεκτικοί και να δημιουργήσουμε τις συνθήκες για δικαιοσύνη και ισότητα. Είμαι πεπισμένος ότι οι συζητήσεις που θα έχουμε στο πλαίσιο του φετινού Cyprus Forum θα συμβάλλουν ουσιαστικά στην πρόθεση αυτών των στόχων. Αυτό που έχουμε αντιληφθεί τα τελευταία λίγα χρόνια είναι ότι η διαφθορά, η αδικία και ο πόλεμος δεν μπορούν να γίνουν αποδεκτά από τις πολιτισμένες κοινωνίες. Αντιθέτως, οι δυνατοί θεσμοί, η δικαιοσύνη και η ειρήνη είναι αδιαπραγμάτευτα. Δεν πρέπει να ανεχτούμε άλλα ναι μεν αλλά. Δεν μπορούμε να ευημερήσουμε ούτε με τη διαφθορά, ούτε με τον πόλεμο. Ευχαριστώ τους πέραν των 200 ομιλητών και ομιλητριών από την Κύπρο και το εξωτερικό, τους χορηγούς και υποστηριχτές μας, την πολιτική ηγεσία, τους συνεργάτες γνώσης και την ομάδα του Cyprus Forum που δούλεψε για να γίνει πραγματικότητα ακόμη μια διοργάνωση. Και σας ευχαριστώ όλους και όλες που είστε εδώ και συνεχίζετε να υποστηρίζετε αυτή την προσπάθεια. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you, Nicolas. We now proceed with a welcoming note by Mr. Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus. Mr. Christodoulides, the floor is yours.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε της Βουλής, κύριε Δήμαρχε, κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι, είναι με ιδιαίτερη χαρά που συμμετέχω και φέτος στο Cyprus Forum, το οποίο μέσα σε αυτά τα 5 χρόνια λειτουργίας του κατάφερε όχι μόνο να εδραιωθεί ως θεσμός, αλλά πολύ περισσότερο ως μια σύναξη υψηλού επίπεδου που πραγματεύεται ζητήματα αιχμής, ζητήματα επικαιρότητας, τα οποία απασχολούν όχι μόνο τους πολίτες στην Κύπρο, στην Ευρώπη, αλλά και στον κόσμο. Οι πυλώνες πάνω στους οποίους στηρίζεται η θεματολογία του φετινού Cyprus Forum αφορούν τομείς που αποτελούν μείζονες προκλήσεις τόσο για κυβερνήσεις, περιφερειακούς και διεθνείς οργανισμούς, όσο και για τις κοινωνίες. Η διατήρηση της ειρήνης, το κράτος δικαίου, η εξωτερική πολιτική, η οικονομία, η βιωσιμότητα, η τεχνολογία, η καινοτομία και τα κοινωνικά ζητήματα είναι εξαιρετικά σύνθετα προβλήματα που απαιτούν συγκεκριμένες δράσεις, συγκεκριμένες προσεγγίσεις, αλλά και συλλογικότητα για την αποτελεσματική αντιμετώπιση τους. Και ακριβώς μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο η συζήτηση και η ανταλλαγή απόψεων, ο δημόσιος διάλογος δεν μπορεί παρά να λειτουργεί βοηθητικά στον κοινό στόχο για υιοθέτηση αποτελεσματικών δράσεων. Φίλες και φίλοι, οι θεματικές του φετινού Cyprus Forum σχετίζονται άμεσα και με τους 17 στόχους της Ατζέντας 2030 των Ηνωμένων Εθνών για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Στόχοι που η διεθνής κοινότητα υιοθέτησε στις 25 Σεπτεμβρίου το 2015 μαζί με 140 συγκεκριμένες δράσεις με σκοπό την προώθηση της περαιτέρω βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης σε κοινωνικό, σε οικονομικό, σε περιβαλλοντικό επίπεδο. Τι εννοούμε όμως συγκεκριμένα όταν μιλάμε για βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη? Πρόκειται στην ουσία, όπως καταγράφεται και στην σχετική Ατζέντα 2030, για μηδενική φτώχεια, μηδενική πείνα, καλή υγεία και ευημερία, ποιοτική εκπαίδευση, ισότητα των φύλων, καθαρό νερό και αποχέτευση, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια, αξιοπρεπής εργασία και οικονομική ανάπτυξη, βιομηχανία, καινοτομία, υποδομές, λιγότερες ανισότητες στον κόσμο, βιώσιμες πόλεις και κοινότητες, υπεύθυνη κατανάλωση και παραγωγή, δράση για το κλίμα, ζωή στο νερό, ζωή στη στεριά, ειρήνη, δικαιοσύνη και ισχυροί θεσμοί και τέλος συνεργασία για να πετύχουμε όλους αυτούς τους στόχους. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι πρόκειται για μεγαλεπίβολους στόχους και ήταν ακριβώς μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο που όταν συμφωνήθηκαν το 2015 δόθηκε μια περίοδος 15 χρόνων για την υλοποίησή τους. Δηλαδή συμφωνήθηκε ότι σε 15 χρόνια θα πρέπει το 2030 να πετύχουμε όλους αυτούς τους στόχους. Οι εν λόγω στόχοι απασχόλησαν και τη φετινή, την 79η Γενική Συνέλευση των Ηνωμένων Εθνών και πιο συγκεκριμένα η πορεία των χωρών μελών προς την υλοποίηση των στόχων της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Σε ποιο στάδιο δηλαδή βρίσκεται η προσπάθεια υλοποίησης όλων αυτών που ως διεθνής κοινότητα συμφωνήσαμε το 2015. Μάλιστα, ο Γενικός Γραμματέας των Ηνωμένων Εθνών διοργάνωσε για το θέμα και ειδική σύνοδο μέσα στο πλαίσιο της Γενικής Συνέλευσης των Ηνωμένων Εθνών. Στην εν λόγω συνάντηση, με τον τίτλο «Σύνοδος Κορυφής για το μέλλον», όπου συμμετείχε και η Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, οι χώρες μέλη των Ηνωμένων Εθνών επαναβεβαιώσαμε την δέσμευσή μας για λήψη αποφασιστικής δράσης προς υλοποίηση της Ατζέντας 2030 και επαναλάβαμε ότι οι στόχοι μας είναι το πρωταρχικό μας πλαίσιο για την αντιμετώπιση των πολύπλευρων κρίσεων που αντιμετωπίζουμε ως ανθρωπότητα, ως διεθνής κοινότητα. Άκουσα αρκετές από τις παρεμβάσεις των ομολόγων μου, οι οποίες κατά κύριο λόγο αναφέρονταν στις σοβαρές προκλήσεις που έχουμε ενώπιόν μας και στην ανάγκη να κάνουμε σαφώς περισσότερα, να τρέξουμε πιο γρήγορα για να πετύχουμε όλους αυτούς τους στόχους που καταγράφονται στην Ατζέντα 2030. Όμως, φίλες και φίλοι, ας είμαστε ειλικρινείς. Όλα αυτά, όπως προανέφερα, συμφωνήθηκαν ως διεθνής κοινότητα, τα συμφωνήσαμε το 2015. Είμαστε σήμερα στο 2024. 6 μόλις χρόνια πριν από την εκπνοή του χρονοδιαγράμματος επίτευξης των στόχων και στην ουσία είμαστε πολύ μακριά από το να πετύχουμε όσα θέσαμε ως προτεραιότητα. Μάλιστα, στην έκθεση που εκδόθηκε πέρσι, ο Γενικός Γραμματέας των Ηνωμένων Εθνών σημειώνει ότι η πρόοδος που επιτεύχθηκε σε περισσότερους από τους μισούς στόχους είναι περιορισμένη και ανεπαρκής. Με απλά λόγια, δεν έχουμε κάνει αρκετά και συνεχίζουμε να μην κάνουμε όσα πρέπει. Στη Νέα Υόρκη ακούστηκαν και πάλι από όλους μας δεσμεύσεις και υποσχέσεις για υλοποίηση των στόχων. Ακούστηκαν και πάλι ωραία λόγια για την αναγκαιότητα να υλοποιηθούν όσα συμφωνήσαμε. Όμως, η πραγματικότητα στις πλήστες των περιπτώσεων δείχνει κάτι πολύ διαφορετικό. Δείχνει από τη μια πως τα πράγματα γίνονται όλο και πιο χειρότερα σε κάποιους τομείς και από την άλλη οι κρίσεις και οι προκλήσεις που έχουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε σήμερα είναι σαφώς περισσότερες από αυτές που είχαμε το 2015. Η ψυχρή πραγματικότητα είναι ότι είμαστε πολύ πίσω από το επιδιωκόμενο αποτέλεσμα. Και αν ως διεθνής κοινότητα συνεχίσουμε με αυτούς τους ρυθμούς και με αυτή την πορεία, χωρίς ουσιώδη πολιτική βούληση και χωρίς αυστηρούς μηχανισμούς που να ελέγχουν και να επιβάλλουν την υλοποίηση των στόχων, προσωπικά έχω σοβαρές αμφιβολίες αν θα καταστεί εφικτό να επιτευχθούν οι στόχοι της Ατζέντας 2030. Σκεπτόμενος γιατί παρατηρείται αυτό το φαινόμενο, γιατί 9 χρόνια μετά την πανηγυρική απόφαση για την ανάγκη να κινηθούμε αποφασιστικά και μόλις 6 χρόνια πριν το χρονοδιάγραμμα του 2030 που εμείς θέσαμε, όχι μόνο δεν είμαστε κοντά στην επίτευξη των στόχων, αλλά σε κάποιες των περιπτώσεων τα δεδομένα είναι σαφώς πιο δύσκολα, θεωρώ ότι υπάρχουν πολλοί λόγοι. Από τη μια είναι η έλλειψη μηχανισμών παρακολούθησης, είναι η απροθυμία συνεργασίας σε διεθνές επίπεδο, οικονομική και άλλοι ανταγωνισμοί ανάμεσα στα κράτη και πολλοί άλλοι λόγοι που ίσως χρειάζεται ένα ειδικό συνέδριο, αγαπητέ Νικόλα, αποκλειστικά για την πτυχή αυτή. Έχω την έντονη πεποίθηση όμως ότι ο βασικός λόγος του φαινομένου, δηλαδή οι καθυστερήσεις που παρατηρούνται στην υλοποίηση των στόχων και το γεγονός ότι κάποια δεδομένα είναι σαφώς χειρότερα από το 2015, είναι πιο απλός. Ως άνθρωποι, ως κοινωνίες, ως χώρες, έχουμε πολλές φορές την τάση να θεωρούμε πως οι επιπτώσεις μιας κρίσης, οι επιπτώσεις από ένα πρόβλημα είναι κάτι μακρινό, είναι κάτι που δεν μας αφορά άμεσα. Την ίδια στιγμή υπάρχει και η προσέγγιση από κάποιους πως άλλοι πρέπει να λάβουν πρώτα μέτρα, γιατί αυτοί επηρεάζονται σαφώς περισσότερο και πως οι επιπτώσεις από τη μη συμμόρφωση θα περιοριστούν ως εκ θαύματος είτε σε μία χώρα είτε σε μία περιοχή και δεν θα αγγίξουν εμάς. Μια τέτοια προσέγγιση, πέρα του ότι είναι εντελώς λαθασμένη, θεωρώ ότι είναι επίσης πολιτικά ανεύθυνη και κοντόφθαλμη. Είναι λαθασμένη γιατί είναι ξεκάθαρο πως πολλές από τις επιπτώσεις από την μη συμμόρφωση με τους στόχους της Ατζέντας 2030 είναι ήδη εδώ. Βιώνουμε τις συνέπειες της μη συμμόρφωσής μας. Και ας σκεφτούμε, για παράδειγμα, το θέμα των επιπτώσεων από την κλιματική αλλαγή. Κάποιοι, ακόμη και σήμερα, λανθασμένα, θεωρούν ότι είναι κάτι μακρινό, οι επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής δεν είναι εδώ, ενώ κάποιοι θεωρούν τα όλα όσα ακούγονται ως κινδυνολογία, ως υπερβολές, ενώ υπάρχουν και κάποιοι που ισχυρίζονται ότι όλα αυτά τα επιχειρήματα λειτουργούν εις βάρος της οικονομικής ανάπτυξης. Βλέπουμε όμως όλοι ποια είναι η πραγματικότητα. Ήδη βιώνουμε τις επιπτώσεις, επηρεάζουν και την ίδια μας την πατρίδα. Έχουμε σαφώς περισσότερες πυρκαγιές, πιο έντονη ξηρασία, μεγαλύτερη άνοδο της θερμοκρασίας. Και όλα αυτά έχουν αλυσιδωτές επιπτώσεις, δημιουργούν πιέσεις, δημιουργούν προκλήσεις σε άλλους τομείς. Ας σκεφτούμε τη χώρα μας, στην υγεία, στον τουρισμό, στην οικονομία. Ένα πράγμα λοιπόν είναι βέβαιο. Η απουσία δράσης προς υλοποίηση των στόχων προκαλεί αλυσιδωτές και πολυεπίπεδες επιπτώσεις, οι οποίες μάλιστα δεν γνωρίζουν σύνορα και επηρεάζουν εν τέλει με τον έναν ή τον άλλον τρόπο όλες τις χώρες και όλους μας. Σκεφτείτε το μεταναστευτικό, που αποτελεί μια από τις μεγαλύτερες προκλήσεις για την Ευρώπη στο σύνολό της. Ένας από τους λόγους των αυξητικών ροών είναι και οι επιπτώσεις από την κλιματική αλλαγή. Δεν είναι ο μόνος, αλλά είναι ένας βασικός λόγος του αυξημένου φαινομένου της μετανάστευσης. Όταν σε κάποιες χώρες οι θερμοκρασίες ανεβαίνουν συνεχώς και δεν υπάρχει υποδομή για αντιμετώπιση τέτοιων θερμοκρασιών, ποια είναι η επιλογή των ανθρώπων? Η μόνη τους επιλογή είναι να μεταναστεύσουν. Είναι ξεκάθαρο λοιπόν ότι οι στόχοι της Ατζέντας 2030 δεν αφορούν κάτι ασαφές, δεν αφορούν κάτι μακρινό, αλλά το παρόν, το μέλλον και το μέλλον των παιδιών μας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ένα κέριο δίλημμα που δεν βοηθά στο να εκδηλωθεί η αναγκαία, αν θέλετε, πολιτική βούληση, η συλλογικότητα που απαιτείται και να δοθεί η απαραίτητη σημασία στο θέμα της κλιματικής αλλαγής, αλλά και γενικότερα και στους άλλους στόχους για υλοποίηση των στόχων της Ατζέντας 2030, είναι και το αν είναι εφικτό να έχουμε, και θέτω αυτό το ερώτημα ως προβληματισμός και για το συνέδριο, αν μπορούμε να έχουμε οικονομική ανάπτυξη παράλληλα με προστασία του περιβάλλοντος. Αυτό είναι ένα ερώτημα που τίθεται όλο και περισσότερο και πιο συχνά, γι' αυτό το αναφέρω, τόσο από τις κοινωνίες και πολύ περισσότερο από τις κυβερνήσεις. Και το μεγάλο ερώτημα είναι αν μπορούμε να βρούμε την χρυσή τομή, ώστε η οικονομική ανάπτυξη να μην είναι ενάντια στο περιβάλλον. Το ένα να μην αναιρεί το άλλο. Προσωπικά θεωρώ πως αυτό είναι εφικτό, αν επιδείξουμε όλη την αναγκαία πολιτική βούληση και ακολουθήσουμε μια πραγματιστική προσέγγιση σε συλλογικό επίπεδο. Και τονίζω το συλλογικό επίπεδο, γιατί πολλές από τις προκλήσεις δεν μπορούν να αντιμετωπιστούν διαφορετικά. Για παράδειγμα, οι επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής δεν μπορεί να αντιμετωπιστούν χωρίς συνεργασία των κρατών. Δεν μπορεί ένα κράτος από μόνο του να αντιμετωπίσει τις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Επιστρέφοντας στο δίλημμα οικονομική ανάπτυξη και περιβάλλον, να σημειώσω πως κατόπιν σχετικού αιτήματος της Προέδρου της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής ετοιμάστηκε και δημοσιεύτηκε πολύ πρόσφατα στις 9 Σεπτεμβρίου η έκθεση του τέως Πρωθυπουργού της Ιταλίας και τέως διοικητή της Κεντρικής Ευρωπαϊκής Τράπεζας, του Μάριο Ντράκη, για την ανταγωνιστικότητα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Στην λόγω έκθεση, ο Ντράκη καλεί, ανάμεσα σε πολλά άλλα, για μια θεμελιώδη επανεξέταση της προσπάθειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για πράσινη ανάπτυξη. Καλεί για μια πιο ορθολογιστική προσέγγιση σε ό,τι αφορά στην πορεία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης προς σταδιακή απαλλαγή από τον άνθρακα και την ανάπτυξη πράσινων οικονομιών και προστασίας του περιβάλλοντος, διατηρώντας παράλληλα την ανταγωνιστική θέση στη βιομηχανία της. Γιατί το επιχείρημα από κάποιους στο Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο είναι ότι η προστασία του περιβάλλοντος λειτουργεί αρνητικά για την ενίσχυση της ανταγωνιστικότητας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και γίνεται η σύγκριση με το τι γίνεται στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, τι γίνεται στην Κίνα. Άρα η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση δεν μπορεί να ανταγωνιστεί αυτές τις δύο οικονομίες, άρα θα πρέπει να είναι και πιο, αν θέλετε, να μην είναι τόσο αυστηρή με τα θέματα του περιβάλλοντος. Η έκθεση του Ντράγκη, η οποία αξίζει πραγματικά να μελετηθεί, σίγουρα, σε επίπεδο τουλάχιστον της Ευρώπης, αποτελέσει θέμα διεξοδικών συζητήσεων τους επόμενους μήνες και αποτελεί ένα απτό παράδειγμα της προσπάθειας να εξευρεθεί η χρυσή τομή, και όντως υπάρχει χρυσή τομή, μέσω μιας πραγματιστικής προσέγγισης να οδηγηθούμε από τα λόγια και τις υποσχέσεις στην ουσιαστική δράση και στην υλοποίηση των στόχων μας. Και θυμάμαι πρόσφατα στην τελετή αποφοίτησης του Cyprus Institute, όπου ο κύριος ομιλητής ήταν πρώην επίτροπος της Σλοβενίας, ο οποίος ακριβώς ανέπτυξε αυτό το θέμα, δίνοντας λύσεις σε αυτό το δίλημμα που απασχολεί την Ευρώπη και όχι μόνο. Φίλες και φίλοι, σήμερα μου ζητήθηκε από τους διοργανωτές στην παρέμβασή μου να αναφερθώ τηλεγραφικά, ειδικά για τα θέματα της ειρήνης που περιλαμβάνεται στο στόχο 16 της Ατζέντας 2030. Ο Γενικός Γραμματέας των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, στην έκθεσή του το 2022 για τους στόχους της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης, σημειώνει ότι έχουμε πέραν του 50% αύξηση στους θανάτους αμάχων κατά τη διάρκεια συγκρούσεων και τον βιοεκτοπισμό 108 εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων παγκοσμίως. Με λύπη σημειώνω πως αυτά τα στοιχεία από το τέλος του 2022 που βγήκε η έκθεση του Γενικού Γραμματέα, αυτοί οι αριθμοί έχουν δυστυχώς ήδη ξεπεραστεί, έχουν αυξηθεί ακόμη περισσότερο. Σήμερα έχουμε τον μεγαλύτερο αριθμό συγκρούσεων που αντιμετώπισε η ανθρωπότητα από την περίοδο του ψυχρού πολέμου. Δεν θα αναφερθώ στο Κυπριακό, επιτρέψτε μου να επικεντρωθώ στη γειτονιά μας. Η κατάσταση στην Μέση Ανατολή μετά τον Οκτώβριο του 2023 ανέδειξε το πόσο εύθραστη είναι η ειρήνη, ανέδειξε τον πολλαπλασιαστικό χαρακτήρα που αποκτά μια σύγκρουση με τη διάχυση της κρίσης σε άλλες περιοχές. Και την ίδια στιγμή ανέδειξε, κάτι που έχει και κυπριακή διάσταση, ότι δεν υπάρχουν παγωμένες διενέξεις. Γνωρίζουμε πάρα πολύ καλά, όπως και στην περίπτωση της Κύπρου, καθώς και σε άλλες περιπτώσεις, ότι η επικράτηση της ειρήνης και της σταθερότητας αποτελεί μονόδρομο, γιατί πολύ απλά υπάρχει μια λαθασμένη εντύπωση σε σχέση με το status quo, το οποίο status quo δεν είναι ούτε βιώσιμο, αλλά δεν είναι ούτε και στατικό και εγκυμονεί σοβαρότατους κινδύνους. Και ακριβώς επειδή γνωρίζουμε τι σημαίνει πόλεμος, γνωρίζουμε πολύ καλά τι σημαίνει προσφυγιά, ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία επιλέξαμε πάντα στο πλαίσιο των δυνατοτήτων μας να μην μείνουμε αμέτωχοι. Μετά την 7η Οκτωβρίου και καθώς η ανθρωπιστική κατάσταση στη Γάζα επιδεινώθηκε, η Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία ανέλαβε δράση. Τον Οκτώβριο του 2023 πρωτοπαρουσιάσαμε στο Παρίσι, στη διάσκεψη που διοργάνωσε ο πρόεδρος Μακρόν για την περιοχή, την πρότασή μας για τη δημιουργία ενός ανθρωπιστικού θαλάσσιου διαδρόμου από την Κύπρο στη Γάζα. Και ξέρετε, αν και οι πρώτες αντιδράσεις, περισσότερο στο εσωτερικό και λιγότερο στο εξωτερικό, ήταν κάπως απαξιωτικές για την ανακοίνωσή μας, προχωρήσαμε και υλοποιήσαμε την πρωτοβουλία Μάλθια, θέτοντας σε ισχύ τον θαλάσσιο διάδρομο παροχής ανθρωπιστικής βοήθειας, ενεργώντας στο πλαίσιο και της ηθικής μας ευθύνης να βοηθήσουμε τους αθώους πολίτες στη Γάζα, λαμβάνοντας την ίδια στιγμή υπόψη ότι ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία διατηρούμε άριστες σχέσεις με όλα τα γειτονικά κράτη και είμαστε στην ουσία το κράτος μέλος που εκπροσωπεί την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στην περιοχή. Και επειδή ήμουν στη Νέα Υόρκη πριν λίγες μέρες και είχα την ευκαιρία να συναντηθώ με αρκετούς ξένους ηγέτες και με τον ίδιο τον Γενικό Γραμματέα των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, νιώθω περήφανος, ναι, για το γεγονός ότι όλοι ανεξαιρέτως ξεκινούσαν τη συζήτησή μας ευχαριστώντας την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία για την πρωτοβουλία της και αναδεικνύοντας το ρόλο μας στην αντιμετώπιση μιας ανθρωπιστικής κρίσης. Η χώρα μας, παρά τα προβλήματα, παρά την κατοχή, παρά την παρουσία ξένων στρατευμάτων, παρά τις προκλήσεις που έχουμε καθημερινά, μπορεί και έχει ενεργό και πολλές φορές, όπως τον χαρακτήρισαν οι συνομιλητές μου, αναντικατάστατο ρόλο στην παροχή ανθρωπιστικής βοήθειας, τώρα στην εκένωση πολιτών ή και στην προώθηση μέσω των επαφών μας της ειρήνης και της σταθερότητας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, όπως είχα δηλώσει και στην Γενική Συνέλευση των Ηνωμένων Εθνών πριν λίγες μέρες, σε αυτόν τον διασυνδεδεμένο κόσμο, η πολυμέρεια, η συλλογικότητα είναι απαραίτητη και όλοι, άλλοι περισσότερο και άλλοι λιγότερο, έχουμε σημαντικό ρόλο να διαδραματίσουμε. Και ακριβώς γι' αυτόν τον λόγο η Κύπρος εργάζεται, επαναλαμβάνω, πάντα στο πλαίσιο των δυνατοτήτων της, μαζί με τους εταίρους της για την πρόθεση της συνεργασίας μεταξύ κυβερνήσεων, διεθνών οργανισμών, της κοινωνίας των πολιτών και του ιδιωτικού τομέα. Παρά το μικρό μας μέγεθος, τα δικά μας προβλήματα, η προσήλωσή μας παραμένει ισχυρή για συνεργασία με όλα τα μέλη των Ηνωμένων Εθνών για να διασφαλίσουμε την πλήρη και ισότιμη απόλαυση των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων, κάτι που αγγίζει και τους γενικότερους στόχους της Ατζέντας 2030. Και ήταν μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο και ως δείγμα της ετοιμότητάς μας για μεγαλύτερη πολυμερή δράση που έχουμε ανακοινώσει ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία την πρώτη μας υποψηφιότητα για πρώτη φορά για διεκδικούμε θέση στο Συμβούλιο Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων των Ηνωμένων Εθνών για την περίοδο 2025-2027 με τις εκλογές να πραγματοποιούνται σε λίγες μέρες. Με αυτές τις λίγες σκέψεις σας ευχαριστώ και πάλι και εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στο συνέδριό σας. Να είστε καλά.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christodoulides. Let us now proceed with a welcome speech by Mrs. Annita Demetriou, President of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus. Mrs. Demetriou, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Να καλωσορίσουμε και όσους μας τιμούν με την παρουσία τους από το εξωτερικό. Εξοχότατε φίλε Πρόεδρε της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, χαίρομαι που σας βλέπω εδώ. Αξιότιμοι συνδιοργανωτές του Cyprus Forum, συνάδελφοι, δημάρχοι, αντιδημάρχοι, εκπρόσωποι της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, πρέσβεις, Mr. Stewart, ακαδημαϊκοί, εκπρόσωποι οργανωμένων συνόλων. Είμαστε λοιπόν εδώ για ακόμα μια χρονιά στο 5ο ετήσιο Cyprus Forum. Ακούμε, συζητάμε, εγκαινιάζουμε και δανείζομαι το σύνθημα του Cyprus Forum, Listen, Discuss, Initiate, την έναρξη των εργασιών του οποίου χαιρετίζουμε σήμερα. Και θεωρώ ότι ακριβώς η ουσία είναι η ίδια, κυρία ερατό μας, κυρία Μαρκουλή, είναι ακριβώς βασικός πυλώνας του πολιτεύματος, να κάνουμε του πολιτεύματος μας, της ίδιας της δημοκρατίας, να κάνουμε αυτές τις συζητήσεις. Για έννοιες που πολλές φορές μπορεί να φέρονται αυτονόητες, αλλά δεν είναι και θα πρέπει να τις κατανοήσουμε. Ειδικά όταν σήμερα διάγουμε μια περίοδο αμφισβήτησης των πάντων, αμφισβήτησης των ίδιων των δημοκρατικών αξιών, αμφισβήτησης των ίδιων των δημοκρατικών των θεσμών, και είναι αυτό που θα πρέπει να απαντήσουμε με περαιτέρω ισχυροποίηση του ίδιου του δημοκρατικού νομοθετικού πλαισίου, του θεσμικού πλαισίου, για να μπορέσουμε να υπηρετήσουμε όπως πρέπει τις αρχές δικαίου, τους κανόνες δικαίου, τα κράτη δικαίου, τους ίδιους τους εαυτούς μας. Πρέπει να συνειδητοποιήσουμε ότι έτσι υπηρετείται η ίδια η δημοκρατία. Μια δημοκρατία η οποία γεννήθηκε στην αρχαία Αθήνα, βασίστηκε στην ισχύ του λαού, από τον οποίο πηγάζει και προς όφελος του οποίου λειτουργεί, και η δημοκρατία ήταν, είναι και παραμένει μια ουσιαστική κατάκτηση. Ιδιαίτερη αξιόλογη πρωτοβουλία του Cyprus Forum. Ελάτε κύριε Δημητρίου, ελάτε. Cyprus Forum διοργανώνεται για 5η συνεχή χρονιά. Έχει πλέον εξελιχθεί και εδραιωθεί ως θεσμός συμμετοχής, γόνιμου διαλόγου και παραγωγής πολιτικής. Αναγνωρίζοντας την σπουδαιότητα και τη βαρύνουσα σημασία της ενεργού πολιτότητας, και χαίρομαι που στο προαύλιο συνάντησα αρκετούς φοιτητές που όταν τους ρώτησα για ποιο λόγο βρίσκεστε εδώ στο Cyprus Forum, μου είπαν είναι γιατί θέλουμε να είμαστε ενεργοί πολίτες. Και για να είμαστε ενεργοί πολίτες θέλουμε να γνωρίζουμε το τι γίνεται. Οπότε χαίρομαι που δίνετε την ευκαιρία στα παιδιά μας, στους φοιτητές μας, να συμμετέχουν σε μια παραγωγική συζήτηση την οποία χρειαζόμαστε. Και θέλω να συγχαρώ λοιπόν για ακόμα μια φορά τους συνδιοργανωτές, το Οικονομικό Φόρουμ των Δελφών, και σας καλωσορίζουμε στην Κύπρο, το Οξυγόνο, το Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου, για την εξαιρετική δραστηριότητα που όλοι τους έχουν αναπτύξει μέχρι τώρα, αλλά και για την ευκαιρία να ανταλλάξουμε απόψεις σε μια δύσκολη πολιτικά περίοδο. Όπως λέω συχνά, ίσως να είναι η πιο δύσκολη περίοδος να είσαι στην πολιτική, στα κέντρα λήψεως αποφάσεων, αλλά εδώ είμαστε να κάνουμε ό,τι περισσότερο μπορούμε. Και κρατάω κάτι που έχει πει ο εξοχότατος κύριος Πρόεδρος της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, ότι η μόνη λύση είναι περισσότερη προσήλωση σε αυτά που πιστεύουμε και συνεργασίες. Μόνο μέσα από συνεργασίες και ενότητα μπορούμε να αντιμετωπίζουμε τέτοιες σημαντικές κρίσεις τις οποίες έχουμε ενώπιόν μας. Και είμαι βέβαιη βέβαια ότι θα συζητήσουμε χτενώς τα αποτελέσματα, τα παραγωγικά που θα έχουμε. Θέλω όμως να σταθώ λίγο στα γεγονότα των τελευταίων ημερών. Γιατί δεν μπορεί κανένας μας να παραμείνει ανεπηρέαστος ή να μην λάβει υπόψη τη δύσκολη, απαιτητική κατάσταση την οποία διάγουμε στη Μέση Ανατολή και πόσο επικίνδυνη μπορεί να αποβεί αν δεν υπάρξει σταθεροποίηση, αποκλιμάκωση, και βεβαίως και θα πρέπει και εμείς ως Κύπρος να δούμε πώς με την κατάλληλη στρατηγική δρούμε ακριβώς προληπτικά αλλά και διαχειριστικά επί του προκειμένου για να μπορέσουμε πραγματικά να σταματήσουμε όλο αυτό το οποίο εκτιλήσεται. Τι χρειάζεται? Διεθνής συντονισμός, συνεργασίες, διάλογος. Άρα βλέπουμε ότι πλέον οι κρίσεις τις οποίες καλούμαστε σήμερα να διαχειριστούμε είναι πολύ διαφορετικές με αυτές που είχαμε να διαχειριστούμε πριν αρκετά χρόνια. Και είναι γι' αυτό που τέτοιες συζητήσεις μας βοηθούν να συνειδητοποιήσουμε ότι όλες οι συνισταμένες που έχουν τεθεί ως θεματικές επικεφαλίδες στο συγκεκριμένο φόρουμ είναι αυτές οι οποίες έχουν λόγο να επιτελέσουν για να μπορέσουμε να εγκαθιδρύσουμε την παγκόσμια συνεργασία, να είναι πιο άμεση και πιο σημαντική. Έχουμε τη εγκληματική κρίση, που σωστά αναφερθήκε προηγουμένως. Έχουμε τα οικονομικά ζητήματα, έχουμε τις αυξημένες ανισότητες, έχουμε την ενεργειακή κρίση, έχουμε τον πληθωρισμό, έχουμε την πίεση προς τις κυβερνήσεις, που καλούνται να αντιμετωπίσουν πολλαπλές κρίσεις ταυτόχρονα, και ζούμε και την εποχή των fake news, ζούμε την εποχή της αφισβήτησης, της ισοπαίδωσης. Όλα αυτά θα πρέπει να τα αντιμετωπίσουμε λοιπόν με ενίσχυση των θεσμών. Και γι' αυτό χαίρομαι που το Cyprus Forum φέτος εστιάζει σε αυτές τις θεματικές που ακριβώς καταδεικνύουν τη σοβαρότητα των κρίσιμων αυτών προκλήσεων. Ως Βουλή των Αντιπροσώπων, θέλω να πω στο δικό μας πλαίσιο των αρμοδιοτήτων, έχουμε αποδείξει ότι στηρίζουμε συστηματικά κάθε προσπάθεια αντιμετώπισης και ρύθμισης θεσμικών και κοινωνικών ζητημάτων. Χρειαζόμαστε τολμηρές και ουσιαστικές πρωτοβουλίες, τολμηρές και ουσιαστικές νομοθετικές πρωτοβουλίες, νομοθετικές μεταρρυθμίσεις. Βλέπω τον αντιδήμαρχο, για παράδειγμα, εδώ, εκπροσώπους της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης. Μια τέτοια ουσιαστική μεταρρύθμιση ήταν η μεταρρύθμιση της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης. Να αντιμετωπίσουμε χρόνιες αδυναμίες των δομών του κράτους, να ενισχύσουμε το κράτος δικαίου, να έρθουμε σε συμφωνία με τις υποδείξεις των ευρωπαϊκών θεσμών. Άρα στη δημοκρατία δεν υπάρχουν ποτέ αδιέξοδα. Στο χέρι μας είναι να δούμε πώς και με τη συνεργασία με την εκτελεστική εξουσία προβαίνουμε ακριβώς σε αυτές τις τροποποιήσεις που είναι σημαντικές για να μπορέσουμε ακριβώς να αποφύγουμε την καλλιέργεια δημαγωγικών προσεγγίσεων που βλάπτουν το ίδιο το νομοθετικό πλαίσιο, βλάπτουν την ίδια την δημοκρατία και λειτουργούν διαβρωτικά προς τους πολίτες. Άρα εμείς στηρίζουμε αυτή την εξωστρεφή, αγαπητέ μου Νικόλα, και πολυδιάστατη προσέγγιση. Έχουμε καταφέρει ως Βουλή των Αντιπροσώπων να αναπτύξουμε
Μια σημαντική δράση σε περιφερειακό και ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο και με κάθε ευκαιρία να καταδεικνύουμε τον στόχο μας, που δεν είναι άλλος η Κύπρος να αποτελέσει πυλώνα ασφάλειας, σταθερότητας σε μια ευρύτερα ασταθή περιοχή και να στηρίξουμε κάθε πρωτοβουλία αποκλιμάκωσης της κρίσης είτε στη Μέση Ανατολή, είτε κυρίως κάθε πρωτοβουλία για να μπορέσουμε να έρθουμε ένα βήμα πιο κοντά στο στόχο μας, που είναι η απελευθέρωση και επανένωση του τόπου μας. Εξοχότατε, κύριε Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι, παρά τις συνεχείς προσπάθειες της νομοθετικής και της εκτελεστικής εξουσίας για εξυγχρονισμό του κράτους και την τήρηση των δεσμεύσεων που έχει αναλάβει η Δημοκρατία, παρά τη σημαντική πρόοδο που έχει επιτευχθεί, και αρκεί να σκεφτούμε το πού βρισκόμασταν πριν λίγα χρόνια ως κράτος δικαίου και πού βρισκόμαστε σήμερα, σίγουρα δεν χρειάζεται να μπούμε στη διαδικασία να εξοραίσουμε ή να υποβαθμίσουμε τις προκλήσεις που καλούμαστε να διαχειριστούμε. Χρειάζεται να κάνουμε περισσότερα. Και πρέπει να λάβουμε υπόψη μας ότι υπάρχει λόγος που οι θεσμοί, εμείς ήδη αμφισβητούμαστε τόσο πολύ από τους πολίτες και δεχόμαστε έντονη κριτική. Άρα το ζητούμενο σήμερα είναι η επανάκτηση της εμπιστοσύνης των πολιτών προς τους θεσμούς και τα συντεταγμένα πολιτιακά όργανα, διότι δεν νοείται δημοκρατία που δεν απολαμβάνει της εμπιστοσύνης του συνόλου της κοινωνίας, ειδικότερα όταν η δυσπιστία των πολιτών δεν εκφράζεται με πολιτικούς όρους, αλλά με μια γενικευμένη απαξίωση. Και εγώ θέλω να πω ότι χρειάζεται να επενδύσουμε στη γνώση και στην επιστημονική προσέγγιση. Πολλές φορές πρέπει να μείνουμε μακριά από μια πιο εκλαϊκευμένη, αν θέλετε, αντίληψη των δεδομένων και γεγονότων, που πολλές φορές αυτό λειτουργεί δημαγωγικά και επικίνδυνα για την ίδια την δημοκρατία. Άρα η κοινωνία πρέπει να αντιληφθεί ότι τα φαινόμενα διαφθοράς και ασιοδοσίας δεν είναι αποδεκτά και αυτό εξαρτάται από εμάς τους ίδιους. Πώς συμβάλλουμε σε αυτή την προσπάθεια, τι περισσότερο χρειάζεται να κάνετε, αλλά θα μου επιτρέψετε να προσθέσω και πώς εμείς ήδη συμπεριφερόμαστε. Και έχει σημασία στην πολιτική πώς συμπεριφερόμαστε και πώς διαχειριζόμαστε τέτοιες καταστάσεις. Όπως εύστοχα παρατήρησε ο Γάλλος καθηγητής Βόμς, η δημοκρατία θα επανακτήσει τη δύναμη της εάν παραδεχτεί τις αδυναμίες της. Αν αναγνωρίσει ότι πάσχει από χρόνιες παθήσεις, οι οποίες, αν και συμφυείς με την ουσία της δημοκρατίας, ενδέχεται να οδηγήσουν σε επικίνδυνες παροξήσεις. Οπότε πρέπει να μάθουμε ποιες είναι αυτές οι παθήσεις και να τις αντιμετωπίσουμε. Και γι' αυτό είμαστε εδώ και χαιρετίζουμε αυτή την εξαιρετική πρωτοβουλία. Ολοκληρώνοντας, θα μου επιτρέψετε με τη σειρά μου να αναφερθώ στο κυπριακό πρόβλημα. Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που τα αντικοινοτικά ζητήματα εντάχθηκαν στο πλαίσιο των διαλόγων του φετινού φόρουμ. Κατανόηση των προσδοκιών, των ανησυχιών και της οπτικής της τουρκοκυπριακής κοινότητας για τις εξελίξεις στο εσωτερικό και στο εξωτερικό αφορά την ουσία του κυπριακού προβλήματος, ιδίως την μετάλληση εποχή, αλλά και τις προοπτικές δημιουργίας συνθηκών πραγματικής ειρήνης και ενότητας στον τόπο μας. 64 χρόνια μόλις τις προάλλες από την ανακήρυξη της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, σε μια εξαιρετική δύσκολη πολιτικά περίοδο, με όσα ανησυχητικά παρακολουθούμε τα τελευταία 24 ώρα και η μοναδική οδός είναι η απελευθέρωση και επανένωση. Θέλω να πω ότι χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα, κύριε Πρόεδρε, που έχουμε την επίσημη πλέον συμφωνία, αν θέλετε, για την διενέργεια μιας επαφής μεταξύ των δύο ηγετών. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι δεν είχαμε τίποτα τα τελευταία 7 χρόνια και βρισκόμαστε σε ένα διαπραγματευτικό τέλμα, οπότε η οποιαδήποτε πρωτοβουλία από πλευράς της δικής μας πλευράς, η εμπέδωση της πραγματικής βούλησης που υπάρχει από τη δική μας πλευρά, για να οδηγηθούμε ένα βήμα πιο κοντά στο στόχο μας, που δεν είναι άλλο από το συμφωνημένο πλαίσιο, τη διζωνική δικοινοτική ομοσπονδία με πολιτική ισότητα, να συνεχίσουμε ένα βήμα πιο μπροστά από το πλαίσιο κιουτέρες στις 6 παραμέτρους. Αυτή είναι ακριβώς η βάση για να μπορέσουμε να πάμε παρακάτω. Οπότε χαιρόμαστε, κύριε Πρόεδρε, που παρά τις αρνητικές, αν θέλετε, ενστάσεις, τις αρχικές ενστάσεις, βρισκόμαστε τώρα ενώπιον μιας συνάντησης που πέραν της ουσίας, όπου έχω πει, αντιλαμβάνεστε, το Κυπριακό ποτέ δεν μπορεί να αναγνώζεται μονοθεματικά και πόσο σημαντικό είναι τώρα που έχουμε να διαχειριστούμε όλα αυτά που γίνονται στην περιοχή. Οπότε θέλω να το τονίσω γιατί 50 χρόνια συμπληρώνονται. Έχουμε και αρκετούς ξένους εκπροσώπους, καλεσμένους και χαιρόμαστε γι' αυτό. 50 χρόνια συμπληρώνονται από τη συνεχιζόμενη κατοχή. Για μας αυτό είναι το ύψιστον. Και όσες μεταρρυθμίσεις και να γίνουν σε μια δημοκρατία, όσες αλλαγές και να γίνουν, αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι δεν μπορούν να λειτουργήσουν ευίωνα όταν ένα κράτος παραμένει υποκατοχή. Όταν ένα κράτος εξακολουθεί να έχει πρόσφυγες αγνοούμενους ή ανεπίλητο το πολιτικό του εθνικό ζήτημα με όλες τις καταστροφικές συνέπειες που μπορεί να υπάρχουν. Πέρα από αυτά, καθημερινά έχουμε να διαχειριστούμε τετελεσμένα, τα οποία μας παίρνουν πολύ πίσω. Και ο χρόνος, όπως πολύ καλά ξέρετε, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, λειτουργεί αδυσόπιτα εναντίον του στόχου που δεν είναι άλλος από τη διασφάλιση της ειρήνης, της σταθερότητας και της ασφάλειας για την Κύπρο μας και όλους τους νόμιμους κατοίκους. Μπορούμε λοιπόν όλοι μαζί, και κλείνω με αυτό, επιτρέψτε μου και απολογούμε αν μακρηγόρησα, όλοι μαζί να υπηρετήσουμε το δίκαιο, να υπηρετήσουμε την ειρήνη, να ξεχρονίσουμε τους θεσμούς, να αντιληφθούμε τη σοβαρότητα των στιγμών και να συνειδητοποιήσουμε την ευθύνη που μας αναλογεί και το ότι θα πρέπει περισσότερο όχι να τονίζουμε τις διαφορές μας, αλλά να χτίζουμε γέφυρες μέσα από το διάλογο, μέσα από την επιχειρηματολογία, μέσα από την ίδια την γνώση. Και είναι με αυτόν τον τρόπο που εγώ θέλω να κλείσω με ένα θετικό πρόσημο, ότι ναι, θα τα καταφέρουμε. Πέρασε πολύ πιο δύσκολα και η ανθρωπότητα, πολύ πιο δύσκολα και η Κύπρος μας. Πάντοτε όμως εργαζόμαστε, ελπίζουμε για το καλύτερο και εγώ είμαι βέβαιη, στο τέλος θα τα καταφέρουμε. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Demetriou. The President has to leave due to other commitments. Thank you very much for your participation, Mr. President. We now welcome on stage Mr. Yannis Thotou, Executive Vice President of the Delphi Economic Forum, for his welcome note. Yannis, the stage is yours.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Πρόεδρο. Ελπίζουμε να τον δούμε στους Δελφούς τον Απρίλιο, όπως και την κυρία Πρόεδρο. Επίσης, εκ μέρους του Delphi Economic Forum, θέλω να σας καλωσορίσω στο φετινό τέταρτο Cyprus Forum. Τέταρτο που συνεργαζόμαστε. Είναι μια εκδήλωση που ενισχύει την επιδραστικότητά του κάθε χρόνο και αυτό φαίνεται, νομίζω, φέτος από τους ομιλητές, τόσο όσο αφορά τον αριθμό. Έχουμε 250 ομιλητές, εκ των οποίων το 1/4 από αυτούς είναι από το εξωτερικό, όσον αφορά και την σημασία των ομιλητών, γιατί αυτοί οι άνθρωποι που έρχονται και ταξιδεύουν είναι άνθρωποι που έχουν και επιρροή και άποψη. Άρα το συνέδριο αρχίζει και αποκτά ρίζες στο νησί και αυτό είναι πολύ καλό. Και θέλω εδώ να πω δύο λόγια για το ότι το Οικονομικό Φόρουμ Δελφών, το οποίο έχει την τιμή να εκπροσωπώ σήμερα εδώ, δεν αρκείται σε αυτό το εμβληματικό συνέδριο, το οποίο οι περισσότεροι από εσάς γνωρίζετε, αλλά έχει παρουσία και είναι στη στρατηγική μας να έχουμε παρουσία σε όσα περισσότερα μέρη μπορούμε στην ευρύτερη περιοχή της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου. Και εκτός από την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο και τα Βαλκάνια, δηλαδή έχουμε παρουσία στα Τύρανα, στη Σερβία, στα Σκόπια και στη Βουλγαρία και φυσικά και στην Κύπρο, αλλά έχουμε παρουσία και στις πολιτικές πρωτεύουσες του κόσμου, δηλαδή στην Ουάσιγκτον και στις Βρυξέλλες. Αυτό δεν είναι μόνο για εμάς, είναι και για το Cyprus Forum, το οποίο έρχεται και αυτό σαν σύμβουλος και συμβουλεύει για το τι θα παρουσιαστεί σε αυτές τις πολιτικές πρωτεύουσες σε ό,τι αφορά την Κύπρο. Φυσικά είμαστε εδώ γιατί το ειδικό βάρος της Κύπρου και για την Ελλάδα και για την ευρύτερη περιοχή είναι τέτοιο που θέλουμε να βρισκόμαστε εδώ και έχουμε την τύχη να έχουμε και πολύ καλούς συνεργάτες, όπως την οργάνωση Oxygen for Democracy, το Πανεπιστήμιο της Κύπρου από φέτος, αλλά και τη Zeno. Το φετινό Cyprus Forum έρχεται σε δύο ιστορικές συγκυρίες με μεγάλη βαρύτητα. Αφενός έχουμε την τραγική επέτειο 50 ετών από την τουρκική εισβολή και κατοχή, κάτι που συνεχίζει να πληγώνει τους ανθρώπους εδώ, αλλά από την άλλη έχουμε μια πιο αισιόδοξη. Συμπληρώνονται 20 χρόνια από την ισότιμη ένταξη της Κύπρου στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Μια επιτυχία, διπλωματική επιτυχία, που παραμένει διαρκής και ζωντανή παρακαταθήκη για ένα καλύτερο και ευήμερο μέλλον. Αυτή η συγκυρία της εισβολής και της ένταξης στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μπορεί να μοιάζει με ηρωνία της τύχης, όμως θεωρώ ότι αναδεικνύει το ιδιαίτερο πεπρωμένο της Κύπρου. Δηλαδή, από τη μία μεριά οι ανοιχτές πληγές, αλλά και από την άλλη οι τεράστιες δυνατότητες. Αναμένω λοιπόν ιδιαίτερα τις θεματικές ενότητες που εξετάζουν τόσο την πορεία της Κύπρου σε σχέση με αυτές τις δύο επετείους, αλλά και πώς έχει επηρεάσει την εξέλιξη της οικονομικής και της κοινωνικής ζωής στην Κύπρο. Φυσικά, είναι αδύνατον να βρίσκεται κανείς εδώ, σε αυτό το μέρος του κόσμου, χωρίς να έχει το μυαλό του στο γεωπολιτικό δράμα που διαδραματίζεται μερικά χιλιόμετρα ανατολικά. Είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα ακούσουμε πολλά ενδιαφέροντα στις αντίστοιχες θεματικές ενότητες του συνεδρίου, αλλά θέλω να προκαταβάλω τις συζητήσεις με μία σκέψη. Σε σκοτεινούς καιρούς όπως αυτοί που ζούμε, όπου κύριο χαρακτηριστικό είναι η αστάθεια και η αβεβαιότητα, εμείς, και όταν λέω εμείς εδώ εννοώ το Cyprus Forum, συνεχίζουμε να επιμένουμε στο διάλογο, στη δημιουργία κοινών τόπων, στην αξία της συνύπαρξης και της συνεννόησης, όσο δύσκολο και να μοιάζει ότι είναι. Και το πρόγραμμα νομίζω το αντικατοπτρίζει αυτό. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά και εύχομαι όλοι μας να απολαύσουμε και να αξιοποιήσουμε δημιουργικά τις δύο αυτές μέρες. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you, Mr. Thomatos. We are now moving to Mr. Sron Glis, Professor, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Management of the University of Cyprus. Mr. Glis, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλημέρα σας και από μένα. Εξοχοτάτη Πρόεδρε της Βουλής, έντιμε Δήμαρχε Λευκωσίας, εκλεκτές προσκεκλημένες και εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, μαθητές και μαθήτριες, κυρίες και κύριοι, τα φόρουμ αποτελούσαν διαχρονικά χώρους συνάθρησης και κέντρα συζήτησης των πολιτών. Ήταν δηλαδή δημοκρατικοί χώροι όπου οι συμμετέχοντες και οι συμμετέχουσες μπορούσαν να εκφραστούν ελεύθερα, με στόχο την ανάδειξη σημαντικών ζητημάτων, αλλά και κυρίως την ανάπτυξη διαλόγου γύρω από αυτά. Τα φόρουμ, τα debate, λέμε σήμερα, οι συζητήσεις, ο διάλογος γενικά έχουν μια μετασχηματιστική δύναμη. Μέσα από αυτά δεν παρατίθενται μόνο απόψεις. Τις απόψεις τις ακούμε με σεβασμό. Έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να συμφωνήσουμε ή να διαφωνήσουμε, αλλά κυρίως μπορούμε να μάθουμε, να αναπτυχθούμε, να μεταφέρουμε νέες ιδέες στους χώρους όπου δραστηριοποιούμαστε. Είναι με μεγάλη χαρά που το Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου συμμετέχει σε αυτό το δημοκρατικό συναπάντημα. Χαρακτηριστικό άλλωστε των πανεπιστημίων είναι να επιδιώκουν την ανάπτυξη της κριτικής σκέψης, να λειτουργούν ως μέλισσες ή ως αλογόμυγες, έλεγε ένας πρώην Πρίτανης, κεντρίζοντας και αφυπνίζοντας την κοινωνία. Ο επιδραστικός ρόλος των ακαδημαϊκών ιδρυμάτων επιτυχάνεται όταν οι άνθρωποι του βγαίνουν έξω από τα όρια της ακαδημίας για να προσφέρουν, να συνομιλήσουν, να μεταδώσουν τη γνώση και να προκαλέσουν συζητήσεις γύρω από σημαντικά ζητήματα. Το φετινό συνέδριο θα απασχολήσουν πολλά θέματα: διαφθορά και διαφάνεια, οι δυνάμεις και τα όρια των θεσμών, γεωπολιτικές και οικονομικές προκλήσεις για την Κύπρο και την ευρύτερη περιοχή, μεταναστευτικό, ασφάλεια, είναι ανάμεσα στα πολλά που θα συζητηθούν. Σε έναν κόσμο με πολλά ανοιχτά μέτωπα, πώς μπορούμε ως οργανισμοί και ως μονάδες να ανταποκριθούμε με συνέπεια στις διαχρονικές αξίες που στηρίζουν το δημοκρατικό οικοδόμημα και πώς μπορούμε με τόλμη να προτείνουμε τις αναγκαίες αλλαγές για να πορευτούμε με σιγουριά στο μέλλον. Τα ερωτήματα αυτά, όσο κοινότυπα και να ακούγονται, είναι για κάθε σκεπτόμενο άνθρωπο ζωτικά για τη διαφύλαξη της κοινωνικής σταθερότητας, αλλά και την προορατική δράση για το αύριο. Σε μια εποχή όπου η παραπληροφόρηση και η έλλειψη ουσίας τείνουν να γίνουν τρόπος ζωής, με ποιο τρόπο διαφυλάσσουμε την αλήθεια και το δημόσιο συμφέρον. Και εδώ ίσως θα ανέφερα και την επιστημονική προσέγγιση που ανέφερε προηγουμένως η πρόεδρος της Βουλής. Το Cyprus Forum έχει πλέον καθιερωθεί αυτά τα 5 χρόνια ως ένα σημαντικό βήμα στο οποίο μπορούν να γίνονται αυτές οι συζητήσεις με ειλικρίνεια και με θάρρος. Θέλω λοιπόν εκ μέρους του πρίτανη του Πανεπιστημίου Κύπρου να ευχαριστήσω τους διοργανωτές για την πραγματοποίηση του συνεδρίου, αλλά και όλους τους συμμετέχοντες για τον χρόνο που αφιερώνουν, επιδιώκοντας να μάθουν, να προβληματιστούν, να δικτυωθούν και να ανοίξουν τους ορίζοντες τους. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you, Mr. Kidis. We will now welcome Mr. Colin Stewart, United Nations Special Representative of the Secretary General, Head of United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus, and Deputy Special Advisor on the Secretary General on Cyprus for his opening address. Mr. Stewart, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear mayors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good to see you. 2024 is a year of anniversaries in Cyprus, most of them unhappy. 20 years ago, Kofi Annan's plan for Cyprus was rejected in a referendum, and a divided Cyprus joined the EU. 50 years ago, the island was forcefully divided. And a full 10 years before that, in 1964, the United Nations Security Council, alarmed by the intercommunal violence on the island, established a peacekeeping force and appointed the first mediator on the Cyprus issue. So, for 60 years, UNFICYP has been trying to keep the peace in Cyprus. 150,000 troops and police from 44 countries have joined this effort, and 187 peacekeepers have given their lives on this island in the cause of peace, contributing to the freedom from daily violence that Cypriots have enjoyed for the last 50 years. And also, for 60 years, successive Secretaries General have devoted their good offices to helping Cypriots solve the Cyprus issue. 60 years later, it feels very much like we are yet again at a crossroad, both globally and in Cyprus. Last week in New York, the member states of the UN adopted the Pact for the Future, a wide-ranging recommitment to multilateralism. It's easy to feel disconnected from such global gatherings, thousands of kilometers away, but this year, the state of the world seems particularly dire. In his statement to the General Assembly, the Secretary General described a situation that has become unsustainable. We are facing unprecedented challenges, and the only solution is to reinvigorate the international multilateral system. So what does this mean for Cyprus? Of course, as citizens of the planet, Cypriots are just as concerned as everyone else by the raging wars, the lack of respect for international law and international humanitarian law, the changing climate, and growing inequalities. President Christodoulides spoke very thoroughly about Cyprus's commitment to the international agenda. In fact, Cyprus is particularly vulnerable to climate change. Reports show that over 50% of Cyprus is already at risk of desertification. But there's another important way that the Pact for the Future is relevant to Cyprus. Many said that agreeing on the pact would be impossible, that the difficulties and the divisions were too great. They worried that the parties would not be able to come together around a common goal. Does that sound familiar? Until just a few days before the summit, it looked like the naysayers may have been right. And yet, with all the divisions in the world right now, 193 countries, some of them at war with each other, were able to find the courage, summon a spirit of dialogue and compromise, and come to an agreement. It is certainly not the best agreement each of the parties would have hoped for, far from it. And of course, there will be challenges and setbacks in the implementation. but it does show that the spirit of multilateralism is not, as some people have said, dead. It also shows that when the political will is there, agreement can be found even against all odds. There was encouraging news earlier this week that Mr. Thotou and Mr. Christodoulides have reached an agreement with the Secretary General to meet informally later this month. It's an important first step, and we all hope that together they can find a way forward that will ultimately lead to talks to reach a settlement of the Cyprus issue. Optimism is enshrined in the job description for my post, but at the same time, I know it won't be easy. As I have said at this forum before, however, the stakes are high because time is running out. The divisions on the island continue to grow deeper, and while we can't say for sure that this is the last chance, at the same time, we cannot count on there being any other opportunities in the future. So we'd better make the best of the current fleeting possibility in case it is the last. At the UN, we continue our efforts to build bridges across the divide and to remove walls. I have argued before, including at this forum, that economic ties are the most effective ways to bring the island together, with economic integration paving the way for political unity. We continue to facilitate regular meetings of the 12 technical committees, where dedicated experts from both sides work effectively together to address the concerns of all Cypriots: environmental, crime, cultural heritage, gender, just to name a few. I have described before how we bring together groups of young people, women, environmentalists, artists from both sides of the island. What we hear most often when people from across the divide are meeting for the first time is, with a tone of surprise, "Oh, they're just like us." When people interact, myths crumble, walls fall, and old misconceptions lose their hold. If we hope for a settlement to the Cyprus issue, one truth remains. Cypriots must learn to live together on the island again to get beyond us versus them. And the first step is to increase mutual understanding, something that seems to grow worse each year. A lot of Cypriots, including many in this room, have reached out to people in the other community and listened to their stories. When you listen, when you truly listen to each other's stories, the first thing you recognize is that everyone suffered. And this recognition is the first step on the path to reconciliation. The second thing you recognize is that while there will never be complete agreement on the past, cherished narratives on both sides are partial truths. There is always some truth to the other side's narrative, and there are always some aspects of our own narrative that don't hold up so well to scrutiny. This, of course, applies to all conflicts and is not unique to Cyprus. But the end result of such interactions is that contrary to the two non-intersecting and conflicting public narratives, we find that there actually is a lot more common ground than we realize. As the Cyprus issue enters its 7th decade on the UN agenda, in the face of all that is happening around the neighborhood, let this be the year that we reveal the hidden common ground and agree on a way forward for Cyprus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. We will now proceed with a keynote speech by Mrs. Juliia Beresolo, head of the Cyprus Settlement Support Unit in the European Commission. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear ambassadors, dear mayors, organizers of the Cyprus Forum, friends. I'm impressed by the variety of topics that this year's Cyprus Forum will discuss. Sadly, among them, there is still the Cyprus issue, a dark shadow hanging over this beautiful island. I would like to spend the next few minutes telling you about we, the European Commission, work here and how we do it. The goal of my unit, as you know, is to facilitate the reunification of Cyprus not only for legal reasons, but also because reunification offers both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots the best chance to overcome the past and to live normal lives. We do it mainly through two instruments: by monitoring the implementation of the Green Line regulation, and most importantly, by implementing the EU aid program for the Turkish Cypriot community. The objective of the aid program is to facilitate the reunification of Cyprus by encouraging economic integration of the island, by improving contacts between the two communities, and by bringing Turkish Cypriots closer to the EU. Let me stress that when, for example, we invest in improving animal health or food safety standards in a Turkish Cypriot community, or when we invest in increasing clean energy production, like we are trying to do with the bicommunal solar power plant in the buffer zone, we do it for the whole island and for the EU. Animal diseases, CO2 emissions, pests, pollutions, they don't stop at the Green Line. Our office in the northern part of Cyprus is the biggest commitment, is the biggest demonstration of our commitment. A fantastic team of people there engage every day with both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots to implement our mission. Let me tell you, both in Brussels and in Nicosia, most of our time is spent trying to overcome barriers, obstacles, and use our creativity and our determination to allow people to do what in other EU member states is taken for granted. Getting basic services such as water or food which is safe according to European standard, studying abroad, or simply do business with the partners they want to. Luckily, we are not alone, and I would like to take this opportunity to give credit to the many Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots who, despite sometimes very strong political and social pressure, are engaged with us to find solutions. Students, teachers, businessmen and women, farmers, politicians, civil servants, activists, or simply persons. These people not only make our work easier, they are leading by example in building a country where, despite the language you speak, it's possible to live together, and it's possible to live together well. I would like to conclude by mentioning what I experienced last week. I was at a youth event and several students came to me and told me, "We are tired of being called Greek Cypriots or Turkish Cypriots. Our dream is to be called just Cypriots." With the appointment of the UN Secretary General Special Envoy, we have the opportunity to solve the Cyprus issue. And as the speakers before me told, let's not waste it. Each of us, and especially Cypriots, can do something to create a positive and cooperative environment conducive to a settlement of the Cyprus issue and to a peaceful and, yes, prosperous Cyprus. We, the European Commission, are ready to continue and further support the work of the Secretary General and of the Special Envoy to find a fair solution for Cyprus. Let's do it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have decided to call on stage Mr. Haralambos Brunzos and Mehmet Harmanje side by side for their remarks. The floor is yours.
I'll use the English language, allow me. Your Excellencies, dear Mehmet, dear distinguished guests, students, really glad to see you here. Esteemed panelists and participants of the Cyprus Forum, I would like to welcome you at the Old Town Hall of Nicosia. It is with great honor that I stand before you today at this significant gathering, the Cyprus Forum, an event that has quickly established itself as a vital platform for constructive dialogue and change. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, Oxygen for Democracy, the Delphi Economic Forum, the University of Cyprus and Xenox Public Affairs, for bringing together such an inspiring and diverse group of leaders, thinkers, and change makers. This forum reflects a shared commitment towards improving and advancing our society, not only here in Cyprus, but across the Eastern Mediterranean region. It is through initiatives like this that we can meaningfully address the challenges of our time, be it in the economy, education, justice, environment, healthcare, the strength and resilience of democratic institutions, and other parameters affecting the quality of our democracy. By aligning these discussions with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we demonstrate a forward-thinking approach that prioritizes the well-being of both current and future generations. Nicosia, as the capital city, stands at the heart of many of these challenges, but also at the forefront of the solutions. As mayor, I see firsthand the importance of fostering dialogue between the public, private, and civic sectors to ensure our policies are both inclusive and effective. This forum, with its focus on creating measurable, tangible outcomes, provides a powerful platform for such collaboration. I am particularly encouraged by the Cyprus Forum's dedication to monitoring and measuring the progress of the ideas born from these discussions. So it's not just talk, it's always a follow-up. This commitment to action, ensuring that debates lead to real impactful change, sets this forum apart from other conferences. It is a crucial reminder that our role as policymakers, business leaders, and citizens does not end once we leave the room. The work starts here, but it must continue long after the forum ends. I have no doubt that the discussions and collaborations that take place over the course of this forum will inspire bold new ideas, foster partnerships, and ultimately contribute to a more just, sustainable, and prosperous future for all Cypriots and the region. And allow me to say that most of the speakers until now are speakers of a younger generation, and I think it's up to us to show whether the young is also the new, or whether the young is just a copycat of the old. In addition, the forum has evolved into a key initiative for bicommunal dialogue and meaningful exchanges. Nicosia is the only divided capital in Europe. I urge all of you to imagine Piccadilly Circus, Champs-Élysées, or the Grand Place being divided. The mere thought leads to feelings of discomfort, if not despair. Nicosia has been experiencing this for 60, not 50 years. This city has been paying the bill of the unresolved Cyprus issue, unable to reach its full potential, gradually becoming introvert and sad, just like its residents, whole generations of which have been trying to plan, build, and create, using makeshift solutions to avoid the anomaly on the ground. This unique, historic, multicultural beauty is painfully watching other areas across the divide attract more investment, more tourism, more people, and promoting a more carefree life. The current status of the Cyprus issue is not ideal, to say the least, in terms of bicommunal cooperation. During the pre-election campaign, for those of you that don't know, I was just elected in June, I was very clear about my readiness to collaborate with Mr. Harmanji to bring about positive results for our city and all its residents. My suggested approach builds on the joint master plan efforts, which, having culminated to a joint sewage treatment plan in Nyamilya, have since 2001 slowed down. We should revive these joint efforts, building on the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the EU Green Transition and Smart Transition Agenda. Essentially, what I am proposing is the updating and full review of the master plan, as many of the previous plans and efforts need to be revisited and redesigned under a new overriding objective, namely sustainability. New joint projects could be pursued as vertical actions of these horizontal policies: waste management, drastic increase of green areas, support for green transition of residents and businesses, green energy autonomy of the city, sports and well-being, well-being of animals, digital services are areas in which we could collaborate, I would say should collaborate. Culture is also an area of potential cooperation, noting the candidacy of Nicosia for the cultural capital of Europe for 2030. We should be focusing on initiatives with high added value for the people, building on established methodologies for cooperation, like the Nicosia sewage treatment plant, involving the civic society and the private sector. Such ideas could include the sustainable revival of the buffer zone, the conversion of the EU and UN initiative for a bicommunal PV plant into a city initiative, building on the Nicosia example, the opening of crossings to empower innovation and entrepreneurship in the vicinity of Science Center of Excellence, the connection of the treated water at Nicosia to the watering infrastructure as agreed, the promotion of the Pedieos linear park redevelopment for the whole city, and the creation of a waste-to-energy power plant utilizing waste from the entire city, building a parallel common waste collection system flow. All these require personal trust and sincere collaboration, which I feel confident that we can achieve with Mehmet. They also require critical funding, which should be made available, knock knock EU, to the city by key stakeholders if we wish to bring about concrete results. I just returned from the UN Forum of Mayors in Geneva. Mayors from across the world shared views on the common challenge cities face, and it was very eloquently elaborated upon by His Excellency the President. Identical subjects were discussed at the Forum of Mayors. One of them was peace and security. The easiest thing to do would be to initiate a blame game, one of the cliches of the Cyprus issue, utilizing the standard diplomatic language. I refuse to go down that road. Instead, I highlighted the need to create a city of peace and stability in a region that is burning. Hope and optimism are built with small success stories. Hopefully, working together with Mehmet, the UN and the European Union, we can have more of that soon. Thank you to everyone present for your dedication to change, and I look forward to the outcomes of our work together. Thank you.
Yes, dear honorable guests, organizers, and my now become a partner and friend, Mr. Brunzos. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you here on behalf of the Turkish Cypriot community of Nicosia. Within these 2 days, you will hear expert opinions, discussions about many different topics that concerns this island and our region as a whole, issues that concern us all. Regardless of which side of the divide we currently call home, regardless the language we speak, and regardless of whether we blame the events of 1963 or 1974 for the start of the Cyprus conflict. You will be hearing discussion about many different topics that relate to economic development, democracy, migration, human rights, geopolitical developments, the environment, energy and security. In separate panels, you will be hearing discussions about the prospects for the future negotiations and different scenarios on the future of Cyprus. I would like to invite you first of all to recognize that ongoing Cyprus conflict is not a side issue, but still the fundamental issue for all Cypriots, and that it is cross-cutting across everything else that will be discussed during this forum. We cannot maximize the economic potential of this island in the absence of a peaceful and sustainable solution. Neither we can talk about the environmental sustainability or build resilience, against the looming dangers of climate change. As long as we live with the illusion that we can unilaterally tackle these problems in our own separate corners. It also seems almost delusional to discuss regional security at a time when the two Cypriot communities cannot even come together around a table to talk earnestly about the Cyprus conflict and the growing militarization on and around the island. This conflict is a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Yet we refuse to sit down to jointly deconstruct and redefine what security really means for all Cypriots and for our island as a whole. Later today, you will be hearing discussions about the 20 years of Cyprus in the European Union. I will kindly invite you to think about the opportunities lost. Consider the ever-growing development gap between the two sides of the island. Consider how much we have gone backwards in terms of economic, social, and territorial cohesion, and how every passing day makes reunification more difficult and more costly. I will invite you to envision what we could have achieved together on the whole island in terms of development, sustainability, resilience, human rights, and security if we had succeeded in joining the EU as a united Cyprus 20 years ago. I believe that what we could have achieved is best exemplified by what the two Nicosia municipalities have been able to achieve and sustain against all odds for almost as long as the Cyprus conflict has existed. The legacy of bicommunal and cross-buffer zone cooperation in this city dates back to mid-70s, when Mr. Mustafa Akıncı and Mr. Lelos Demetriou overcome enormous political obstacles and they decided to establish a joint sewage system. They did that when the smell of gunpowder was still in the air. Now I believe we can build more and more by trusting each other with the nowadays opportunities and difficulties. So I very much appreciated Mr. Brunzos' points of view that we can carry on by not looking back and stuck on the past failures or achievements. Because this cooperation was the best interest of all Nicosians that time, because it was the right thing to do economically and environmentally. In the past decade, as elected mayors representing communities on both sides of Nicosia, we have continued to advocate and lobby for initiatives that will not only benefit all Nicosians, but also contribute to building peace and prospects for reunification. Together, we have advocated for the opening of more checkpoints in Nicosia and for funding of the Pedios rehabilitation project in the north in order to create an ecological corridor, a linear park that would unite the two sides of the city. I'm very happy and thankful to see in these efforts short few months that Mayor Brunzos not only share these commitments, but also comes with a new ideas of concrete and functional bicommunal cooperation that will benefit our city and all Nicosians. Together, we are determined to preserve and further enrich our joint cultural and historical heritage in this city, to create new spaces and opportunities for our children and youth to engage in activities together, to do sports together, to start envisioning and demanding a joint future together, to contribute to energy security, food security, water security of the island together. As you all know, Nicosia, where the busiest checkpoints are located, already holds a unique position as the epicenter of people-to-people contacts on the island. Cypriots have proven that they disregard artificial borders and demand engagement with each other for social, commercial, education, and employment opportunities across the buffer zone. However, crossing just a couple hundred meters of buffer zone has been turned into a long and painful journey for our people. We are committed to change that. What we urgently need at this time is courage on the part of decision makers and leaders on both sides to publicly recognize that a sustainable, safe, and prosperous future for all Cypriots will be a dream and an illusion as long as we remain divided. Finally, I would like to leave you with the last verse of a poem by a world-famous Turkish poet, Nazım Hikmet. In this poem, he represents our longing for a country where people with all kinds of differences live together in dignity and peace. In Turkish, yaşamak bir ağaç gibi tek ve hür ve bir orman gibi kardeşçesine bu hasret bizim. To live like a tree alone and free, like a forest in brotherhood, sisterhood, this yearning is ours. I hope the forum is a success and stimulates new ideas, and most of all, the courage bring us closer for reunification. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As we conclude the opening ceremony of the 5th Cyprus Forum, we are excited to embark on this journey of insightful discussions and constructive dialogue over the next few days. This forum continues to be a place where ideas flourish, challenges are addressed, and meaningful solutions take place. You can find all the details about the sessions, venues, and live streaming on our website, www.cyprusforum.cy. Don't forget to follow us on social media for real-time updates and highlights. We would also like to invite you to join us this evening at 6:30 outside the Municipal Hall for a networking event where the winners of the Oxygen for Democracy Award will be announced. Thank you for joining us at the start of what promises to be an inspiring event. We look forward to your active participation and to the valuable conversations that will follow. We will now continue with our agenda and the flow, starting with a fireside discussion. Thank you so much.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and participants in policy reforms in age. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is
Ναι, τέλεια. Επαναλαμβάνω, ευχαριστούμε την Προεδρία, γενικότερα την κυβέρνηση και την πολιτική ηγεσία γενικότερα, που χρόνο με το χρόνο δίνει το παρόν της, στηρίζει το συνέδριο και παρευρίσκεται, γιατί πολιτική συζήτηση χωρίς τους αξιωματούχους και τους λήπτες των αποφάσεων θα ήταν ανώφελη. Οπότε, η συνεννόηση σήμερα ήταν να κάνουμε ένα follow-up της περσινής συζήτησης. Θεωρώ έγιναν αρκετά αυτόν τον ένα χρόνο και θα πάω κατευθείαν στις ερωτήσεις μου. Κάτι που μας απασχολεί και σαν οργανισμός και σαν άτομα είναι η νομοθεσία για το lobbying. Η νομοθεσία για το lobbying μπήκε σε εφαρμογή επίσημα πριν μερικούς μήνες και κάτι που έγραψα και άρθρο στην Καθημερινή και έδωσα συγχαρητήρια στην Προεδρία. Στη συνάντηση που κάναμε στο Προεδρικό, μου ζητήθηκε να υποβάλουμε τα απαραίτητα έγγραφα για να... επειδή η συνάντηση ενέπιπτε στο πλαίσιο της νομοθεσίας του lobbying. Άρα, το Προεδρικό είναι πρωτοπόρος, η Προεδρία είναι πρωτοπόρος, όμως άλλα υπουργεία, άλλες κρατικές αρχές, δήμοι, σε άλλες συναντήσεις που έχω κάνει, μπορώ να πω ήταν σχεδόν ανίδεοι για αυτήν την νομοθεσία. Τι κάνετε ως κυβέρνηση και πόσο σημαντική, αν είναι σημαντική για εσάς αυτή η νομοθεσία?
Νικόλα, καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση για δεύτερη φορά να είμαι μαζί σας. Χαίρομαι που βλέπω και πολύ νεαρό κόσμο σήμερα. Είδα και έξω και μέσα στην αίθουσα. Γιατί είναι σημαντικά, νομίζω, τα θέματα τα οποία συζητάτε ακριβώς και η νέα μας γενιά να εμπλέκεται, να ακούει, να παρακολουθεί και ελπίζω να υποβάλει ερωτήσεις και εισηγήσεις. Όσον αφορά το θέμα του lobbying, όντως σε μια νομοθεσία η οποία ετέθηκε ουσιαστικά σε εφαρμογή φέτος τον Μάρτιο, έχουν περάσει μόνο κάποιοι μήνες. Εμείς να πούμε ότι πριν να τεθεί σε εφαρμογή, είχαμε φέρει τον Επίτροπο Διαφάνειας σε μια άτυπη συνάντηση του Υπουργικού Συμβουλίου, ακριβώς για να ενημερώσει όλους τους αξιωματούχους, τους υπουργούς και τους άλλους συμμετέχοντες για το ποιες είναι οι πρόνοιες και οι προϋποθέσεις αυτής της νομοθεσίας. Να πούμε ότι η εμπλοκή όλων στο διάλογο και στη διαμόρφωση πολιτικής είναι κάτι σημαντικό και κάτι το οποίο θέλουμε. Και σημαντικό όταν μιλούμε για το lobbying, να λέμε ότι το lobbying είναι ένα καλό πράγμα, δηλαδή κάτι που χρειάζεται να γίνεται. Να μην το δαιμονοποιούμε, γιατί νομίζω σε κάποιες περιπτώσεις κάπως δαιμονοποιείται το lobbying, ότι είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι κακό. Τούτο που προσπαθεί να κάνει η συγκεκριμένος νόμος είναι να βάλει κάποιες σωστές γραμμές, κάποιες ασφαλιστικές δικλείδες, ώστε να γίνεται με διαφάνεια. Ήδη ο Επίτροπος Διαφάνειας έχει εκδώσει και κατευθυντήριες γραμμές για όλους. Αντιλαμβάνομαι ότι ακόμα είμαστε στα πρώτα στάδια εφαρμογής του νόμου. Σίγουρα υπάρχει περιθώριο βελτίωσης. Εμείς είναι κάτι που συζητούμε με τους συναδέλφους, πώς καλύτερα να το εφαρμόσουν. Εντάξει, πρέπει να ομολογήσω ότι και εγώ υπάρχουν φορές που έχω συναντήσεις που δεν είμαι σίγουρη αν εμπίπτουν μέσα στο πλαίσιο του λόμπι. Είναι κάτι που επικοινωνούμε συστηματικά με το γραφείο του Επιτρόπου Διαφάνειας. Θεωρώ ότι θα πρέπει να γίνουν ίσως περισσότερες ενημερωτικές συναντήσεις, γιατί έγιναν κάποιες, αλλά ίσως δεν είναι αρκετές. Και ειδικά τώρα που εφαρμόστηκε ο νόμος, δηλαδή νομίζω έγινε αρκετή ενημέρωση πριν να τεθεί σε εφαρμογή ο νόμος. Τώρα που μέσα στην καθημερινότητα το καθένας βλέπει ποιες είναι οι συναντήσεις που μπορεί να εμπίπτουν κάτω από το lobbying, ίσως πρέπει να δούμε και εμείς κεντρικά να στηρίξουμε τον Επίτροπο Διαφάνειας. Κάτι το οποίο το κάνουμε συνέχεια. Και θέλω να συζητήσουμε και στη συνέχεια πώς μπορούμε να το εφαρμόσουμε πιο σωστά με το πέρασμα του χρόνου.
Okay. Πολύ καλά. Δεύτερο θέμα, ιστότοπος διακυβέρνηση και γενικά η χρήση της τεχνολογίας στη διακυβέρνηση, σχόλια, επόμενα βήματα.
Να κάνω ένα γενικό σχόλιο ότι ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός είναι μία από τις μεγάλες μας προτεραιότητες. Γιατί ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός, δηλαδή να γίνονται όλα ηλεκτρονικά, προωθεί και τη διαφάνεια. Σε έναν μεγάλο βαθμό θεωρώ ότι πατάσει και τη διαφθορά, γιατί όταν γίνονται πλέον όλα ηλεκτρονικά είναι πολύ πιο δύσκολο να υπάρχουν φαινόμενα διαφθοράς. Οπότε ένας τομέας στον οποίο δίνουμε πάρα πολύ έμφαση. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό και θέλοντας και το έργο της κυβέρνησης να είναι εύκολα και κεντρικά προσιτός σε όλους. Ετοιμάστηκε η ιστοσελίδα διακυβέρνηση.gov.cy, στην οποία άμεσα και κεντρικά μπορεί ο καθένας να ενημερώνεται για όλες τις αποφάσεις της κυβέρνησης. Για παράδειγμα, χτες είχαμε υπουργικό συμβούλιο, εληφθήκαν 3-4 αποφάσεις πολύ σημαντικές, όπως για παράδειγμα να γίνει πρότυπη πράσινη κοινότητα ο πύργος της Λυρίας ή το Εθνικό Κέντρο Κλινικής Τεκμηρίωσης, ένα έργο πάρα πολύ σημαντικό στον τομέα της υγείας. Την ίδια μέρα μπαίνουν ανακοινώσεις πάνω στην ιστοσελίδα διακυβέρνηση.gov.cy, οι οποίες θα παραπέμπουν στο Υπουργείο, το οποίο είναι το αρμόδιο. Για παράδειγμα, όταν βγήκε το σχέδιο φωτοβολταϊκά για όλους, μπήκε μία ανάρτηση και στο διακυβέρνηση και σε παρέπεμπε στο Υπουργείο Ενέργειας, το οποίο μπορεί να κάνει την αίτηση σου. Να πούμε ότι μια ιστοσελίδα που επίσης έχει μέσα περασμένο όλο το πρόγραμμα διακυβέρνησης της παρούσας κυβέρνησης και έχει μέσα στατιστικά για το πόσες δράσεις έχουν υλοποιηθεί, πόσες βρίσκονται σε τροχιά υλοποίησης, πόσες έχουν καθυστερήσει. Και με τη λογική είναι ότι ακριβώς ο καθένας δικαιούται εύκολα και άμεσα να μπορεί να δει αυτά τα οποία η παρούσα διακυβέρνηση έχει υποσχεθεί ότι θα υλοποιήσει, πώς και πόσα έχουν υλοποιηθεί. Να πούμε ότι μια ιστοσελίδα η οποία συνέχεια αναβαθμίζεται, ήδη θα μπει μια νέα λειτουργικότητα, η εισήγηση, για να μπορούν οι πολίτες να κάνουν και εισηγήσεις πάνω σε αυτήν την ιστοσελίδα για το κυβερνητικό έργο. Και αυτό εντάσσεται μέσα στο γενικότερο πλαίσιο της συμμετοχικής δημοκρατίας, που είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Να πούμε για άλλα ψηφιακά εργαλεία στα πλαίσια της συμμετοχικής δημοκρατίας. Είναι η φωνή του πολίτη, για την οποία είχαμε μιλήσει πέρσι, αλλά δεν είχε τεθεί ακόμα σε εφαρμογή πέρσι. Είναι μια ιστοσελίδα για δημοψηφίσματα μη δεσμευτικά. Ήδη έχει τεθεί ένα ερώτημα το οποίο απαντήθηκε από αρκετούς συμπολίτες μας και αυτή τη στιγμή αφορούσε την ψηφοφορία από τα 17 χρόνια, τη μείωση δηλαδή του ορίου ηλικίας για την ψηφοφορία, και ήδη ετοιμάζεται σχετικό νομοσχέδιο, το οποίο βρίσκεται αυτή τη στιγμή για νομοτεχνική επεξεργασία. Να πω και ακόμα μια ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα, γιατί βλέπω ακριβώς πολλούς νέους εδώ ανάμεσα μας, είναι το Έκφραση, το οποίο θέτει συγκεκριμένα ερωτήματα για τους νέους, σε εκείνο που μπορούν να συμμετέχουν μόνο νέοι, τα οποία το είχε τεθεί, για παράδειγμα, έναν συγκεκριμένο θέμα για το στεγαστικό, ενώ αυτή τη στιγμή είναι ανοιχτή για τα θέματα της παιδείας, τα οποία, αν θέλετε, μπορείτε να πείτε τις απόψεις και τις εισηγήσεις σας, οι οποίες μετά φιλτράρονται, πάνε στο αρμόδιο Υπουργείο, για να γίνουν πράξη μέσα από πολιτικές που θα εφαρμοστούν από τα Υπουργεία.
Πολύ ωραία. Ευχαριστώ. Κώδικας δεοντολογίας για τα μέλη της κυβέρνησης. Είχαμε το συζητήσει και πέρσι. Έχει διοριστεί σύμβουλος δεοντολογίας ο κύριος Αρέστη. Πού βρισκόμαστε?
Όταν είχαμε μιλήσει πέρσι, νομίζω ακόμα δεν είχε εγκριθεί από το Υπουργικό.
Σωστά, το είχατε ανακοινώσει ότι θα γινόταν.
Να πούμε ότι και πριν υπήρχε κώδικας δεοντολογίας, γιατί θέλω να είμαστε σωστοί. Απλώς, επειδή μεσολάβησε και η έκθεση της Γκρέκο που αφορά την κεντρική διοίκηση, πήραμε τον κώδικα δεοντολογίας, έκαναμε τον νομίζω λίγο έτσι πιο συγκεκριμένο όσον αφορά θέματα σύγκρουσης συμφερόντων, όσον αφορά δώρα, φιλοξενία και γενικά σαν ένας ηθικός κώδικας, εγώ θεωρώ, για τους αξιωματούχους. Η νέα ακριβώς διάσταση είναι ότι υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή, έχει διοριστεί από τον Πρόεδρο τελείως αμισθή ο ειδικός σύμβουλος δεοντολογίας, που είναι, σωστά είπατε, ο κύριος Γιώργος Αρέστη, ο οποίος ήταν πρώην δικαστής του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου και ήταν και στο Δικαστήριο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Είναι σημαντικό να υπάρχει ένας άνθρωπος στον οποίο μπορούν να απευθύνονται οι αξιωματούχοι, γιατί πολλές φορές, και λέω και από την εμπειρία μου τελευταίους 19 μήνες, υπάρχουν κάποιες ζώνες που μπορεί να είναι γκρίζες, δηλαδή μπορεί να πάρεις μια πρόσκληση που να μην ξέρεις αν είναι σωστό να συμμετάσχεις, να παραστείς ή όχι.
Άρα αυτός είναι ο ρόλος του.
Ο ρόλος του κύριου Αρέστη είναι διπλός. Από τη μία είναι συμβουλευτικός, δηλαδή να μπορεί να τον συμβουλευτεί ένας αξιωματούχος αν δεν είναι σίγουρος τι είναι σωστό και αν κάποια πράξη του θα παραβεί τον κώδικα δεοντολογίας. Αλλά στον κύριο Αρέστη μπορεί να απευθυνθεί και ο πρόεδρος. Αν ο πρόεδρος πάρει μια καταγγελία, αν κρίνει ότι κάτι το οποίο έκανε κάποιος αξιωματούχος μπορεί να παραβαίνει τον κώδικα δεοντολογίας, θα μπορεί για να τον συμβουλεύσει.
Πολύ ωραία. Η Γραμματεία Συντονισμού και Υποστήριξης Κυβερνητικού Έργου, ποια είναι η εμπειρία και αυτόν τον ένα χρόνο πώς πήγε?
Κλείσαμε αισίως ένα χρόνο
ναι.
τον προηγούμενο μήνα.
Χρόνια όλα.
Να πω καταρχήν ότι είναι μια πάρα πολύ καλή ομάδα, με πάρα πολύ όρεξη, πάρα πολλές εμπειρίες και γνώσεις. Και το γεγονός ότι είναι άτομα από τον ευρύτερο δημόσιο τομέα, αλλά προέρχονται από διάφορα υπουργεία, για μένα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, γιατί γίνεται έτσι μια πολύ καλό μείγμα απόψεων, εισηγήσεων και κουλτούρων που επικρατούμε σε όλη τη δημόσια υπηρεσία. Θεωρώ ότι έχει παράξει πάρα πολύ έργο η Γραμματεία μέχρι τώρα, όσον αφορά το συντονισμό και την παρακολούθηση της υλοποίησης του κυβερνητικού έργου. Για παράδειγμα, οι δράσεις τις οποίες ανακοίνωσε ο Πρόεδρος τον Ιανουάριο για το έτος 2024, παρακολούθηση συστηματικά ότι υλοποιούνται, οι θέματα συντονισμού άλλων πολιτικών, βελτιώνει πολύ και τη συνεργασία μεταξύ των Υπουργείων. Να πούμε ότι τώρα ξεκινά την άλλη εβδομάδα έναν έργο για το οποίο λάβαμε χρηματοδότηση από τη Γενική DG Reform, τη Γενική Διεύθυνση Μεταρρυθμίσεων. Ακριβώς πώς θα θεσμοθετηθεί καλύτερα και πιο σωστά ο ρόλος της Γραμματείας στο πρότυπο των πρακτικών άλλων χωρών. Ας σας πω ότι πρόσφατα ήμουν στις Βρυξέλλες και είχα κάνει συνάντηση με τη Γενική Γραμματεία Συντονισμού που είναι στο γραφείο της Προέδρου της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Και με εξήγησαν και είναι ακριβώς πώς λειτουργούν, πολύ κοντά στον τρόπο που προσπαθούμε και εμείς να λειτουργήσουμε. Και θεωρώ ότι μέσα από αυτόν τον έργο τεχνικής βοήθειας θα μπορούμε να τη θεσμοθετήσουμε σωστά.
Πολύ ωραία. Έχουμε ακόμα 4 λεπτά και μου έμειναν 2 ερωτήσεις. Αλλά κρατήστε λίγο παραπάνω χρόνο για τη δεύτερη, επειδή είναι λίγο πιο σημαντική. Όχι, να φεύγει πρώτα τούτη. Επιτροπή Παρακολούθησης Συστάσεων της Γκρέκο. Τι έκανε μέχρι τώρα?
Έγινε πάρα πολλή δουλειά. Περίπου από τις 13 συστάσεις ήδη έχουν το 77% περίπου έχει ολοκληρωθεί. Το Δεκέμβριο του 2024 θα έχουμε την πρώτη αξιολόγηση. Οπότε του χρόνου, αν με ξανακαλέσετε, θα μπορούμε να σας πούμε τι κάναμε και πόσο καλά πήγαμε. Αλλά το παρακολουθούμε και στο Υπουργικό Συμβούλιο συστηματικά τις συστάσεις. Έχουμε συστήσει μια επιτροπή που τις βλέπουμε έτσι κάθε δίμηνο. Έχουμε μια συζήτηση και με τον Επίτροπο Διαφάνειας και με τα άτομα της Κυπριακής Αντιπροσωπείας, το Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης και το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών και εμείς.
Έχετε ανοιχτή πρόσκληση για κάθε χρόνο και όλα τα μέλη της κυβέρνησης να έρχεστε και να μας λέτε τι κάνετε. Τελευταία ερώτηση. Νομοσχέδιο για εξουσίες Γενικού Εισαγγελέα και Γενικού Ελεγχτή. Ποιες είναι οι θέσεις της κυβέρνησης?
Κάνουμε μπάσα στο πάνελ που να είναι μετά.
Ναι.
Είπα να μείνω να το παρακολουθήσω πάντως, γιατί έχει πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Πάλι να πούμε ότι από το πρόγραμμα διακυβέρνησης το θέμα της ανασύνταξης του κράτους ήταν κάτι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό και ο εξυγχρονισμός του κράτους. Θεωρούμε ότι αυτές οι μεταρρυθμίσεις και οι δύο εντάσσονται μέσα στη λογική του μετασχηματισμού, του εξυγχρονισμού του κράτους. Είναι θεσμοί οι οποίοι λειτουργούν από το 1960, οπότε είναι λογικό να τους ξαναδείς, να τους αξιολογήσεις και να είσαι έτοιμος να κάνεις αλλαγές. Και γι' αυτό ο Πρόεδρος ήδη από τον Ιανουάριο είχε ανακοινώσει και τη μεταρρύθμιση στην νομική υπηρεσία και τη μεταρρύθμιση στην ελεκτική υπηρεσία. Και θα σας πω ότι αρχίσαμε να επεξεργαζόμαστε και μια μεταρρύθμιση στην κεντρική τράπεζα. Δηλαδή κάτι θα το κάνει βεβαίως ο κεντρικός τραπεζίτης. Υπήρχε και πριν μερικά χρόνια, αλλά τώρα είπαμε να το ξαναδούμε έτσι πιο επισταμένα. Όσον αφορά την νομική υπηρεσία, η μεταρρύθμιση η οποία προτείνεται αφορά το διαχωρισμό του νομικού σύμβουλου με τον δημόσιο κατήγορο και τη δημιουργία ουσιαστικά καινούργιας θέσης δημόσιου κατήγορου. να πούμε ότι αυτό είναι κάτι που συζητεί εδώ και αρκετά χρόνια και υπήρχε ακροθυγώστηκε και στην έκθεση του κράτους δικαίου και στην έκθεση της Γκρέκο, την προηγούμενη, όχι τη δική μας την αξιολόγηση. Και το άλλο σημαντικό στοιχείο ότι μπαίνει η εισήγηση, τουλάχιστον θα είναι, να είναι περιορισμένη η θητεία.
Okay. Όσον αφορά μηχανισμούς ελέγχου, μπορείτε να μας πείτε κάτι αν υπάρχουν όσον αφορά και τους δύο αξιωματούχους. Δηλαδή, θα υπάρχει κάποιος ιεραρχικός ή δικαστικός έλεγχος όπως προτείνεται από την έκθεση για κράτος δικαίου.
Αυτό δεν το έχουμε δει ακόμα. Αυτή τη στιγμή, όπως ξέρετε, έχουν ετοιμαστεί κάποια προσχέδια νομοσχεδίων από το Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης, τα οποία συζητούν με τους εμπλεκόμενους σε πρώτο στάδιο. Και μετά σίγουρα θα γίνει και συζήτηση με τα κόμματα και πριν να κατατεθούν στη Βουλή. Όσον αφορά το θέμα της ελεκτικής υπηρεσίας, η εισήγηση είναι η δημιουργία ενός ελεκτικού συμβουλίου, στο πρότυπο πολλών άλλων κρατών μελών. 16 από τα κράτη-μέλη έχουν ελεκτικών συμβούλων ή συνέδριων, διαφορετικών ανάλογα με τη χώρα. Και πάλι μιλούμε για περιορισμό της θητείας, να μην είναι δηλαδή μέχρι την αφιπηρέτηση.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε μαζί μας. Εύχομαι δύναμη και κουράγιο. Και όπως σας είπα, ελπίζουμε του χρόνου να είστε εδώ με περισσότερες επιτυχίες. Ευχαριστούμε.
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ.
Moving to our first discussion, a panel on the mission and values of the European Public Prosecutor's Office.
Χαίρετε. Επιτρέψτε μου να δώσω την ομιλία μου στα αγγλικά, καθότι αυτό μου έχει ζητηθεί. Είναι και η επίσημη γλώσσα λειτουργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Εισαγγελίας, την οποία εκπροσωπώ σήμερα. It is a great honor and a pleasure for me to be here today to address the esteemed audience of the Cyprus Forum 2024. I am truly grateful to the organizers of this conference, the Oxygen for Democracy, the University of Cyprus, and its strategic partners, the Delphi Economic Forum and Zeno Public Affairs. The invitation has been extended to me in my capacity as European prosecutor in order to deliver a speech about and on behalf of the EPPO, the European Public Prosecutor's Office. In a nutshell, our mission is to investigate and bring to justice the perpetrators of crimes committed against the financial interests of the European Union, including procurement fraud or subsidies fraud, VAT fraud or customs fraud, bribery, whether passive or active, misappropriation by public officials, and money laundering. The constituent elements of the crimes and the minimum sanctions in case of conviction were prescribed by the Directive of the European Union 1371 of 2017. To fulfill our mission, we adopt a harmonized approach in setting priorities for investigation and conducting action days across what we call the EPPO zone. Our goal is to ensure that crime does not pay. We apply to national courts for freezing the illegal proceeds to enable the national authorities to recover any damage upon conviction of the criminals. This is the way to protect the EU taxpayers' money and, in the long run, to gain the trust of EU citizens. Legally speaking, we derive our powers from the Council Regulation of the European Union 1939 of 2017, which was adopted in Luxembourg on the 12th of October 2017 and entered into force on the 20th of November 2017. It was the result of the enhanced cooperation of initially 16 member states of the European Union, which expressed a common wish to set up a prosecutorial authority at EU level, the first and only of its kind, as foreseen by Article 86 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. Cyprus participated from the very beginning in the enhanced cooperation to this effect. Progressively, 6 more member states adhered to the enhanced cooperation, And when the European Public Prosecutor's Office commenced its operational activity on the 1st of June 2021, it already encompassed 22 member states. During 2024, Poland and Sweden have officially communicated their wish to take part in the EPPO, and the appointment of their prosecutors is now underway. Hence, currently, only Denmark, Hungary, and Ireland are considered as non-participating member states in the so-called EPO zone, which extends to 24 member states and covers almost 95% of the EU spending revenue area. However, one should not ignore that the EPPO may investigate not only offences committed in whole or in part within the territory of the participating member states, but also offences committed anywhere by a national of a participating member state or by an EU official, provided that a member state has jurisdiction according to its national criminal law for those offences, even when committed outside its territory. This extension of jurisdiction reflects the fact that the economic crime is not confined within national borders. It expands transnationally. This is particularly so when we speak of organized criminal groups. Consider that out of 2,875 EPPO investigations over the last 3 years, 377 cases relate to transnational organized criminal groups. The ongoing Admiral investigation, as it is named, in the field of VAT fraud is an example worth mentioning. The investigation was initiated following a report by local tax authorities of a member state regarding a missing trader fraud allegedly committed by a single company. Within 6 months of investigation, the EPPO found the links of the professional money laundering criminal group, which was behind this fraud, which operated not only in France, Portugal, and Italy, which are participating member states, but also across North Africa, Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Serbia, and Albania. The analysis of the seized data, which is still ongoing, revealed evidence not only of crimes within the EPPO's material competence, but also links to drug trafficking, illicit cigarette production, investment fraud, illegal gambling, prostitution, and other economic financial crimes. Therefore, the EPPO transferred to national authorities several files which were used by them as key evidence for initiating 28 independent investigations. Wisely enough, in setting the map for the EPPO, the regulation granted it the power to enter into working arrangements with the non-participating member states of the European Union, as well as with third countries and international organizations. In this way, the operational cooperation with those countries was facilitated. There were arrangements for the surrender of suspects of crime, exchange of strategic information, and it was possible for them to second liaison officers to the EPPO central office in Luxembourg. It is noteworthy that the EPPO has already developed a network of international partners, including various anti-corruption authorities, such as the Anti-Corruption Authority Bureau of Ukraine, the Albanian Anti-Corruption Structure, the Anti-Corruption Commission of Seychelles, other international bodies such as the World Bank, national authorities of third countries such as the United States Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Prosecutor General's offices of other countries which are now receiving the candidate of EU for accession member states. The list is non-exhaustive. The figures about the EPPO's operational results are striking. The amount of value of assets frozen increased from 147 million at the end of 2021 to 1,500 million at the end of 2023. The indictments submitted in court increased from only 5 at the end of 2021 to 139 in 2023. There was one conviction in 2021, 48 in 2023. We apply also the simplified procedure, where a plea bargaining system exists in the participating member states. And we had 56 such simplified procedures only in 2023. Cyprus has now 14 open case files where we have ongoing investigations. And our office in Cyprus, headed by the European Delegated Prosecutor, has assisted other participating member states in approximately 80 cases in the last 3 years. What renders the EPPO attractive to the outside world is not the operational progress it scored alone. It is primarily the independence which is embedded in its structures and in its decision-making processes, as well as its avowed conformity with the legality principle. It is also the democratic legitimacy it derives from the way its members are appointed and by being accountable for its results and for the respect of rule of law to the European Parliament and to the national parliaments. As the European Chief Prosecutor, Ms. Laura Kondrouta-Kovesi, put in her own words in a speech she delivered in Brussels on the 15th of March 2024, it is important how citizens perceive us, whether we are independent or servile, whether we are courageous or scared. If we really want to save the rule of law, the key is to win the hearts and the minds of the people. The EPPO is bound by the Union value of the rule of law, as it consists in the principles of legality and of legal certainty, the prohibition of arbitrariness, the right to effective judicial protection, including the right of access to justice by independent and impartial courts, the separation of powers, executive, legislative, and judicial, and last but not least, the principles of non-discrimination and equality before the law. It is expressively stipulated in the preamble of the EPPO regulation that it will be guided by the legality principle when it takes decisions about the exercise of its competence, the initiation of investigations or the termination of them, the referral of a case or the dismissal of a case, and whether to apply simplified prosecution. In Cyprus, due to the common law tradition, our prosecutorial system has been more accustomed with the application of the opportunity principle, where the Attorney General has a wider margin of discretion in deciding if it is in the public interest to initiate investigation or to terminate investigation and withdraw charges pending the trial phase. The Attorney General's powers in that regard are not subject to judicial review. We at the EPPO have a more stringent system as regards the reasons why a case may be dismissed at the investigation stage, and these are prescribed specifically and exhaustively in Article 39 of the EPPO regulation. As regards our independence, Article 6, Paragraph 1 of the EPPO regulation explicitly demands that the members, those being the European Chief Prosecutor, the 2 Deputy European Chief Prosecutors, the European prosecutors coming from one from each member state, shall act in the interest of the Union as a whole and neither seek nor take instructions from any person external to the EPPO. This was essentially the content of the oath I have taken on the 30th of November 2023 during the solemn ceremony before the President of the Court of Justice of the European Union in Luxembourg in my capacity as European Prosecutor. Article 6, Paragraph 1 of our regulation creates a corollary obligation for the member states of the European Union and the institutions, bodies, offices, and agencies of the Union not to seek to influence us in the exercise of our tasks. As regards the procedure for the appointment of the members of the College of the EPPO, the eligibility requirements for appointment place a guarantee for our integrity, impartiality, and independence. since no one can be nominated as a candidate European prosecutor unless he or she was an active judge or prosecutor enjoying of independence beyond any doubt at the time of nomination. There is also a provision in the EPPO regulation that our legitimacy at the time of appointment is drawn from the institutions of the Union which are involved in the appointment procedure. Our interviews were carried out by a selection panel which comprised 12 persons chosen from among former members of the Court of Justice and of the Court of Auditors, former national members of Eurojust or of national Supreme Courts, high-level prosecutors and lawyers of recognized competence. One of the persons in the select panel had to be proposed by the European Parliament. As regards the dismissal of any member of the EPPO, a national government alone does not have the power to take the initiative to remove from office either the ECP or an EP. Article 14, paragraph 5, and Article 16, paragraph 5, provide correspondingly that it is the Court of Justice of the European Union which may, upon the application of the European Parliament, the Council or the Commission, to dismiss the European Chief Prosecutor or the European Prosecutor, and this only if it finds that that person is no longer able to perform his or her duties or that it is guilty of serious misconduct. We remain accountable for our execution of tasks to the European Parliament, and this is specifically provided in Article 6, paragraph 2. We follow the principle of equality before the law by ensuring that every person will be investigated regardless of status or hierarchy within national structures. And we apply for the lifting of privileges and immunities if necessary according to Article 29 of our regulation. We provide all the procedural safeguards for suspects or accused according to Article 41 of regulation as they would be provided by national prosecutorial authorities because they are prescribed by directives of the European Union as regards their right to choose a lawyer, to remain silent and to have the presumption of innocence in their favor, and also to be informed about the case materials that we have in our files. Access to justice is also guaranteed by Article 42 of our regulation because there it is prescribed which acts of the EPPO may be challenged before national courts and which before the Court of Justice of the European Union. In view of the above provisions, the EPPO has a complete toolset for respecting the Union value of the rule of law, and it is determined to do so in each and every respect. If I were to convey a message today, it would be that it is worth allocating further resources to this prosecutorial authority, in particular to dedicate more police investigators and more funds for digital analysis of a huge data set resulting from its investigations. Thank you for your attention.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on Attorney General powers. environment, justice, and strong institutions. Research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored.
Już pierwsze spadło. And you know how long will take our discussion because
90 minutes.
90, but we have half an hour delay.
Ίσως θα χρειαστεί μετάφραση,
So maybe we
νομίζω
have
θα
to keep the
μιλήσει στα
time and maybe
ελληνικά.
it will be shorter. Yes, because somebody said me that that it would be better to finish on time. But probably on time would be difficult. But maybe
I don't know, it depends
how long we will speak.
But I won't speak up.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello everyone. Welcome to this panel. Our topic is about the Attorney General powers. Δεν ακούγεται.
Πρέπει να κλειστώ το μικρόφωνο του ιδιού.
Doesn't work? My word.
Κάποιος θέλει να σε θυμώσει.
So you will speak in English?
No, so you have to...
Χαίρετε.
Καλημέρα κύριε Γεννικέ.
Ένα ακούγεται. Ένα, δύο.
Pan powiedział. A tam jest.
Είναι λίγο.
Okay, so I welcome you again to this panel. Our topic is the Attorney General powers. I would like to welcome the panelists. I will introduce them in a bit. Now, as you know, the office of the Attorney General is unique in the Cyprus constitutional order. And I often say that the Attorney General is the most powerful person in Cyprus, having more powers than the President of the Republic.
Exaggeration.
Excuse me?
Exaggeration. I don't appoint myself.
I don't think so. The role of the Attorney General is central to the proper functioning of our justice system, not only in Cyprus, but in all democratic societies. The Attorney General is the guardian of the Constitution and the rule of law. He is the legal advisor to the government, and he has uncontrollable prosecutorial discretion. So our panel today will explore the crucial role of the powers of the Attorney General in upholding the rule of law. And we will focus on the prosecutorial discretion, on the judicial oversight, and the challenges of the independent accountability while preserving the independence of the office. I would like to introduce the panel members. As you know, the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. George Savidis. Mr. Savidis is a lawyer by profession. He's a barrister. He practiced law for 35 years. He served as a Minister of Justice and Public Order of the Republic of Cyprus from May 2019 till June 2020, and in June 2020 he was appointed to the Office of the Attorney General by the President of the Republic, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis, and He will be retiring when?
In
3 years? 4.
22nd of September last week.
Yes.
3 years.
In
So
3
it's
years.
3 years minus 5 days.
Also, I have the privilege in my right, the ex-Prime Minister of Poland, Mrs. Hanna
Suchocka. Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Suchocka has been Prime Minister, the first female Prime Minister of Poland. She served from 1992 to 1993. She's a constitutional law expert. She served as Poland's ambassador to the Holy See between 2001 and 2013. So you are blessed.
To some extent,
yes.
by 3 popes.
She was one of the founders of a liberal and social democratic liberal union party.
But you have forgotten important my function, that I was Minister of Justice and Attorney General in my career also.
I was about to say
it is probably most important now.
Okay, so she was Minister of Justice and Attorney General. The gentleman to the right, Mr. Demetriou, he's an MP, he's President of the Parliamentary Committee on Institutions, Merit and Commissioner on Administration of DC. Dimitris is an electrical and computer engineer and has an MBA in Business Administration. And Mrs. Christina Garagosta, she has a law degree from Athens Law School and Masters on Human Rights and EU Law. She's a policy officer at the European Commission Directorate General for Justice in the Rule of Law Unit. She's a country leader for Cyprus and Greece. And prior to that, she served in the European Anti-Fraud Office, the European Ombudsman, and the European Court of Human Rights. Her areas of expertise include fundamental rights, rule of law, administrative law, and the protection of EU financial interests. Okay. Now, in theory, we have 90 minutes. I don't know if we will need all the time. I guess we will. We will have a keynote speech by the Attorney General. It will take 10 minutes. And then we will have a discussion by the panel members based on the issues that I outlined above, and that we will reserve 15 minutes at the end for questions by the audience. So, Mr. Attorney General, your keynote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Is the microphone on?
No.
No.
But you have this one. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Yes. Dear moderator, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I wonder why I was asked to present my keynote speech in Greek, but I was told to do it in Greek, so I hope that those of you who don't speak Greek will be able to follow it through translation. And I will try not to exhaust my 10 minutes, to give more chance to have a more lively discussion at the end of the session. Καταρχάς, θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω τους διοργανωτές για την ευγενική τους πρόσκληση να συμμετάσχω ως ομιλητής στο 5ο ετήσιο Cyprus Forum και να μιλήσω για τις εξουσίες του ανεξάρτητου θεσμού που υπηρετώ, του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα της Δημοκρατίας. Οι σημαντικότερες αρμοδιότητες του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα της Δημοκρατίας και ο θεσμικός του ρόλος καθορίζεται στο Σύνταγμα και είναι κομβικός στην άσκηση των 3 εξουσιών του κράτους. Ρόλος που εμπολής διαμορφώθηκε λόγω και του δικοινοτικού χαρακτήρα του Συντάγματος. Όπως αναφέρθηκε πολύ πρόσφατα από το Ανώτατο Συνταγματικό Δικαστήριο, ενεργώντας ως Συμβούλιο, διαχρονικά στην ομολογία των δικαστηρίων μας υποδεικνύεται το ύψιστο του πολιτιακού αξιώματος με το οποίο ενδύεται ο θεσμός του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα και ο κεντρικός ρόλος που του αποδίδεται ως προασπιστή της νομιμότητας και του δημοσίου συμφέροντος. Αυτό είναι από την αίτηση 1 του 2024 για απόλυση του Γενικού Ελεκτή της Δημοκρατίας, ενδιάμεση απόφαση ημερομηνίας 5/6 του 2024. Σύμφωνα με το άρθρο 112 του Συντάγματος, ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας της Δημοκρατίας και ο βοηθός Γενικός Εισαγγελέας διορίζονται από τον Πρόεδρο της Δημοκρατίας και πρέπει να κατέχουν προσόντα διορισμού δικαστών του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου. Υπηρετούν μέχρι την αφιπηρέτησή τους και δεν πάβονται με τη λήξη της θητείας του Πρόεδρου που τους έχει διορίσει. Προείστανται της νομικής υπηρεσίας, η οποία είναι ανεξάρτητη υπηρεσία, μη υπαγόμενη σε οποιοδήποτε Υπουργείο. Τόσο ο Γενικός όσο και ο βοηθός υπηρετούν με τους ίδιους όρους που υπηρετούν οι δικαστές του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου. Δεν απολύονται παρά μόνο με τον ίδιο τρόπο που απολύονται οι δικαστές του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου. Μέσω δηλαδή αίτησης παύσης ενώπιον του Συμβουλίου που αποτελείται από τους δικαστές του Ανωτάτου Συνταγματικού Δικαστηρίου για ανάρμοστη συμπεριφορά. Όπως είναι γνωστό, ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας με βάση το Σύνταγμα έχει δύο πολύ σημαντικές εξουσίες, όπως είπε και ο κ. Χριστοφή. Πρώτον, είναι ο νομικός σύμβουλος της Δημοκρατίας, του Προέδρου της Δημοκρατίας, του Αντιπροέδρου της Δημοκρατίας, του Υπουργικού Συμβουλίου και των Υπουργών. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό γίνεται ο νομοτεχνικός έλεγχος των νομοσχεδίων της κυβέρνησης, παρέχονται γνωμοδοτήσεις προς τα αρμόδια Υπουργεία και τη χάνουν χειρισμού όλες οι δικαστικές υποθέσεις που αφορούν το κράτος, οι αναπομπές, οι αναφορές νομοθεσιών σύμφωνα με τις οδηγίες του Πρόεδρου της Δημοκρατίας και πολλά άλλα. Κατά δεύτερον, ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας έχει εξουσία κατά την κρίση του προς το δημόσιο συμφέρον να κινεί, να διακόπτει οποιαδήποτε διαδικασία ή να διατάσει δίωξη οποιοδήποτε προσώπου στη δημοκρατία. Η συγκεκριμένη πρόνοια του Συντάγματος καθιστά το Γενικό Εισαγγελέα ως τον απόλυτο άρχοντα και υποπτεύοντα όλων των ποινικών διώξεων, κάτι που παγίως έχει νομολογηθεί μέσα από τις αποφάσεις του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου. Είναι σημαντικό να επισημανθεί ότι η εξουσία προώθησης ή αναστολής μιας ποινικής δίωξης δεν υπόκειται σε οποιοδήποτε έλεγχο του δικαστηρίου, της νομοθετικής ή της εκτελεστικής εξουσίας και αυτό είναι κάτι που επίσης έχει σταθερά διακηρυχθεί στην νομολογία του Ανωτάτου Δικαστηρίου, όπως για παράδειγμα στην απόφαση Πολύς εναντίον Αθιενίτης 1983. Είναι γεγονός ότι τα τελευταία χρόνια ο θεσμός του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα έχει δεχθεί κριτική από πολιτικά πρόσωπα και άλλους και μέσα μαζικής επικοινωνίας, αλλά και απλούς πολίτες, κυρίως λόγω του ανέλεκτου των εξουσιών του. Θα λέγω ότι από κάποιους καλόπιστα, από κάποιους όμως κακόπιστα. Θα ήθελα να διευκρινίσω βέβαια ότι το ανέλεκτο των αποφάσεων του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα δεν συνεπάγεται ότι οι αποφάσεις είτε για ποινική δίωξη είτε για αναστολή ποινικής δίωξης λαμβάνονται αυθαίρετα. Αντίθετα, και θέλω να το τονίσω αυτό, εδράζονται σε θεσμοθετημένα κριτήρια τα οποία συνάδουν με ευρωπαϊκά και διεθνή πρότυπα χειρισμού ποινικών υποθέσεων από διοκτικές αρχές. Δηλαδή δεν αποφασίζει ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας αυτό θα τον πάρω, αυτό δεν θα τον πάρω. Ακολουθούνται κανόνες, διαδικασίες και κριτήρια τα οποία ακολουθούνται σε άλλες ευρωπαϊκές χώρες, τα οποία έχουμε υιοθετήσει στην νομική υπηρεσία. Πρόσθετα, οι λόγοι που οδηγούν σε απόφαση αναστολής δίωξης ή ακόμα και μη δίωξης καταγράφονται λεπτομερώς στον φάκελο της υπόθεσης. Αυτό ήταν σύσταση της Επιτροπής Γκρέκο και την οποία ακολουθούμε και για την οποία έχει ήδη σημειωθεί η συμμόρφωση της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας. Στις πλήστες περιπτώσεις, οι λόγοι αναστολής μιας υπόθεσης αναφέρονται και στο δικαστήριο. Εκτός, βεβαίως, αν εγείρονται θέματα εθνικής ασφάλειας ή δημόσιας τάξης ή άλλοι λόγοι που επιβάλλουν εμπιστευτικό χειρισμό της υπόθεσης, που δεν επιτρέπουν δημόσια ανακοίνωση ενώπιον του δικαστηρίου. Επιπλέον, στα τελευταία χρόνια, για σκοπούς διαφάνειας, σε αρκετές περιπτώσεις, ιδιαίτερα σε σημαντικές υποθέσεις που απασχολούν την κοινή γνώμη, έχουμε προβεί σε ανακοινώσεις λεπτομερείς των λόγων που μας οδήγησαν στην απόφασή μας, στο βαθμό που αυτό ήταν επιτρεπτό από τα δεδομένα της υπόθεσης. Δηλαδή, δεν περιοριζόμαστε στο να το γράψουμε στο φάκελο. Όταν είναι δημοσίου ενδιαφέροντος, βγάζουμε και δημόσιες ανακοινώσεις, τις οποίες επεξηγούμε τους λόγους που μας οδήγησαν στην απόφασή μας. Επιπρόσθετα, μετά από εξέταση των συστάσεων του κράτους δικαίου για το 2023, έχουμε διαμορφώσει ένα πιο εξελιγμένο εσωτερικό μηχανισμό αναθεώρησης, review mechanism, των αποφάσεων που αφορούν σε ποινικές διώξεις. Είναι ενήμερη η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή για την πρόθεση μας και για τα βήματα που κάναμε. Και δυστυχώς δεν έχουμε προχωρήσει στην εφαρμογή τους, καθώς αναμένουμε να συζητήσουμε τις εξαγγελθήσεις προτάσεις της κυβέρνησης για τις μεταρρυθμίσεις της νομικής υπηρεσίας. Πολύ πρόσφατα μας έχει δοθεί από το αρμόδιο Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης μια δέσμη προκαταρκτικών νομοσχεδίων σε σχέση με προτινόμενες μεταρρυθμίσεις που αφορούν στον διαχωρισμό των εξουσιών του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα, στη δημιουργία ενός νέου θεσμού του Γενικού Δημόσιου Κατήγορου και στον δικαστικό έλεγχο της ορθής εφαρμογής των κριτηρίων για προώθηση ή αναστολή ποινικής δίωξης. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι ενώ εκκρεμεί πρόταση για δικαστικό έλεγχο των αποφάσεων του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα, δεν θα είχε νόημα να βγαίναμε εμείς και να ανακοινώναμε τον ιεραρχικό έλεγχο, το οποίο ήταν στις περσινές συστάσεις του Rule of Law. Είναι γεγονός ότι τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουμε δεχθεί συστάσεις τόσο από την Επιτροπή Γκρέκο όσο και από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή στο πλαίσιο των εκθέσεων για το κράτος δικαίου για την ενίσχυση της ανεξαρτησίας των εισαγγελικών εξουσιών. Υπενθυμίζω ότι η σημερινή κυβέρνηση την άνοιξη του 2023 ενέκρινε και απέστειλε στη Βουλή νομοσχέδιο για την αυτονόμηση της νομικής υπηρεσίας, γεγονός το οποίο η Επιτροπή Γκρέκο επιδοκίμασε, αναβαθμίζοντας τη συμμόρφωση της Κύπρου με τη συγκεκριμένη σύσταση σε μερικώς υλοποιηθήσα από μη υλοποιηθήσα. Το υποαναφορά νομοσχέδιο δεν έχει μέχρι σήμερα εξεταστεί κατά άρθρο από την αρμόδια Κοινοβουλευτική Επιτροπή. Το θέμα του διαχωρισμού, κυρίες και κύριοι, έχει απασχολήσει την υπηρεσία μας και έχουν μελετηθεί διάφορα συστήματα άλλων χωρών του κοινοδικαίου σε σχέση με το καθεστώς, εξουσίες, τρόπο διορισμού κλπ. Του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα και του Director of Public Prosecutions ή αντίστοιχου, όπως είναι η Αγγλία, η Ιρλανδία, η Αυστραλία, ο Καναδάς, η Μάλτα. Η μεταρρύθμιση που προωθεί η κυβέρνηση, η οποία μεταξύ άλλων προϋποθέτει τροποποίηση πολύ σημαντικών άρθρων του Συντάγματος, είναι δύσκολη, πολυδιάστατη και βαρύνουσας σημασίας. Εξαιρετικής σημασίας είναι και η τεκμηρίωση της εφαρμογής του δικαίου της ανάγκης όσον αφορά την τροποποίηση μη θεμελιωδών διατάξεων του Συντάγματος, αλλά ακόμα και η εξέταση της επίδρασης που θα έχει μια τέτοια τροποποίηση και σε θεμελιώδεις διατάξεις, αυτές δηλαδή που αφορούν το δικοινοτικό χαρακτήρα του Συντάγματος μας. Και βέβαια υπάρχει και το εθνικό ζήτημα, το οποίο παραμένει ανοιχτό, δυστυχώς, αλλά για ευνόητους λόγους δεν θα ήθελα να τοποθετηθώ στο πλαίσιο της παρούσας τοποθετησής μου. Συνεπώς, η οποιαδήποτε μεταρρύθμιση του μεγέθους που έχει εξαγγείλει η κυβέρνηση θα πρέπει να προσεγγιστεί με τη δέουσα σοβαρότητα και να τύχει ενδελεχούς και προσεκτικής μελέτης. Όχι μόνο από το αρμόδιο Υπουργείο και την νομική υπηρεσία, αλλά και από άλλους επιφανείς συνταγματολόγους στο πλαίσιο μιας διευρυμένης δεξαμενής σκέψης. Αντιλαμβάνεστε, το να κάνουμε μια αλλαγή χωρίς να είμαστε βέβαιοι ότι συνάδει με τα συνταγματικά πρότυπα και αξίες και αποφάσεις δικαστηρίων, θα διατρέξουμε τον κίνδυνο, αν κάποτε αμφισβητηθεί αυτή η αλλαγή, σε μια ενδεχομένως ποινική διαδικασία την οποία θα ξεκινήσει ο νέος δημόσιος κατήγορος, να κρίνουν τα δικαστήρια ότι ήταν μια αλλαγή η οποία δεν μπορούσε να γίνει, γιατί δεν ενέπιπτε μέσα στους κανόνες που όρισαν τα δικαστήρια για τις αλλαγές του δικαίου της ανάγκης, ή άπτεται ή επηρεάζει έμμεσα θεμελιώδη άρθρα του Συντάγματος, άρα δεν μπορεί με τίποτα να τροποποιηθεί, και να βρεθούμε σε μια πολύ δύσκολη θέση να πρέπει να ξαναεπαναφέρουμε μια κατάσταση την οποία θα έχουμε διαχωρίσει μετά από πάρα πολύ μελέτη και πάρα πολύ σκοπό. πάρα πολύ κόπο και δυσκολία. Με αυτά τα λόγια θα κλείσω, θα το περιορίσω σε εδώ, θα δώσω χρόνο για περισσότερη συζήτηση. Δεν τοποθετούμε αυτή τη στιγμή, όπως δεν έχω τοποθετηθεί δημόσια, για το αν είμαι υπέρ ή εναντίον επί της ουσίας. Δεν είναι αυτό το θέμα. Και εύχομαι και είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα έχουμε την δυνατότητα να συζητήσουμε το θέμα στη συνέχεια με τους εκλεκτούς κυρίες και κυρίους που συμμετέχουν στο πάνελ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. So let's start the discussion with this, with the dual role of the Attorney General in the Cyprus legal system, and I will give the floor to all panelists to say their opinion about this. I suggest 4 to 5 minutes each, and I will start with the Prime Minister here, and if you could share the situation in Poland. In Poland, how does the Office of the Attorney General work? Does it have a dual role? Is it independent?
Thank you. But first of all, I would like to say that I am invited here as a representative of the Venice Commission, yes? So not as a representative of Poland. So this is a different topic, because I thought that, of course, Poland is one of the examples. But first of all, probably we have to concentrate on the guidelines and the rules which are prepared by the Venice Commission. And in this situation, I don't know what is now your question to me. Would you like to?
No, I mean, if you could spend a few minutes to tell us the status of Poland very quickly, and
2 minutes for Poland is too short. Yes,
okay.
you know,
let's
it
go
is
to
exactly
the, let's
very
go to
long
the Venice
history.
Commission, then.
I think that history of Polish prosecutor office is even much longer than in Cyprus.
Yes.
And when we start with Poland, I would like to say only some words on the history of the institution, because it is very important for knowing better what we face now in the Polish stage, yes? So I try to keep 5 minutes. If it would be 6, you allow me, yes, to say something. And so, you know, I don't like, of course, to go back to the communist system, when we had a prosecutor office which was built as a Soviet prokuratura. But the institution, Soviet prokuratura, was very important as a, how to say, certain symbol we would like to change when we introduced our transformations in 1989. Because we amended very shortly, because of course I have to make the long story short, in the December 1989, we made amendment to our constitution, to the Polish, first in April and then in December, and then we would like to introduce to our system such a model which has nothing to do with the previous Soviet prokuratura. Okay. And you know, it is a consequence what we have now in our system, paradoxically. Because in the Soviet system, the prosecutor office was completely independent, yes, independent in the term of communist system. It was independent from the court and formally independent from the executive power, yes, because it was separate pillar in the system of states organs. And then we would like in Poland to build our system of prosecutor office on the model we had before the Second World War, so when we were a democratic state. And for that reason, we decided that we will follow the model, our historical model, where the Minister of Justice played also the role of the Prosecutor General. And it was the situation, it was the proposal, it was done in December 1989. Minister of Justice as a Prosecutor General. It was, of course, a long argumentation why that you would like to have a prosecutor to be taken under certain control, because in the communist system, it was, how to say, over all the powers, despite should be on the same level, yes? So for that reason, we look for some barriers for the prosecutor office. And in our opinion, I am using the term our because I was at that time also a member of the Constitutional Committee in the Parliament, and I was also rapporteur of this amendment to the Constitution in December 1989. And I was fully convinced then that the situation when prosecutor, Minister of Justice, plays also a function of the prosecutor general is a good solution. Because then the Minister of Justice is under control, parliamentary control, and so for that reason it was for us, how to say, good proposal for the future. But it has happened, but then the reform, I can say, was not finished. Because we did the first step only. Prosecutor General, Minister of Justice, but then it should be reorganized also on the lower level. And the lower level, it was not so consequently followed the system from this situation. Mm-hmm. And then we could observe situations that the function of Minister of Justice in certain situations was exactly completely played in political role, and at the same time also Prosecutor General. Yes. And having, I don't know how it is exactly practiced in the Cyprus system, but in our system, Minister of Justice was of course a representative of the political party, and at the same time he was a Prosecutor General, but it should not be a prosecutor as a profession, because being a Minister of Justice, he was...
Every time the government changes.
Yes, because even now, because it's the situation that, for example, when I was a Minister of Justice, as I said, I was also Prosecutor General, but as a profession, I am not a prosecutor. Yes. I am a lawyer, but not a prosecutor. Okay. But for that reason, then we looked for the solution that it should be also on the high level another person who is a professional prosecutor. Okay. And we have two institutions. Mm-hmm. It is so complicated. Prosecutor General as a Minister of Justice, and then State Prosecutor as a professional prosecutor on the same level. Right. And he was responsible for the procedure in the court. Okay. So, it's only for the moment I mixed up.
Okay, thank you. And we will talk about the Venice Commission later. So, go to Dimitris. What is your reaction to what you heard from the Attorney General, who expressed some thoughts and skepticism about the proposed changes? And a couple of questions. Have you seen the government proposed changes? Are you aware of the content? And what is your reaction to that?
Ευχαριστώ, Χριστόφορε. Επιτρέψτε μου να τοποθετηθώ στα ελληνικά. Όχι, δεν είδαμε σε λεπτομέρεια τις εξαγγελίες της Προεδρίας. Ο Υπουργός της Δικαιοσύνης ήταν στην Επιτροπή Θεσμών την ημέρα που το Υπουργικό Συμβούλιο ανακοίνωσε το πλέγμα των νομοθεσιών, αλλά σε λεπτομέρεια δεν είδαμε κάτι και αυτό ήταν και ένα σημείο κριτικής, αν θέλεις, προς την Προεδρία και προς την Υπουργό Δικαιοσύνης, ότι ας έρθουν με συγκεκριμένα κείμενα. Επί της αρχής όμως συμφωνούμε. Και για την ανάγκη μεταρρύθμισης του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα και τον διαχωρισμό των εξουσιών και για την ανάγκη μεταρρύθμισης του άλλου θεσμού του Γενικού Ελεγκτή. Άλλωστε, προεκλογικά, το 2022-2023, σχεδόν όλοι οι υποψήφοι αναφέρθηκαν στην αναγκαιότητα διαχωρισμού των εξουσιών. Και ο πρόεδρος Χριστοδουλίδης, και ο Αβέροφ Νεοφύτου, και ο Ανδρέας Μαυρογιάννης, και ο Αχιλλέας Δημητριάδης, και ο Κώστας Χριστοφίδης. Η έκθεση Γκρέκο το αναφέρει. Βεβαίως, ο έντιμος Γενικός Εισαγγελέας κάνει μια άλλη ανάγνωση της έκθεσης της Γκρέκο και το ανέφερε από το βήμα της Βουλής, ότι κακώς συμβούλευσαν τον Πρόεδρο της Δημοκρατίας ότι η έκθεση Γκρέκο αυτό λέει. Η έκθεση της Γκρέκο μιλά για αυτονόμηση της νομικής υπηρεσίας. Όντως, μιλά και για αυτονόμηση της νομικής υπηρεσίας. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, οι εκθέσεις για το κράτος δικαίου και του 23, ειδικά όμως η τελευταία του 24, αυτή που εκδόθηκε τον Ιούλιο του 24, κάνει ρητή αναφορά και ο ρητή νομίζω δεν έγινε ποτέ για την αναγκαιότητα διαχωρισμού των εξουσιών και την αναγκαιότητα δικαστικού ελέγχου των αποφάσεων είτε του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα είτε του Δημόσιου Κατήγορου. Μάλιστα, βάζει σε αμφιβολία, με έναν τρόπο, όπως πολύ καλά τα γράφουν στις Βρυξέλλες, κατά πόσον η προσέγγιση της νομικής υπηρεσίας για ιεραρχικό έλεγχο θα μπορεί να είναι αποτελεσματικός. Δεδομένου ότι θα έρθουν οι υφιστάμενοι να αμφιβάλλουν, να θέσουν ένα αμφιβόλο την απόφαση του προϊσταμένου. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, ως Κοινοβούλιο, να θυμίσω ότι τον Φλεβάρι του 2024, 8 βουλευτές υποβάλαμε πρόταση νόμου για συνταγματική τροποποίηση για να γίνει ο διαχωρισμός. Προφανώς η Βουλή δεν μπορεί να κάνει από μόνη της τον διαχωρισμό, διότι θα προκύψουν ζητήματα της συνταγματικότητας με την αύξηση του προϋπολογισμού κτλ. Αλλά μπορεί να δώσει την πολιτική βούληση. Και η αλλαγή του άρθρου 113, που δεν είναι θεμελιώδες, αυτό επιτάσσει. Και αυτή είναι η πολιτική βούληση του Κοινοβούλου για την δημιουργία μιας ανεξάρτητης υπηρεσίας δημόσιων κατηγόρων. Επίσης, ολοκληρώνω σε ένα λεπτό, έχει σημασία και η θητεία, ο περιορισμός της θητείας. Θεωρώ πως αν γίνει ο διαχωρισμός που πρέπει να γίνει, ο νομικός σύμβουλος του Πρόεδρου της Δημοκρατίας φαντάζομαι θα έχει θητεία 5 ετή μαζί με τον Πρόεδρο της Δημοκρατίας και ο δημόσιος κατήγορος, η προσέγγιση των 9 ετών που ακούστηκε, μιας θητείας 9 ετών, όπως και του Γενικού Ελεγκτή, θεωρώ πως είναι μια σωστή προσέγγιση για επίλυση του ζητήματος. Και κλείνω την πρώτη μου τοποθέτηση, αγαπητέ Χριστόφορε, με ένα γενικότερο σχόλιο στα όσα είπε ο έντιμος Γενικός Εισαγγελέας. Είναι με πολύ προβληματισμό που άκουσα την τοποθέτησή του. Αν τη συνδυάσω με την τοποθέτηση για την έκθεση της Γκρέκο, καταλήγω προσωπικά στο συμπέρασμα ότι δεν είναι υπέρ της αλλαγής της μεταρρύθμισης, κατανοητό, δεχτό, αλλά δύσκολη, πολυδιάσταση, βαρύνουσα σημασίας, να δούμε το δίκαιο της ανάγκης, να γίνουν μελέτες κτλ. Θεωρώ πως είναι ένα ένδυμα της προσέγγισης ότι είναι πολύ προβληματισμένος και το λέω με πολύ σεβασμό, είναι η άποψή του, βεβαίως.
Θα ακούσουμε το σχόλιο του μετά, του Γενικού. Χριστίνα, let's talk about the rule of law report and enlighten us what it provides in relation to this dual role.
Yes, since Mr. Demetriou referred to the report, let me first clarify the nature of this report, because there might be some misunderstanding. So this report is a preventive tool established by the Commission to allow to detect problems at an early stage, problems regarding the rule of law in the member states, and either prevent them from emerging or from deteriorating. So our goal is to help member states enhance the rule of law. And it is in this context that since 2020, the European Commission publishes the report, and since 2022 addresses recommendations to member states. So in the 2023 report, the Commission issued a recommendation to Cyprus to strengthen the independence and the accountability of the law office. This recommendation was repeated last July in the 2024 report, and the content of the recommendation is in essence the same, but it takes into consideration the progress that Cyprus has made during the reporting period, and also tries to clarify the recommendation. And I will come to the recommendations in a second. Another thing that needs to be very carefully addressed is that the recommendations are not standalone. They are always done in relation to the problems or the concerns identified in the report. So if we want to understand the recommendation, we need to read what is in the corresponding part of the report. So regarding the Office of the Attorney General, what the Commission has assessed was, from one part, the issue of independence, and this is linked to the dual role, that assessing under the light of European standards, and what we mean by European standards, the Commission takes into consideration EU law, the case law of the European courts, both the Luxembourg court and the Strasbourg court, and the different opinions and recommendations by different bodies of the Council of Europe that have a remarkable work in the area of rule of law, the Venice Commission having a prominent place in this. So taking into consideration these European standards, we consider that there is an issue and the independence of the law office needs to be strengthened. Again, to clarify that, as I said, this is a preventive tool, so we didn't say that the law office doesn't work properly. We just identified this as a concern that needs to be addressed in order to reinforce the rule of law in Cyprus. And this was also, we have also taken into consideration the Greco recommendation and had also assessed the draft legislation that is still pending before Parliament. But we consider that this is not sufficient to address the issue that we have identified. This recommendation was assessed as having some kind of progress, in 2024, taking into consideration the draft bill that is being prepared by the government.
So let me clarify this point, because in the report I read that there is some improvement on this matter. It's because of the proposals of the government alone?
Yes.
Nothing else happened, but the fact that the government came up with this package of for amendments is the positive?
Well, we took into consideration also other elements. We took into consideration that following our recommendation or in parallel, a public dialogue had started. There was a proposal submitted in Parliament by some members of Parliament. So, as I said before, the rule of law report is a preventive tool, and one of its objectives is also to start a public debate in the countries that could lead to progress, developments, reforms. And this actually is happening in Cyprus. So it's, the issue is debated publicly at an institutional level, political level, legal, between legal scholars. So these all were taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And we are, of course, we haven't seen the details as well of the proposal, but this is something that we are looking forward to, and we will, of course, assess the situation in the next cycle of the report.
All right, thank you. Before going to the Attorney General, Dimitris, the 9 keys are across all political parties? Or...
από πολλά κόμματα, από το Δημοκρατικό Συναγερμό είμαι εγώ και η κυρία Σούπερμαν, από το ΑΚΕΛ η κυρία Χαραλαμπίδου, από το ΔΙΚΟ ο κύριος Μιλωνάς, η κυρία Ταλίδου, ο κύριος Θεοπέμπτου από τους οικολόγους και ο κύριος Παπαδούρης, ο Κωστής Ευσταθίου, μεμονωμένος σοσιαλιστής βουλευτής, ναι. Είναι από μια, αν θέλετε, οριζόντια κοινοβουλευτική αντιπροσώπευση που υπογράφουμε αυτή την πρόταση που βεβαίως δεν ετέθη προς συζήτηση ακόμα στην Επιτροπή Νομικών. Αντιλαμβάνομαι πως θα υπάρχει μια προσέγγιση αναμονής
για να δείτε τι θα γίνει με το κυβερνητικό νομοσχέδιο.
Με το πλέγμα των νομοσχεδίων της κυβέρνησης.
Κύριε Γενικέ, τα σχόλια σας.
Thank you very much. Quite a few points I need to address. First of all, Ms. Karakosta, you mentioned that the partial improvement was in relation to the fact that the bill has been brought by the government. With all respect, the recommendation you had in 2023 was in relation to the control of the decision of the Attorney General not to prosecute. And you put two alternatives in 2023, whether you could do the hierarchical or the judicial. And I was under the impression that the partial improvement was stemming from the fact that our office, being absolutely responsive to what you wrote and recommended in 2023, we went ahead and prepared very detailed rules of hierarchical review, And I think that was what was noted in the report of 2024 as being partial improvement. Because in 2023, you did not have a clear recommendation for separation of the dual role. If I may say, you are not wrong, but I'm also not wrong. So I'm both, not saying you're wrong. No, both are actually valid, because the recommendation for Cyprus both years had two components. One having to do with the independence, and that was linked to the dual role, and the other component had to do with the accountability, and that was linked to the lack of review. And if one reads the report, they will see that there are two paragraphs, one assessing one part and the second paragraph assessing the second component. And, but the question was asked before was about the dual role. That's why I only replied to this part. If I can say a few words about the issue of the review. So the second component had to do with the lack of a review of the decisions not to prosecute or to stay proceedings. And in that respect, also taking into account European standards, and the fact that until then Cyprus was the only member state that there was no review at all, we asked Cyprus to introduce a review. In our recommendation, we did not ask for a judicial review or an hierarchical review. We asked for a review. And in the assessment of the recommendation for 2024, we found some progress, limited though, that's what exactly we used as an expression in the report, taking into consideration the efforts made by the law office to introduce a review.
We will discuss this separately.
Okay.
Attorney General, can you, your comments, and also if you can comment on Dimitri's remark that from what you said in your keynote, he assumes that you disagree. Yes.
Mr. Piggy, you want to hear this?
Yes, she's going to.
There is some great anxiety by members of parliament who want to put words in my mouth. And I hear a lot from members of parliament as to what it is that we as the current leadership of the law office want or do not want. We have never publicly taken a position on whether we're in favor or against the separation. There are arguments both ways. Let me explain what the process is so as to finish with this. Yes, I did mention, and Dimitris is right, I did mention that my reading of the Greco report, coupled with the reviews and the rounds of further discussions, that they never spoke of separation, even though some members of parliament insist that it did. And I'm happy to go through and have a special discussion on this, although it's no longer relevant because now the separation is an issue that comes up in the rule of law, which is, in my view, more binding in a way than the Greco report. Without saying that anybody can not take into account seriously the Greco reports. And in fact, as a law office, we have complied with all Greco reports. So there are three processes that we have to go through, and it's important that we have to go through these processes before we actually decide. And let me make this clear. I have never signified publicly that I am against separation. And let me clarify, even if there is a bill for separation, it is clear that it will not and it cannot affect the current Attorney General. So I have no...
You have no personal interest in this.
I have no personal interest, so to speak. I cannot be challenged as if I have a personal interest. So taking this out of the way... Oh my God.
He's taking
the microphone.
Yes, he's
taking an electric chair.
Yes, exactly.
I have never been so wired in my life.
I think you were.
You think so?
Yes.
You may know better. I try to keep my ears shut. So, let me clarify the process as I see it. I see it as a three-stage, as a three-stage process. The first process, the first stage of the process is what changes do we want to achieve? This is a political, it's a legal, it's a parliamentary discussion, it's an executive discussion, and I think that, as Demetriou pointed out, there is quite a consensus as to what the politicians, the executive and the legislature and the rule of law seem to want.
Yes.
So we go through the stage one. I'm not going to discuss stage one at this stage for the reasons I have explained.
Yes.
The second stage is everybody has to understand that Cyprus is not like Malta, where the Venice Commission went there and they said, we don't like this, we need to separate Attorney General, legal advisor, and so on, change the constitution. They changed the constitution, no problem. They started afresh, turning the page, and have two separate officials. So the second process, which is much more important than the first, is to have experts, constitutional experts, dealing with the constitutional challenges we're facing so as to put into place our wishes, which is stage one, and we have to have a very, very important discussion and a very serious discussion to decide what it is, out of what it is that we want to achieve, what of this can we filter through the very rigid and bicommunal constitution we have. This is my concern. It's not whether we will have one or two persons or two or four. This is not the big issue. The big issue is not to do anything which might create much more serious problems than what we're trying to solve.
Yes, and there is the political aspect as well.
Yes, that's true. And the third, and I repeat, we are living in a divided country with a constitution which has been our flag for maintaining the country for so many years. We have to be careful before this will be the greatest ever reform made to our constitution. We have to consider it carefully. So, second process is filter our wishes through the constitutional restraints. And through that, we get to the third process. Out of what we want, having filtered it through the Constitution, what is it that we can achieve? And this is what we have to do.
Prime Minister, as a member of the Venice Commission, what is your take on this, on the dual role?
As you know, sitting here and listening to the discussion, sometimes today I feel myself like a rapporteur to the Cyprus, yes? Because normally, as we are appointed as a rapporteur, we are going to the country and we have a discussion with all the stakeholders. And being here, I have a privilege, listen to your discussion, yes? What are the main controversies? And then after all the controversies have been explained, we have to prepare our report. But today I am not making the report, but I feel myself like in this situation because I don't like enter into the internal discussion concerning Cyprus because being a rapporteur, I should be independent, as prosecutor should be. Yes, so for that reason, I am independent and I would like to analyze the situation. I can say, from the point of view of the Venice Commission, that, and we know it very well, that the Venice Commission always was of the opinion that as concerns the prosecutor office, there are possibilities of the two options, yes? That prosecutor could be a part or executive power, or it could be part of judiciary, even or completely independent. There are three different models. And it was strongly supported by the Venice Commission in the beginning, and in the report of the Venice Commission, which has been prepared, the famous report, Guidelines on the Prosecutor Office, on the judiciary, but second part is on the Prosecutor Office. It is a report from 2010. The date is very important because till 2010, the Venice Commission was, I can say, much more open for existence of 2 or even 3 different models. And then 2010 is a certain starting point in certain countries when the judiciary, it's the first step when the judiciary is taken under a certain political control. The first country was Hungary. Yes, and then it was a sign for the Venice Commission, okay, we have to observe much deeper the situation because we exactly allow to organization of the prosecutor office in different way, but it is taken by politicians to be, how to say, fulfilled in a totally instrumental way. And now I can say that still Venice Commission still is of the opinion that there is no single, unique model for the prosecutor system in different countries, but they should be preserve certain rules. And then it is also very strongly now, Venice Commission very strongly now is pointed out on the independence, or better is to say autonomy of the prosecutor office. Because Venice Commission is always making, it is in all the opinions, and even in general report, the differences between independence of judges and judiciary and independence of the prosecutor office, because it's not on the same level. Independence of the prosecutor is always, I can say, less independent, yes? Because as we discuss here, you discuss here, there is also this hierarchical system in the prosecutor office, and it should be, because we should not eliminate completely the hierarchical subordination of the prosecutor office, which does not exist in the judiciary. Yes? So for that reason, the Venice Commission is now much more concentrated on the independence of the prosecutor office, guarantee of the independence, and so for that reason, in the last opinions of the Venice Commission, there's much stronger supported the idea to separate the prosecutor office from executive power. Yes. It is very strongly now done in the opinion to Polish system, yes? I started with the Polish system where we have the combination. Then since 2009 till 2016 it was a separation, but also unfinished. And now we have again the separation. A new Minister of Justice, now he prepared a new draft where he proposed the strict, how to say, separation between Minister of Justice as a political minister and Prosecutor General. But I also would like to take your attention, pay your attention that when we accepted our model, we decided not to regulate the prosecutor office in the constitution. When you take the Polish constitution, you don't find prosecutor. No, nothing, no provision prosecutor office, because it was this argumentation. When Minister of Justice is a prosecutor general, and we don't have in the constitution the part on the individual ministries, so of course, why we have to regulate prosecutor general? But now, when the Minister of Justice proposed the new law on the separation, we have to also prepare a special amendment to the Constitution, yes? How the power of the prosecutor will go on. But it is a new proposal, and the discussion on the new amendments to the Polish law will take part now in the next week during the meeting commission. But I only would like to support that we are using here the term standards concerning the prosecutor office. It's much more difficult exactly to elaborate the standards for a prosecutor office, which are so common as there are in the judiciary, yes, and to the judges. So for that reason, the discussion is much more, how to say, emotional, and sometimes all arguments are, how to say, acceptable. But then finally, it should be given a certain place, and very important, for the independence of the individual prosecutors. Because here is a problem how far we can give guarantee to individual prosecutors, not only to, how to say, fulfill the political will of the prosecutor general.
Okay.
It is one of the crucial problems how we have to accept this now. Yeah?
Okay.
So,
Thank you,
very
Prime
short.
Minister. Yep. I want to move to the second issue, Dimitris, which is that of the uncontrollable prosecutorial powers of the Attorney General, which was repeated very recently in the judgment of the Council in the Auditor's General petition. The court repeated the principle that the power of the Attorney General to initiate or stop criminal proceedings cannot be and is not controllable. So we have this second issue to comment.
Λοιπόν, το πρώτο που θέλω να πω είναι να συμφωνήσω μαζί σου ότι όντως ο πιο ισχυρός άνθρωπος στην Κύπρο είναι ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας.
Ναι.
Ζούμε σε μια χώρα που δυστυχώς δεν είναι φυσιολογική. Δεν υπάρχουν θεσμικά αντίβαρα. Δεν υπάρχουν check and balances. Ο πρόεδρος της Δημοκρατίας λειτουργεί ως άλλος αυτοκράτορας, μπορεί να διορίσει όποιον θέλει, όποτε θέλει. Και ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας...
Όταν είναι στην Κύπρο. Όταν είναι στην Κύπρο.
Όταν είναι στην Κύπρο. Και ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας, ο εκάστοτε, μπορεί να, με το ανέλεγκτο να σταματήσει, να διώξει, ούτω καθεξής. Δεν λέω ότι γίνεται χωρίς αιτιολόγηση ή γίνεται χωρίς, όπως το ανέφερε και ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας προηγουμένως στην τοποθέτηση του, χωρίς λογική. Αλλά έχει αυτή την εξουσία. Και να σας πω και κάτι. Αν θα διαχωρίσουμε τον ρόλο του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα από τον δημόσιο κατήγορο, από τον νομικό σύμβολο των δημόσιων κατήγορων και να μην υπάρχει έλεγχος, θα κάνουμε μισές δουλειές. Τώρα, είπα προηγουμένως για τον περιορισμό, για τον προβληματισμό, το πρόβλημα αν ο έλεγχος θα γίνεται ιεραρχικά. Αντιλαμβάνομαι, κύριε Γενική Εισαγγελέα, από την αρχική σας τοποθέτηση ότι η πρόθεση της κυβέρνησης, φαντάζομαι ξέρετε λίγο περισσότερο από εμάς, είναι αυτός ο έλεγχος να είναι δικαστικός. Και αυτό θα είναι θετικό. Όμως...
Μα θα είναι θετικό, να το δούμε να θα είναι.
Σε μια αντίληψη ορθολογισμού, λέω, δεδομένου ότι σεβόμαστε τα δικαστήρια. Αν πούμε ότι δεν σεβόμαστε τα δικαστήρια και θα μπορεί αυτή η εξουσία να είναι εκ του περισσού, να το συζητήσουμε. Όμως, θέλω να σχολιάσω λίγο το δεύτερο στάδιο της προσέγγισης του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα, που συμφωνώ. Το δίκαιο της ανάγκης, το οποίο σωστά εισήχθηκε το 1964, πριν ακριβώς 60 χρόνια, ως προσωρινό μέτρο, μας περιορίζει και πάλι. Δεν λέω να το αγνοήσουμε, δεν λέω να μην το λάβουμε υπόψη, δεν λέω να διαγράψουμε και να θέσουμε ένα αμφιβόλο και σε κίνδυνο την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, αλλά αν υπάρχει η πολιτική βούληση να το κάνουμε, θεωρώ πως θα πρέπει να βρούμε τους συνταγματικά ορθούς τρόπους, τους νομικά ορθούς τρόπους, να προσπεράσουμε αυτά τα σημεία και να προχωρήσουμε σε αυτήν την μεταρρύθμιση. Και κάτι τελευταίο. Γίνεται πολλής λόγος για την εμπιστοσύνη του κόσμου, των πολιτών, προς τους θεσμούς. Και είναι όντως κέρια η συζήτηση. Και θα πρέπει να την κάνουμε. Θεωρώ πως και να κάνουμε όλες αυτές τις μεταρρυθμίσεις, δεν θα λύσουμε στον πυρήνα, στη ρίζα, αυτό το πρόβλημα, που είναι κυρίαρχο πρόβλημα. Την εμπιστοσύνη των πολιτών θα την κερδίσουμε ξανά όταν, κατά την άποψή μου, ξεκινήσουμε να μιλούμε με λίγη περισσότερη ειλικρίνεια. σε ό,τι κάνουμε. Και όπως και αν κάνουμε, και δεν λέω ότι σε αυτόν το πάνελ δεν γίνεται με αυτόν τον τρόπο η συζήτηση. Μιλώ γενικότερα στην πολιτική συζήτηση και στην πολιτική ατζέντα όπως τίθεται κάτω. Ως εκ τούτου, κλείνοντας, θέλω να πω πως καλές οι μεταρρυθμίσεις πρέπει να γίνουν, θα πρέπει να βρούμε τους τρόπους να διαχωρίσουμε τον ρόλο του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα, θα πρέπει να βρούμε τους τρόπους, τον τρόπο να υπάρχει ο έλεγχος των αποφάσεων, γιατί δεν είμαστε στο 60, όπως και να το κάνουμε. Υπάρχουν υποθέσεις οι οποίες αφορούν την κοινή γνώμη, υπάρχουν υποθέσεις οι οποίες έχουν ενδιαφέρον, θα πρέπει να βρούμε τον τρόπο να γίνονται σωστά.
Christina, rule of law and prosecutorial powers.
So, the question of accountability.
Yes.
Yes, so, as I said before, the Commission recommended to introduce a review without specifying whether this review should be judicial or hierarchical. We need to take, of course, into consideration two things. The first one is that whatever the review chosen will be, needs to be effective and meaningful. So introducing a review just to say, to tick a box that we have introduced a review, this is of course not enough. So it needs to be an effective review. Now, we also need to take into consideration that, of course, in some countries, not all countries in the EU have a judicial review.
Judicial review?
Yes, not all countries.
Okay.
There are countries that have only this internal hierarchical review, and I will give the most, let's say, characteristic example is the Scandinavian countries. But we also need to take into consideration how the prosecution is actually structured and organized in these countries. Because
the judicial review relates to a decision of the Attorney General to give nolle prosequi, for example, or whether to initiate prosecution as well?
Both.
Both?
Both. And I think, because of course, a decision to prosecute then will lead to further steps and will eventually go to court, and then this can be challenged in court. But it's the decision not to prosecute that is the final one and doesn't have any further step that poses,
so you can go to
question.
court, challenge this, and the court may annul the decision of the Attorney General and order prosecution?
Yes, if there is a judicial review. And also an hierarchical review. So in the Scandinavian countries, there are 3 levels of prosecution. Let's say first instant appeal and then the general prosecutor.
But
each level
is never ending. I mean, don't you need finality in these things?
Never ending? What do you mean?
I mean, if you challenge the decision, you go through the court system, takes time.
But this is with this logic, also all the legal remedies that we have in all different commercial, civil, there is a never ending if you don't have, the reason we have different stages and appeals is to, let's say, remedy mistakes or over, that has happened before. And there are, of course, rules. The fact that there is a review doesn't mean that you can review everything. There can be rules as to what can...
Does it depend on the type of the offense as well, or the years of imprisonment?
I mean, I'm not an expert on the review on, prosecutorial decisions, but what I can tell is that when you create a system, you can have conditions.
And checks and balances within the system.
Of course, so there can be conditions, who can introduce the review, and how the deadlines, what are the conditions, what can that person challenge, etc. And there you can also limit, and this is completely justifiable, because I've also heard the argument that if we introduce, let's say, a judicial review, the courts would be submerged with review requests. There can be conditions to check admissibility or the well-founded of a request that can also remedy. So everything needs to be very carefully reflected. But the main point is to have an effective review. So this is the important thing. And I think this was what was added in the 2024 recommendation from the Commission to make sure that what we want Cyprus to introduce is an effective remedy and not just a review.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Attorney General.
Thank you very much. 2 minor quick points. First of all, I have to express my total disagreement to Mr. Demetriou's suggestion for the legal advisor of the state to be appointed by the president and to be have a
linked
term
with the president's
linked with the
tenure.
president. That's
Yes.
a very dangerous thing
Yes.
because the legal advisor of the state has to have full independence, and I can assure you, even though people might not see it, the press might not be able to see it, or politicians might not be able to see it, there are numerous instances that we in the law firm give advice which is contrary to what the executive wants us to give. There are many cases that we, respecting and acting on our independence, put forward strongly our legal position and stop matters that want to be done by governments. And let me tell you, we handle a number of thousands of cases of civil claims against the country. Imagine if any president or any, I'm not saying this would happen or might happen, a minister comes to you and says, look, this particular civil case against the state, you know, try to see it in a more favorable manner because we have this sponsor of the government or this guy who has offered this or that. If I believe that my position is dependent on pleasing the government,
yes,
then obviously I don't have the necessary degree of independence to deal with this matter. So under no circumstances the Attorney General's legal advisor should be in any form dependent on the government. This is point number one.
Okay.
Point number two, checks and balances. Let me make one thing clear. The fact that the Turkish Cypriots left in 1963 has not affected in any way any checks and balances that relate to the Attorney General's office.
This is a bold statement, Mr. Attorney General. Why you say this?
I say this because in those days, and this is something that I hear a lot, if you read the Constitution and the analysis of the Constitution, you will see that for Turkish Cypriot cases, the sole person that was handling them was the deputy, who was the Turkish Cypriot. And for Greek Cypriots, it was the Greek Cypriot who was the Attorney General. So the fact that we don't have the Deputy Attorney General now, we don't have him as a Turkish
Then when do we need
Cypriot.
a deputy?
Sorry, wait, I'll come to that. The fact that we don't have the Turkish Cypriot doesn't mean that there is a fallacy in the checks and balances. The only institution whose checks and balances have been affected is that of the president. Because all appointments, and I agree with Dimitris that the president has the rights to appoint everybody.
Yes.
The only person who has lost the checks and balances is the president, because the appointments were made by the president and the vice president. And we don't have vice president now, so one person now decides. Now, going back to the Attorney General, I insist that wherever the Constitution wanted to preserve the joint acting of the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General still exists at the moment, and it is still necessary for the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to agree on those matters, even though the Turkish Cypriots have left. So when it comes to granting pardon by the president, which is an area where both the president, both the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General had to agree, we still have to agree.
Yes.
And there have been instances where one of the three has refused, and you are aware that recently when the president wanted to grant pardon, we said, sorry, we're not prepared to agree on that. And that couldn't go ahead. All three of us still have to agree.
And very quickly, your comment on the judicial
review.
Yes.
This is a huge issue. We could have a whole seminar. I will just say a few things. First of all, we have to make clear that even if we go to judicial review, it will not be a judicial review on the merits. It will be a judicial review on the procedure. So the Attorney General will have to set out the procedure, the criteria, and the considerations that led to his decision, his or her decision, and it is then up to the court to challenge to revoke it if proven that the criteria were not correctly followed. If there is a manifest error in the exercise of the discretion, the court has no ability to go through
to substitute the discretion.
Substance.
Yes.
The substance. A criminal, there are a few things people have to understand before they make statements which are far-reaching. First of all, do you know how many cases of stopping prosecutions we have every year? We probably have hundreds, if not thousands. There are cases where we have a criminal prosecution of somebody who hasn't paid his social insurances and then he pays them and he wants to stop the proceedings. We have cases where it's not just the 5, 6, 10 cases that we hear which are very important that we have to deal with. So whatever we do, we have to do it in a way that fits the whole ambit of our work. So that's the one thing. The second thing, do you know how many cases of those nolle prosequi actually come to the Attorney General himself?
How many?
Well, very, very few. Very, very few. So if we introduce a hierarchical review like we were intending to do, and like we have already conveyed to the European Commission, I think that it will be a much better review than the judicial review. First of all, because you will have an enlarged panel of people dealing with the review, first. Secondly, it will be a review of substance and not a review of form, which would be the judicial review. And thirdly, we don't need to change the Constitution at all to introduce this. So, for this reason, we went ahead and introduced this procedure. We had to pause because of the
government proposals. Okay, thank you,
but
Mr.
I still believe that this is the way forward. There is no way we can present 200 box, a serious criminal case could consist of 200 box files of evidence. Would you imagine the courts which are already loaded with work, which are already delaying so much, having 3 Supreme Court judges dealing with reading all these 200 box files and going on the substance of the case? And how is a judge in a position to evaluate the admissibility of evidence, which witness to talk against the other?
So there are many factors to consider.
There are many problems that we have to consider carefully.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Now I will open the floor to the audience, and if we have any questions, and then we wrap up. Yes?
Maybe we'll leave this.
Might become muted again. Hello, my name is Ksenia Mohortova, and I'm a head of Community of Ukrainian Cypriot Friendship. I'm sorry for posing a question outside of the discussion, but it's a question to the Attorney General. As I understand, that the Attorney General is one of the main body who is in charge of enforcing EU sanctions in Cyprus, as I understand, correct? So this is very strange for me to see, after 2.5 years of full-scale military invasion in Ukraine, that in Cyprus no Russian body is closed. I mean, the Russian houses that are propagating Russian war against Ukraine. And just several days ago, they were organizing a celebration of annexed territories on the territory of Cyprus, several kilometers from the occupied territories of Cyprus, a celebration of annexation. They're inviting Russian militaries to have speeches to the teenagers.
I'm sorry, Ksenia, your question is out of context, I'm afraid, and
yes,
I will not allow it because it is totally out of the subject. We are discussing
it is a question to the Attorney General, and his name is on the name of the panel. So,
I apologize,
thank you so much for not letting me ask a
this is
question.
inappropriate, I'm afraid. Anyone else? Any other member, any other questions?
No. They would like to go.
No? Okay. Lito?
shall I address you in English or in Greek?
In English, I think it's better.
Right. Well, I was very happy to hear the Attorney General mentioning that for any decision concerning not prosecuting, there is a file with elaborate reasoning. And I'm wondering, is there an objection in disclosing this file and the reasoning? I mean, you did mention that the prosecutors do mention in courts whenever they do announce and not prosecute the reasons. However, in my experience, the reasons announced in court are often not satisfying, let's say, to the rights of the victims to hear a reasoned response. So I'm wondering, is there an objection in sort of disclosing these to victims? And full disclosure, of course, I'm representing somebody and I've requested such files or with such reasoning before receiving negative answers and eventually having, Strasbourg Court sort of disclosing these files in the form of communication to the government of an individual application. But I'm wondering, as a matter of policy and principle, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lido. Anyone else?
There are a number. Okay. Can you hear me now, or do I need to?
Yeah. You will get the microphone, and we are going for closing remarks.
There are a number of reasons that not every case can go to be communicated either in public or in court or to the public. We try to be as transparent as possible, but I have to make clear that criminal investigations and transparency are a contradiction in terms. Everybody speaks of transparency. There is no way we can ever agree to disclose the evidence we have, the people who actually went out of their way to give a criminal statement in criminal proceedings, and expose them to the public by allowing them to become vulnerable to the victim and realizing why the decision has or not been taken to prosecute. I know that there have been cases where we have not given the reasons for non-prosecution. As I said, our obligation under the Greco evaluation was to make sure that the decision is written in detail in the file of the case. And I can assure you that this procedure is followed, and it has a whole hierarchy of lawyers dealing with this case, each putting his own comments, and at the end of the day, the decision can be reversed or can be approved or whatever. In important cases, we appreciate that the public need to know why we have decided not to prosecute. And even though journalists and politicians, or some journalists and some politicians, want to criticize us that we are not transparent and we don't explain, I can assure you that we have extensive reports leading to our decision in most major cases that caused the public discussion. Okay. Those who are interested to know it, we don't go out having a spokesman in every television station explaining again and again the whole thing. This may be a mistake. I don't know. Maybe we have to review this. Maybe we have to be more exposed in the media so that our message goes clearer to the public. There are also cases that we have chosen not to give the reasons for prosecution in public when lawyers disagreed with us and said that they wanted to institute private prosecutions in cases where we said that we wouldn't institute public prosecutions. We have written extensive letter to the lawyer of the complainant explaining to him or her why we reached that conclusion. And we have been criticized by the public for not making this public. Well, there is a very simple reason. We told them, if you want to start private prosecution, start it. We are not going to stop it exercising our right to stop prosecution. Go ahead and do it. But we believe you will not succeed. But if you want to try, try. Now, if I go in public and I tell everybody the reasons that led to my decision not to prosecute, then obviously I will be putting the defense of that person should a private prosecution be instituted. And we didn't think it was fair to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Christina, let's close with your final remarks. Perhaps a couple of points you want to highlight.
Well, to bring something extra in the discussion, future discussion, there are also countries that have a mixed review system, both judicial and hierarchical, just to food for thought. I would like just to say that the European Commission welcomes the efforts by Cyprus to respond to the recommendation, and also the ongoing discussions, the public debate. So we are looking forward to see how this will evolve. We understand that changes that touches upon sensitive constitutional issues takes longer. So we are not expecting Cyprus to implement the recommendation within a few months. It wouldn't be prudent, exactly. So there should be the necessary reflection, the necessary discussions. And the Commission, of course, is ready to assist Cyprus in this effort. Thank you very much.
Demetriou?
Έτσι, πολύ σύντομα και καταληκτικά, να πω πως πολιτικά, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι μας αφορά εμάς, αντιμετωπίζοντας το όλο ζήτημα, είναι η ώρα, θεωρούμε πως έχουν οριμάσει οι συνθήκες, υπάρχει οριζόντια πολιτική πρόθεση για αλλαγές, για μεταρρύθμιση, για διαχωρισμό του ρόλου του Γενικού Εισαγγελέα και θεωρώ πως είναι η στιγμή, είναι το timing που θα πρέπει να το αξιοποιήσουμε.
Να κινήσει η διαδικασία. Prime Minister, your final remarks, please, and a couple of
What should I
points.
say? I said in my previous voice that it was a discussion on the internal system in Cyprus, yes? So I can sit here as an observer, but finally I can repeat what I said, that the Venice Commission can make only a very general rules, because as we can see, the devil lies in the details. And so for that reason, the Venice Commission said that as concerns the prosecutor office, the general pillars should be only regulated on the European level, and details should be regulated by local law, state law, because it is also rooted in the local tradition. So it should be taken into account. But sometimes it is very difficult to define what is a local tradition, because we have countries, I can say in the end, which local tradition is a corruption. So for that reason, probably it's not the good example to follow this example, yes, but exactly in Cyprus is a different country, but you have a different system. You have a system when the prosecutor general was also in a very specific position. So for that reason, it is accepted by the Venice Commission, but then the details of the regulation must be in the framework of the guidelines which are prepared by the Venice Commission. Yes, so it is the
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. I know the subject is huge. We have touched upon certain aspects of it. It was a very interesting discussion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Attorney General, Christina, Nikos, and Prime Minister, for your contribution.
Joining us today. My name is Susana, and I'll be the moderator for this panel discussion entitled Spanish, a Growing Global Language, Current Situation in Cyprus and in the Eastern Mediterranean region. We have three panelists with us: Pilar Tena, Director of Instituto Cervantes in Greece and Regional Coordinator of Instituto Cervantes; Elena Marculi, Spanish Language Counselor at the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth in Cyprus; and Andrea Coppola, Managing Director for Italy and Southeast Europe at IE University. To kick off our discussion, I would like to invite Pilar Tena to share her insights. Pilar, could you please provide us with information about the mission of Instituto Cervantes in the world and an overview of the current status of the Spanish language in the world and in the Eastern Mediterranean region? What challenges do you think lie ahead?
Thank you, Susana, and good afternoon. My name is Pilar Tena. As Susana was saying, I'm the director of the Instituto Cervantes in Greece. Very briefly, the Instituto Cervantes is a public institution created by the Spanish government in 1991 with basically a twofold mission: to promote the teaching, study, and use of Spanish globally, and to spread Spanish and Hispanic American culture abroad. Our institution is affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it collaborates with institutions all over the world to promote encounters, exchanges, offer quality services and products related to the Spanish language, etc. The Cervantes organizes every year also the daily diplomas, official diplomas certifying the degree of competence and mastery of the Spanish language, awarded by the Cervantes on behalf of the Spanish Ministry of Education. Through its centers and university hubs, known as Aulas Cervantes, it is present in roughly 100 cities and 50 countries across 5 continents. For those of you who would like to see it more clearly, basically we do for Spain abroad what the Goethe Institute or the Institut Français or the Istituto Italiano di Cultura do for their own countries. Our oldest center in Greece is in Athens, where we have 2 buildings and a very, very solid presence. It's a very old center. But we also have an extension in Thessaloniki and work in many different cities in the country. In Cyprus, we have our university hub at the University of Cyprus, and Susana, our moderator, is in charge of it. But let us start with the core of this roundtable. Our institution elaborates a very consistent report every year, the Instituto Cervantes yearbook, Spanish in the World. We're going to talk today about the information of the 2023, which is the last one published. We will have another one rather soon, but these are the figures that we have today. The report provides a complete picture of the presence of Spanish language in the world by updating its most representative variables. It intends to establish a quantitative basis for Spanish from which to guess the main pitfalls that the language will have to overcome in the short and medium term. This year's report once again confirms the demographic strength of a language that is already close to 600 million potential users. According to just some bullet points, according to the 2023 yearbook, almost 500 million people speak Spanish as their mother tongue, compared to 496 million the previous year. The total number of potential users of Spanish is close to 600 million, as we were saying. 7.5% of the world's population can currently communicate in Spanish with varying degrees of proficiency. Almost 500 million speak it as native language, and around 100 million have it as a second language or are learning it. Some striking phrases, but after Mandarin Chinese, Spanish is the world's second mother tongue by number of speakers. It is the 4th if all levels of language proficiency are included, only behind English, Mandarin Chinese, and Hindi. More than 23 million people study Spanish as a foreign language, and Spanish holds the third position in the United Nations and the fourth one in European Union institutions. And in the US, we can talk more about the US later and about other areas of the world, but I just want to give this a quick figure. In the US, the number of speakers is now 60 million, but in 2060, it will be the second largest Spanish-speaking country in the world, right after Mexico, with over 110 million speakers. There are, Sron was asking about the challenges. There are many open fronts and very few certainties in a constantly changing global environment. But one thing is clear, strategies for the promotion of Spanish, designed from the reality of these figures that we have, will contribute to smoothing the path that remains to be traveled. Challenges, well, one of them is expanding the number of speakers beyond the sphere of the mother tongue, dealing with the increasingly established position of English as an international lingua franca, knowing how to take advantage of the strategic growth area of sub-Saharan Africa, where there's a huge interest, a growing interest in learning Spanish, and also strengthening further the privileged platform represented by the Spanish-speaking community in the United States. I also have a lot of information about the EU, about what's happening in the European Union, but maybe we can go deeply later. Just going to give some highlights. There is an Eurostat report which provides data for the period 2013 to 2020. This last report confirms that Spanish is booming in Europe at large and in Greece. In the EU in 2013, 12.6% of students were studying Spanish. In 2016, 13.6%. And in 2020, the number has increased to 18.5%. Comparing the foreign languages studied in compulsory secondary education in the EU, the Eurostat report gives the following overview. A decline in French, minus 3%, a decline in German, minus 1%, a slight growth in Italian, 0.3%, with Spanish clearly growing, plus 5.8%. These are Eurostat's figures, it's not me guessing. In the European Union, the Spanish is the fourth language in terms of the number of native speakers after German, Italian, and French. It is also the fourth in terms of the number of people who speak it as a foreign language after English, French, and German in this order. And in total, some 76 million Europeans are able to communicate in Spanish with varying degrees of proficiency. We may go back to this later, but some interesting things is that the study of Spanish will surpass that of German before the end of this decade, if things go as are predicted. Also interesting within the European frame is that Spain is by far the country that receives the most Erasmus students, which indicates the interest of this language among the European university students. Greece. I'll give a few facts about Greece. The one important piece of information is that Spanish is not available in secondary public education as an optional language, something we think should change, and let's hope that it will change. But in private schools, it has become a favorite choice. There was a pilot program in the academic years 2008, 2009, and 2009-2010, and Spanish was introduced. The interest was amazing. It was really high. It went very well. But then several successive crises came up, and it was cancelled. The program was cancelled. Unfortunately, we're trying to now restart that trend, but we will see what happens. But as I was saying, 85% of students, for instance, at the Lycée Français of Athens, which is a huge, fabulous school with hundreds and hundreds of students. 85% of students, it's a private school, have chosen this year Spanish as their second foreign language. This is, in the rest of the private schools, there are around 30 in the Attica area that are offering Spanish as an option. The clear trend is again the same, for pupils to choose Spanish as their second language after English. The increase of Spanish students in private education is estimated at more than 20% per year in overall figures for Greece. If students were allowed to select Spanish in public schools, Spanish would be the second language after English, without any doubt. Another piece of information that is important is that in Greece, as some of you may know, there is a diploma, a state diploma called the Kratiko. It's recognized by Greek institutions as the official certificate for knowledge of languages, including Spanish. Issued by the National and Kapodistriak University of Athens, the official thing. The number of students who are taking the Spanish Kratiko is again increasing in a dramatic way, which means that there is the interest to certify their Spanish. They can also do it through Delhi, but the Kratiko is the Greek state. There is a very interesting study by Emmanuel Nomikos, a teacher who is working with the Open University in Greece, and he's done a very thorough report, work about what's happening with Spanish in Greece. He believes that Spanish is nowadays so appreciated in Spain, thanks in part, in large part, thanks to the music and film industry and the success, incredible success of TV series, and I see someone there saying yes, 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 like the television series like La Casa de Papel and so on, which have become very, very popular and have awakened the interest to learn Spanish. Also, Nomikos points out, and that's very clear for a Spaniard who lives in Greece, I can confirm it. Another factor that favors the spreading is that Spanish and Greek are very similar at a phonetical and syntactic level, and that makes it easier to learn as a foreign language compared to others. Here, Elena, our teacher, can confirm this. Well, in university education, there are 2 Greek universities that have departments of Spanish, so there is an interest in Spanish, and there are teacher training programs that are being implemented also at several levels. Well, we are optimistic about the future, and the interest is there, clearly, so we will see if we can make the most of it. Thank you. Sorry, too much?
No, thank you, Pilar, for that insightful overview. It's fascinating to hear about the growth and the challenges surrounding Spanish in the region. Now, I would like to turn to Elena Marcouli. Elena, as the Spanish language counselor at the Ministry of Education, could you share your perspective of the role of Spanish in the Cypriot educational system? How is the demand for Spanish evolving among students, and what initiatives are being implemented to support this growth?
Thank you, Susanna. Good afternoon, everybody. I will begin my presentation with some general information regarding the presence of Spanish language in public and private secondary education schools in Cyprus, and I will move on to give an overview of the situation in the higher education institutions. Before closing, I will refer to some of the actions the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth is taking to enhance plurilingualism. The Spanish language was first introduced on a one-year trial basis in several schools in the academic year of 2001-2002, along with a group of other languages, as part of the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth policy for plurilingualism. It was taught in the 2 final years of upper secondary schools, which applies to this day. In 2002, Spanish was introduced in the curriculum to be taught for 2 periods weekly as an elective subject for all students at any school in Cyprus. In 2016, the law regulating the education in Cyprus changed and introduced a new framework for teaching foreign languages in Cyprus other than English and French. Along with some other languages, Spanish was to be taught weekly on a four-period optional examinable subject, reaching the A2 level of the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. This change brought about a substantial decrease in the number of students opting for Spanish, and consequently, the number of teachers declined considerably. However, the total number of students learning Spanish in public secondary education schools has recorded a stable increase, reaching these last 2 years more than 1,200 students in total. This is also due to the fact that the students can be examined in Spanish as a fifth element at the university entrance examination, the Pan-Cyprian Access examinations, giving these students the advantage of a higher ranking grade. This academic year, 2024-25, 24 Spanish language teachers are working in 45 public schools. As far as private secondary school education is concerned, Spanish is taught in about 10 private schools throughout Cyprus. It is taught as an elective subject, and in some of these private schools, it is part of their GCSE program. The Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth also provides general adult education in Cyprus within the framework of providing lifelong learning opportunities. In the adult education centers, Spanish language courses are offered along with other 9 languages. With regard to higher education, Spanish is offered in 2 public universities, the University of Cyprus and the Cyprus Technological University. The Language Center at the University of Cyprus has 3 lecturers of Spanish language, and it offers courses up to B1 level. In addition, in January 2025, the Spanish language will also be part of the European Studies Master's Program curriculum. The second public university, the Cyprus Technological University, is located in Limassol, where Spanish is also an elective subject, and this academic year it is offered at its Paphos branch as well, as part of the Hospitality and Tourism Management degree. Though the number of private universities in Cyprus is quite large, there are 9 private universities, just this academic year, 1 university implemented Spanish language courses thanks to a collaboration agreement with Instituto Cervantes. The Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth, in its effort to further promote plurilingualism, has initiated discussions with the Instituto Cervantes and the Embassy of Spain in Cyprus for the introduction of the Diplomas of Spanish as a Foreign Language examination, the DELE, in the public education. This shall offer secondary education students the opportunity to acquire an official certification with international recognition. Furthermore, as the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth has always been a proponent of teachers' development, every year it embraces the training seminar for Spanish teachers in Cyprus, organized by the Instituto Cervantes, the Embassy of Spain in Cyprus, and the Language Center at the University of Cyprus. This seminar is a remarkable milestone for Spanish teachers in our country, for it acts as a link to new trends and new methods in the field of teaching Spanish as a foreign language. In addition, the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth is offering a pre-service training program for Spanish language teachers, which is a requirement in order to become a full-time civil servant in public schools. The presence of Spanish in schools in Cyprus, paired with the demand for new destinations among Cypriot students to pursue their higher education studies overseas, has seen Spain become an attractive player in the game. This has led the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth to initiate discussions with the competent ministry in Spain to sign an agreement for mutual recognition of higher education qualifications. Within the same context lies the cooperation between the school councillors and the Instituto Cervantes on providing students with information regarding study opportunities in universities in Spain and admission requirements. I hope you find the information interesting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elena, for shedding light on the educational aspects and initiatives in place. It is encouraging to see the commitment to promoting the Spanish language in Cyprus. Next, I would like to bring in Andrea Coppola. Andrea, from your position at IE University, do you see the demand for pursuing studies in Spain? How do you see the demand? And are there any specific trends or opportunities that you believe are worth noting?
Ευχαριστώ, Vanessa. So, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm from university, so our education offer starts from high B, through by bachelor's degree, master's, and executive education. I'm in charge of Cyprus of the region from the last 2 years, and the demand was very, very good, because we grew like 180% all in the last year. We have an alumni club as well in Cyprus from people that study in Spain from Cyprus. And what we saw that Spain is like a bridge, you know, because people when we ask people, why you want to study in Spain? They usually say the first thing, I want to learn Spanish, okay? It's right, our courses are in English at the end of the day, but it's for us, it's mandatory that people that study in IE at the end of the 4 years must speak Spanish, and they will take a DELE exam, no, at the end of the 4 years. So they say, because I want to learn Spanish, I want to live in Spain. Why? When you study in Spain, 100% you are a bridge for the world, not only Ibero-America, but worldwide. Just we think is United States, or all the data that Pilar told us before. Spanish language is growing so fast. Everybody already speaks Spanish. And then, for example, in Europe, thanks to the Erasmus program, okay, the most demanded country is Spain. For example, from Italy, I'm Italian, no? The 85% of Erasmus want to go to Spain. So it's a real value added, because when you study Spain, you can study in English, but then you learn other language. And this language helps you to jump in the job market worldwide. It's a value added that you have at the end of the day. So from Cyprus, specifically in Cyprus, we have a very intense activities here, because we usually visit a private and public school as well, because there is a lot of demand. This year, the demand for the next year will already grow like 55% of the last year, and for us it's huge. But I manage 18 countries, okay? And one of the most important things, it's passed all in Cyprus, that people, kids or professionals that study Spain, then they want to go back to Cyprus as well to help to push up the country, no? At the end of the day, these people, the government, you know, when you study in public school, is investing in you when you study in a public school. At the end of the day, you go abroad and you came back to Cyprus to help the country to go up. And nowadays we see how the 85–90% of the Cypriots decide to come back here, working multinational here, because Cyprus is very well located. It's in the Mediterranean Sea. It's right at the melting pot for different culture from the Eastern world, East and West. So this is the trend that we can see inside IE University, and for the next 5 years, we see that the growing of the Spain, like as a point of the education, is going up. Thanks from the Brexit as well, because it helps a lot as well. Why? Because nowadays, Great Britain, it's not very easy to go there, but if you see, there are a lot of countries in Europe, Italy, French, Germany, where people can study, at the end of the day, they decide to go there. Some family business as well invest in education in Spanish. Why? Because then they can move up, and then it can expand their business as well to Latin America. So Madrid, the capital, it's a real bridge. Spain, it's a real bridge between different country, different world, thanks to the Spanish language.
Thank you, Andrea, for highlighting those trends. So let's open the floor for questions. Please feel free to ask our panelists or share your thoughts on the topic. Is there any question? Yeah?
Yes. First of all, thank you to the four of you. I want to put a reflection and address a couple of questions to the representative of the Instituto Cervantes.
Okay, hang on a minute because I think they're going to give you a microphone. And your name is?
Javier.
Do you speak Spanish? It sounded Spanish by the way you said it. No, the way you pronounced your name, Javier. It's not Javier.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Is it working?
Is it? Okay. Yes. So first of all, thank you to the three speakers and the moderator. As I said, I wanted to make a couple of reflections and then pose a question specifically for the representative of the Instituto Cervantes. I mean, first of all, I think it's a joy as a Spanish national that Spanish is kind of booming around the world, and it's evident that we have the interest for Spanish language all over the place, especially for young people. So that goes first. My reflection will be, considering that the Spanish it's a global language, even for native speakers, Spanish is spoken as a native language in more than 20 countries, and you find in South America a lot of most of native speakers, and then Spain. And Spain is only the 4th country in number of native speakers. So by definition, the Spanish language has a huge influence from different kind of Spanish. I don't know what's the specific reference, sub-languages or dialects or whatever. My point is that Spanish is a global language, that you cannot say that the Spanish spoken in Spain is the correct one, the one spoken in Mexico is the correct one. It's just an amalgama, as we say in Spanish, of the different types of Spanish that are spoken across the world. So
absolutely.
My reflection will be, first of all, how the Instituto Cervantes has digested that reality in their strategy to present the Spanish language to the world, let's say, if that's part of the role that they have. And then, what is the influence of that, again, that core idea when using the language as an introduction or as a presentation card for the Spanish culture, or not the Spanish, but the Hispanic culture? So that's a little bit my...
It's a very, very, very interesting question.
Thank you, Javier. Go ahead, Pilar.
Thank you, Javier. Very interesting. It could have been prepared, but it's not prepared. But it could have been something that I would have asked someone to ask. This is something that in the last years has been totally a subject that has been reflected upon, and very clearly there is a very clear position. We talk at the Instituto Cervantes and all over the Spanish-speaking countries of pan-Hispanism, which is a concept that precisely wants to recognize that the Spanish spoken in Peru is just as good as the one spoken in Spain or in Ecuador or in anywhere in the 20-plus countries where it's an official language. It hasn't always been like that, and there's always it's also been some kind of more political position in a different sense. But for us, it has been absolutely, assumed as the reality. And this is at a level not just of the Instituto Cervantes and the Ministries of Culture, it's at the level of the academies, the Real Academia de la Lengua, and all the other official academies of the different countries. The work is common to all of us. The words have been assumed, the words used in different countries, it's all part of the same heritage, and of course it's not only recognized as Spanish as good as any other Spanish spoken in the center of Castilla in Spain, but an absolute plus that shows precisely the personality and the special character of our language, which is precisely why it's rich, and this is precisely why we believe also that it has spread in such a incredible way, as we're seeing. No, it has a lot to do with that, and the attraction that Spanish has. Also, Andrea was mentioning, you learn Spanish, and that takes you very far away. It takes you to 20 countries where you have opportunities, work opportunities, tourism, culture. And also to the United States. We mustn't forget that there are 60 million Spanish speakers in the United States now, which means, the amount of companies that are behind that, the amount of economic interest. So there's a lot of opportunities now for people who speak Spanish to go to the United States. And yes, this is a question that is extremely important for us. And it's not only something that has been adjusted to accept. It's a vindication of the Instituto Cervantes, that we know that it has to be based. The defense of Spanish has to be based in diversity, in difference, in the nuances of the language as well, which is what gives it strength. There was a second question, but it's more or less already answered.
And thank you, Pilar. And I would like to add to what she mentioned that, for example, the diplomas of Spanish as a foreign language, at the beginning, they used to use only Spanish from Spain. Accent be more neutral, because Spain, also the variety of accents and slang and everything. So they tend to be neutral with the Spanish. Nowadays, they include all type of accents from Latin America, from Spain, and also during the marking of the papers, if you use vocabulary from other countries, as long as you are consistent using the vocabulary, they don't mark it as incorrect. They recognize all those accents and they go ahead with it. So it is more like Spanish from all over the world, from all the countries who speak Spanish. That's why. Any other questions? The microphone, please, over there.
Es una pena que no hayan puesto la infografía.
Porque no hay pantalla.
Allí.
Hi, thank you so much for the interesting discussion. My question is related to education and Erasmus, really. I know you mentioned Brexit and the impact that it's having on the exchange between UK and Spanish students. Prior to coming to Cyprus, I was actually working on Brexit in Spain, and I saw the real detrimental effects of Brexit on education. I know now that there are less students from the UK going to Spain, and they're going through different schemes. My question is really, what are Spanish students doing to be able to get to the UK? What alternative routes are they taking to be able to study in the UK after Brexit?
No me entero mucho, es que no me he enterado de lo que contesté. Yo no le oía bien.
Poco. I listen. Okay.
I didn't really hear very well.
Spanish students going to UK.
Okay. Yeah, that's
before Brexit and after Brexit.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So what alternatives do they have now?
Okay. In terms of higher education, what I see that a lot of UK students come to Spain at the end of the day studying as well. So. Because they want to have an alternative, by the way. Now, in terms of education, you can study worldwide, and especially in Great Britain, it's more the private education. It's very old, that a business that already exists. In terms of, for example, of Erasmus, for sure, 100%. There is a huge movement. I'm an Erasmus student as well. I landed in Spain thanks to Erasmus. But now for Spaniards, they can go worldwide. The higher education offer, or the bachelor's degree offers, it's a very huge market in all the countries. So nowadays, you can study, for a Spain student, they can study for sure in Spain if they want to. I study at La Complutense de Madrid. Or they can go away, not only with Erasmus, but maybe they could pursue the bachelor's degree outside. Why? Because they can do in English as well, or in other countries in Spain. I highlighted the University of Bologna, my alma mater in Italy, that was one of the first public university that started pushing education in English, but in Spanish as well, some courses, okay? So they have a huge alternative. It's really up to students where they want to go in the future, when they want to live or not, or they open new markets. For sure, for the Spaniards, go to Latin America, it's very easy, to go in terms of same languages, but in the last analysis that the Chamber of Commerce of Spain did with the Italian Chamber of Commerce, the two embassies, the Italian address to Spain, the Spain address to Italy, the first destination for Spanish students now is Italy. They decide to go to study to Italy because I completely understand it, and vice versa. The distance, it's 1.5 hour flights at the end of the day, very similar cultures in terms of food, in terms of languages and lifestyle as well. I hope that I answered the question because I didn't hear very, very well.
Actually, the UK is an interesting case because after Brexit, and we have from the Instituto Cervantes, we are, we have the consequences of this very clearly in our daily operation in the UK. After Brexit, the British Council officially recommended the people in general, students in particular, to learn Spanish as the first foreign language. This, I don't know how much effect that recommendation had, but it was an official recommendation. We had we have a clear increase in our students of Spanish at the Instituto Cervantes. We had to increase, our operation had to grow, and the study of Spanish in general has experienced an important upturn since Brexit. This progress of Spain is clearly in detriment of French, for what I see because of the figures. And yeah, it's interesting because Spanish language students are basically spread against the United States, the European Union, and Brazil. Those are the most important. But outside these three areas, it is the United Kingdom that stands up as a country where there's been steady and quite impressive increase in the number of students. So UK is an interesting case.
Any other questions? Okay, over there. Your name, please?
Penelope.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for the panel. It was very
No se oye.
interesting. Penelope.
Yeah, but I don't think it's working.
Oh, is it working? It's working? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to thank you for the panel. It was very interesting. I wanted to speak more about the part from education, coming from a Latin American country myself. The English language there and the part of education is very weak. So people often opt to go to Spain because it's a very good balance with Spanish and with English. However, I do feel that Cyprus could have the same impact if it were to implement the language more. So I wanted to know if what implementations could be done to foment and highlight this language, and so more tourism can come to the country as Erasmus students or any other Spanish-speaking.
But are you asking about English or Spanish?
Spanish.
Okay, okay.
So no, me. Yeah. As I have already said, the numbers of the students opting for Spanish is growing. However, since it is only being taught in public education in the 2 final years of the studies of the secondary education, they don't reach a high enough level for them to seek a place in the university. They have to go to private classes because you need a B2, I think.
From public schools, A2.
To go to university, you need a B2 for the
A2?
B2.
B2.
Yes.
So we barely reach A2 in the best cases. So public education cannot send you to the university, but it does set a basis for further education. We have a lot of students opting for Spain for their master's degree. now, and I think the English-speaking programs are beginning to show, our students begin to show interest for them. But if we don't change the policy within the public education, there's not much that we can do.
The demand is there, actually.
The demand is there,
yeah. Students want to study Spanish in compulsory secondary education from the beginning, but since the policy is English and French, they don't have the option. So we have to speak to policymakers and make the change. Thank you. So over here, another question.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Michel, and I'm also Spanish, but I'm also half French. So I want to ask a question about the role of Spanish in regards to French. Right now we are experiencing in the world a huge interest for Spanish. We see it in Latin America, in the US, elsewhere. You describe it very well. But in the next 50 years, it is expected that there will be a huge population increase in Africa and in French-speaking Africa. So we can already expect that French will make a comeback as a very important global language. It has always been, and you know it very well, especially in this part of the world, it has a lot of prestige. But how would you see this? How would you see the role of Spanish in regards to French in this new
scenario?
In this new scenario, in these new years that will come, because we will have the center of gravity of Spanish will be in America, and the center of gravity of French will be in Africa.
¿Lo contesto?
Yeah. Pilar, please.
That's another point that is very well brought up, because there is a future decrease in the numbers of Spanish. It's not going to go up like that, and it's precisely due to demographic issues. This last report, the 2023 report, it shows that the number of Spanish speakers will continue to grow over the next 5 decades, and its relative weight will decrease progressively between now and the end of the century. The number of potential users of Spanish will continue to increase until 2071. It's known exactly. Well, I mean, we'll see if it's right, but it looks like that. When it will exceed 718 million people, and that year represents the peak of the trend throughout the century. From 2071 onwards, the number of Spanish speakers is expected to fall progressively to 693 by the end of the 21st century. This is mainly due, as you pointed out, to a drop in the birth rate in the Spanish-speaking countries, especially in Latin America. And that will definitely, it's going to hand over to other regions of the planet, such as Sub-Saharan Africa or Central and South Asia also. That will be the drivers of the population growth. And of course, there is a huge influence of the French there. Look, we don't have the feeling at all of competition with French or with German. This is not the spirit that is, nowadays among our colleagues, among the Cervantes, among, the government in general, and the attitude of the Spanish people. We really feel there's room for everybody, and that we will, it will go, the figures will be different in one time or another. France has such an enormous influence in the world. It's not a question of competing, if you know what I mean. We will find our place. As I mentioned before, within the challenges, there are areas where we can try to increase our presence in the United States, in other places, but, well, yeah, it's a reality. The realities are there, and we we just have to continue working as well as we can. But it's a very interesting point, because it's clear that the decrease is there. It will be there from 2071.
If I can jump in, I think it's not terms of beating, it's not terms of competition at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should push new generation to speak all the languages possible. Yeah. Why? Because at the end of the day, you understand better your culture, not in terms of business, but in terms to avoid problems as well. Because when you speak the language, you understand the culture as well. It's huge. It's clear. Africa is growing up in terms of natality, in terms of demographics, not as Europe like that. So it's clear that in the next 50, French could be like second or first language at all for speaking, but I think we should push new generation to more languages possible, because it's the only way to avoid any kinds of conflict as well, and then understand better the world. So it's a very good opportunity, this one that for people that now is at the school, say, hey, look out, terms of jobs of the future. If you don't know French, you're out. So start to study French as well at the same time.
So thank you, Andrea. So with that remark, I would like to say that with languages, the world becomes smaller for everybody. So we have a few minutes left. Any more questions? Over here, please.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I have a question for Pilar and Andrea. Since you are in charge of this region that is the Eastern Mediterranean, or more or less, that's the region you are in charge of. It's a very complex region with many ethnic minorities, native languages, religions. So I was wondering, when you are trying to reach to your, let's say, your potential students, how do you plan this? Do you have
a strategy? Okay. So different. The point is, when you teach a foreign language, you teach it like it is different culture, different world, but at the end of the day, all of us are the same, no better or worse, but different. So it doesn't matter what religion you have, what language you speak, what background you are coming from. You are going to be immersed in a new culture, in a new language. So everybody is welcome to learn a new language, whatever culture it is, whatever language or background they have. So
I think that's precisely the challenge of an institution like Instituto Cervantes, where we have 100 centers almost all over the world. It's really to adjust to where you are and to sell our products to the public who is there. You diplomats know a lot about this also. In the area where that we coordinate from Greece, there's also another factor, like for instance the Jewish heritage, the Sephardic heritage. That's another very important point for us because we have an influence in that community and a special bond with that community that helps also to bring Spanish. There are people who either have heard Ladino, there's the old Spanish in their families, and they're interested in the... So in each country, in each center almost, each city has a different way of approaching it. And I think a good or a bad running of a center, or a good... It depends really very much on that, on being able to adjust to the reality. And to be successful with what you're offering, and to making people interested in what we're offering. But I think in general we're living a very, sorry Andrea, I will leave you to, but we're living through a very sweet moment for Spanish. I mean, I was posted in the Netherlands before coming here, and even in the Netherlands, it's been a wonderful interest for Spanish, an interest in coordinating the different institutions interested in Spanish because the interest was growing. And in this region, it's really, it's a very encouraging work because you see that also that the interest in Spanish is not just a technical or, you know, thinking of the future, of the professional future. It's very much something coming from the heart, and it's strange to say that, but you know, at a panel like this, because we are with the figures and all that, but in this region, it's much more than the figures. There is something, I think it has to do with La Casa de Papel, in some proportion, but it also has to do with the feeling very close to this Hispanic culture and to Spain and to Latin America and so on.
Yeah, no, for my case, I manage 18 countries, and I love it, I really love it, with different geopolitical issues at the end of the day. So it's very easy for us, the strategy is one. We don't care about geopolitics. We don't care in terms of culture. We don't care about the language you speak. We care about person, who you are, which is your value added that you bring to, i.e. in this case, bring to Spain. So what our strategy is, we put the person in the middle, and when you came to Madrid and start studying with us, you are a person with everybody. It's nothing else, you know? So it's very easy, no, to explain to people or to parents as well, because, okay, 100%, there are very tough geopolitical issues nowadays as well, okay? Nowadays, very tough geopolitical issues. But at the end of the day, you are a person, you are a single person. So I manage countries that very, very tough sometimes, but we need to understand who you are, and when you are in a, no time to joke with geopolitical issue, no time to be no respect with the others. You know, at the end of the day, the door is there, and you are kicked out, no? Because person first. And then for sure, you can come from Greece, you can come from Cyprus, Serbia, Croatia, Italy, you have your own culture, perfect. It's a value added where maybe I can bring you something, you know, and you learn something new, but that's all. When you put geopolitical, religious issue, and try to create a conflict, you are out at the end of the day because you are not the right person, no, to study. You are not giving a value to the class.
So thank you very much for all your questions and for being here today. We are closing the panel discussion now, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy bien.
1997, when I repatriated to Cyprus, having grown up in Australia and having been researching anti-corruption for 30 years, I advocated the establishment of an independent commission against corruption in Cyprus. In 2013, in the anti-corruption manifestation prepared for the then newly elected president, again a suggestion was made that an ICAC should be established. In 2015, having visited ICAC in Hong Kong and New South Wales in Australia, I prepared a detailed report of the aim, structure and the budget of an ICAC. 7 years later, we now have an ICAC. And as Kavafi said, it is all about the proto skali, the first step. So, the Honourable Mr. Haris Bogagis, Transparency Commissioner of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, will give us a keynote speech. Can I just kindly ask you? Perhaps you can also share with us some of the challenges you and your agency have faced. Thank you.
Thank you. I will make my speech in Greek. Do they have translation services? So?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Γιατί μας είπα μας αγγλικά.
Έχω τιτλοφορήσει την ομιλία μου «Αρμοδιότητες και εξουσίες της Ανεξάρτητης Αρχής κατά της Διαφθοράς», αρχίζοντας με τη σύσταση της Αρχής κατά της Διαφθοράς. Ο νόμος που προνοεί για τη σύσταση και λειτουργία της Ανεξάρτητης Αρχής κατά της Διαφθοράς στην Κύπρο ψηφίστηκε και τέθηκε σε ισχύ τον Μάρτιο του 2022. Ο διορισμός των μελών της Αρχής έγινε τον Ιούλιο του 2022. Η κατάθεση του νομοσχεδίου στη Βουλή είχε γίνει τον Μάρτιο του 2019. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι για 3 έτη υπήρχαν συζητήσεις για τη μορφή που έπρεπε να είχε λάβει η Ανεξάρτητη Αρχή κατά της Διαφθοράς. Βασικό θέμα ήταν οι εξουσίες της και κατά πόσο δηλαδή αυτή θα έπρεπε να έχει ανακριτικές ή ερευνητικές εξουσίες. Παρόλο ότι οι συζητήσεις αυτές γίνονταν προφανώς πριν το διορισμό των μελών, εμάς ως μελών, πληροφορηθήκαμε αργότερα ότι αποτελούσε θέση του Παγκύπριου Δικηγορικού Συλλόγου ότι η αρχή θα έπρεπε να έχει ανακριτικές εξουσίες. Την ίδια θέση είχαν και οι οικολόγοι, οι οποίοι 3 μήνες μετά το διορισμό των μελών της αρχής, ήδη το Σεπτέμβριο του 2022, από ό,τι έχω πληροφορηθεί, κατέθεσα σχετική πρόταση νόμου, την οποία προσυπέγραφαν εκ μέρους τους οι κύριοι Χαράλαμπος Θεοπέμπτου και η κυρία Αλεξάνδρα Ταλίδου, η οποία σήμερα είναι παρούσα στο πάνελ. Δεν γνωρίζω την τύχη της πρότασης νόμου, ίσως η κυρία Ταλίδου σε μια παρέμβαση της μελλοντική να μπορεί να μας πει. Το αποτέλεσμα των συζητήσεων είναι ότι, όπως ψηφίστηκε ο νόμος, η αρχή παρέμεινε με ερευνητικές και όχι ανακριτικές εξουσίες. Δεν θα προβώ σε ανάλυση του τη διαφορά των δύο, διότι θα ήταν αρκετά χρονοβόρο. Ξέρω ότι έχω στη διάθεσή μου περίπου 10 λεπτά για να εξηγήσω τις βασικές αρχές. Με το διορισμό των 5 μελών της αρχής, ήταν θέμα ύψης της προτεραιότητας η ψήφιση κανονισμών λειτουργίας. Τη σύνταξή τους ανέλαβε η ίδια η αρχή σε συνεννόηση με το Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης και Δημόσιας Τάξης και αφού πέρασαν όλα τα στάδια, τέθηκαν σε ισχύ στις 16 Δεκεμβρίου του 2022. Οι κανονισμοί αυτοί εμπεριέχουν σαφείς πρόνοιες ως προς τη διαδικασία που ακολουθείται στην εξέταση καταγγελιών και μετά τη ψήφιση τους η αρχή μπορούσε να προχωρήσει με την εξέταση καταγγελιών. Οι πυλώνες των αρμοδίτων και εξουσιών της αρχής είναι βασικά 4. Πρώτον, η διερεύνηση καταγγελιών και πληροφοριών. Δεύτερον, η εποπτεία των δράσεων του δημόσιου και ιδιωτικού τομέα σε θέματα πρόληψης και καταπολέμησης της διαφθοράς. Τρίτον, η συνεργασία με διεθνείς οργανισμούς για θέματα πρόληψης και καταπολέμησης της διαφθοράς. Και τέταρτον, η εφαρμογή του νόμου του lobbying. Όσον αφορά τη διερεύνηση καταγγελιών και πληροφοριών, η αρχή διερευνά καταγγελίες που υποβάλλονται σε αυτήν οι πληροφορίες που περιέρχονται εν γνώση της και οι οποίες σχετίζονται με πράξεις διαφθοράς στο δημόσιο τομέα, ευρύτερο δημόσιο τομέα ή ακόμα και τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, εάν σε αυτές εμπλέκονται άτομα του δημόσιου τομέα. Η αρχή μπορεί να ενεργήσει και αυτεπάγγελτα προς τον ίδιο σκοπό. Η υποβολή καταγγελιών και πληροφοριών μπορεί να γίνει και ανώνυμα. Η αρχή εφαρμόζει μια εντελεχή προκαταρκτική εξέταση της κάθε καταγγελίας για να αποφασιστεί κατά πόσον αυτή εμπίπτει εντός των αρμοδιοτήτων της και κατά πόσο εμπεριέχει επαρκή στοιχεία διαφθοράς για να προχωρήσει σε μεταγενέστερο στάδιο, σε άλλο στάδιο η έρευνα. Από τα μέχρι τώρα στοιχεία φαίνεται ότι η κοινωνία επιδεικνύει εμπιστοσύνη στην αρχή, εφόσον από το Δεκέμβριο του 2022 μέχρι σήμερα υπευλήθηκαν συνολικά 290 καταγγελίες. Καταγγελίες αυτές προέρχονται βασικά οι περισσότερες από ιδιώτες, αλλά και από θεσμούς και οργανισμούς. Οι 75 από τις 290 είναι ανώνυμες. Έχουν εξεταστεί και διερευνηθεί συνολικά 85. Σε περίπτωση που η αρχή, μετά από έρευνα, καταλήξει στο συμπέρασμα ότι κάποιο πρόσωπο ενδέχεται να έχει διαπράξει πράξη διαφθοράς, αποστέλει την εισήγησή της στο Γενικό Εισαγγελέα, ο οποίος είναι ο αρμόδιος να αποφασίσει για τα περαιτέρω. Προτού εγκαταλείψω αυτό το κεφάλαιο, θα ήθελα να αναφερθώ σε κάτι το οποίο κρίνω σημαντικό. Στα πλαίσια του ερευνητικού της έργου, είτε όταν η ίδια συλλέγει πληροφορίες, είτε όταν εξουσιοδοτεί τους λειτουργούς επιθεώρησης να ενεργούν εκ μέρους της, η αρχή έχει συντάξει πρότυπα κλήσεων, τα οποία επιδίδει στους ενδιαφερομένους. Οι κλήσεις αυτές μπορεί να είναι είτε για μαρτυρία, είτε για προσαγωγή εγγράφων, είτε και για τα δύο. Το σημαντικό σημείο που θα τονίσω σε αυτό το στάδιο είναι η καθολική και σχεδόν άμεση ανταπόκριση όλων, γεγονός που διευκολύνει το έργο της. Έχουν εκδοθεί δεκάδες, μπορεί να ξεπερνούν και τις 150 οι κλήσεις οι οποίες έχουν επιδοθεί και μόνο σε 2 περιπτώσεις δεν υπήρξε συμμόρφωση. Θα ήθελα σε αυτό το στάδιο επίσης να αναφέρω ότι με βάση γνωμάτευση την οποία έχουμε λάβει, η αρχή δεν μπορεί να διεκδικήσει τα δικαιώματά της με ιδιωτικές ποινικές. Για σε περίπτωση, για παράδειγμα, παρακοής κάποιων προνοιών της νομοθεσίας, δεν έχει δικαίωμα να καταχωρήσει η ίδια ιδιωτική ποινική προς το σκοπό αυτών. Πρέπει όλες να απευθύνονται προς την νομική υπηρεσία. Δεύτερος πυλώνας είναι η εποπτεία των δράσεων του δημόσιου και ιδιωτικού τομέα σε θέματα πρόληψης και καταπολέμησης της διαφθοράς. Οι αρμοδιότητες και ενέργειες της αρχής στο κεφάλαιο αυτό είναι συνεχείς και έντονες. Είναι δράσεις οι οποίες περιλαμβάνονται στην Εθνική Στρατηγική κατά της Διαφθοράς, καθώς και στο οριζόντιο σχέδιο δράσης και οι οποίες αποσκοπούν στην πρόληψη και καταπολέμηση πράξεων διαφθοράς. Μέχρι τον Ιούλιο του 2023, την ευθύνη για τις δράσεις αυτές είχε το Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης και Δημόσιας Τάξεως, το οποίο είχε συμπληρώσει σχεδόν όλο το σχέδιο το οποίο είχε σχεδιάσει. Η αρχή ανέλαβε τα ενία τον Ιούλιο του 2023 και με βάση ανάληψη δέσμευσης μέχρι το τέλος του 2024 θα πρέπει να έχει δημιουργήσει ένα νέο σχέδιο δράσης και να το έχει θέσει σε πλήρη εφαρμογή. Ήδη κάποιες δράσεις έχουν αναλυφθεί όταν επιβάλλεται επιμόρφωση κάποιων φορέων, των αρμόδιων φορέων. Αναφέρομαι στα θέματα διαφθοράς, επιμόρφωση σε θέματα διαφθοράς και ιδιαίτερα στο θέμα του lobbying. Τρίτο, συνεργασία με διεθνείς οργανισμούς για θέματα πρόληψης και καταπολέμησης της διαφθοράς. Στα θέματα διεθνούς συνεργασίας έγιναν μεν κάποια βήματα, αλλά υπάρχουν ακόμη πολλά να γίνουν. Ο λόγος είναι επειδή δόθηκε προτεραιότητα στα θέματα των καταγγελιών και του lobbying και με τον υποστελέχωσή της θα ήταν δύσκολο να γίνουν ενέργειες προς το σκοπό αυτών. Έχει όμως υπάρξει συμμετοχή μας σε συνέδρια της Διεθνούς Διαφάνειας. Είχαμε επαφές με την Εθνική Αρχή Διαφάνειας της Ελλάδας, ενώ είμαστε μέλη του European Network for Public Ethics και του Network of Corruption Prevention Authorities με συμμετοχή σε συνέδρια και webinars. Μία από τις ερωτήσεις που έχει υποβληθεί από την δόκτωρα Μαρία Καπαρδί είναι κατά πόσον υπάρχει συνεργασία της αρχής με την International Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies. Είναι γεγονός ότι πρόκειται για έναν αξιόλογο οργανισμό, αλλά δυστυχώς μέχρι σήμερα δεν είχαμε την ευκαιρία να έχουμε σχετικές επαφές. Τέταρτος πυλώνας είναι η εφαρμογή του νόμου του lobbying. Επειδή στα πλαίσια του Cyprus Forum θα υπάρξει χωριστή συζήτηση για το θέμα του lobbying, στο οποίο θα συμμετάσχει το μέλος κυρία Έλενα Πατέρα, που είναι υπεύθυνη της ομάδας lobbying της αρχής, θα αρκεστώ σε αναφορά κάποιο σημαντικό σημείο. Θα περιέγραφα τον νόμο του lobbying ως έναν επαναστατικό νομοθέτημα, το οποίο επιφέρει ριζικές αλλαγές στον τρόπο που μέχρι τώρα διευθετούνταν συναντήσεις μεταξύ προσώπων και αξιωματούχων, με σκοπό τη λήψη δημόσιων αποφάσεων. Σκοπός του νόμου είναι η εμπέδωση διαφάνειας στις διαδικασίες λήψης δημόσιων αποφάσεων για αποφυγή πράξεων διαφθοράς. Πρέπει να σταματήσει αυτό το οποίο γινόταν μέχρι σήμερα, να λαμβάνονται αποφάσεις μυστικά πίσω από κλειστές πόρτες και να υλοποιούνται χωρίς να υπάρχει διαφάνεια. Η αρχή, ως αρμόδια για την εφαρμογή του εν λόγω νόμου, έχει θέσει σε εφαρμογή όλες τις πρόνοιες του σχετικού νόμου. Παρά τις αρχικές αντιδράσεις τόσο από υποψήφιους λομπίστες, αλλά και από αξιωματούχους, αντιδράσεις που αφορούσαν τις υποχρεώσεις που πρέπει πλέον να αναλαμβάνουν, άρχισαν, πιστεύω, όλοι να συμμορφώνονται. Μέχρι σήμερα έχουν εγγραφεί 97 λομπίστες, ενώ εκκρεμούν άλλες 50 αιτήσεις για εγγραφή. Από την άλλη, αξιωματούχοι ζητούν συνεχώς ενημέρωση για τις πρόνοιες της νομοθεσίας και οι αρχοί ανταποκρίνονται θετικά σε όλα τα αιτήματα. Ως επίλογο, θα ήθελα να αναφέρω την νομοθεσία για την προστασία των δεδομένων προσωπικού χαρακτήρα. Κάποιος που διαβάζει τον νόμο της αρχής βλέπει συνεχώς πρόνοιες για τήρηση της νομοθεσίας και κανονισμών που αφορούν στην προστασία των προσωπικών δεδομένων. Μάλιστα, υπάρχει ρητή απαγόρευση δημοσιοποίησης οποιασδήποτε πληροφορίας η οποία λαμβάνεται από την αρχή στα πλαίσια των αρμοδιοτήτων χωρίς την έγκριση του Επιτρόπου Διαφάνειας. Δυστυχώς, αυτή η πρόνοια δεν τηρείται. Όχι από εμάς ως αρχή, αλλά από άτομα τα οποία ίσως καταγγέλουν όταν τους πληροφορήσουμε ότι η καταγγελία τους έχει προχωρήσει στο επόμενο στάδιο ή ακόμα και την ημέρα που υποβάλλουν την καταγγελία, κάποιοι έχουν την τάση να τη δημοσιοποιούν. Αυτό αποτελεί ποινικό αδίκημα, αλλά και πάλι δεν μπορούμε εμείς να ανταποκριθούμε ούτε να στέλνουμε κάθε υπόθεση στο Γενικό Εισαγγελέα για τα περαιτέρω. Υπάρχει από τη μία η προσπάθεια να μην στοχοποιούνται τα άτομα τα οποία καταγγέλλονται, ιδιαίτερα αν δεν αποδειχθεί οτιδήποτε και απορριφθεί η καταγγελία. Και από την άλλη, η διαφάνεια, η οποία πρέπει να διέπει κάποιες περιπτώσεις και είχαμε έντονες παραστάσεις ότι δεν δημοσιοποιούμε κάποια θέματα. Θυμούμε μια έντονη παράσταση που είχαμε από την κυρία Ταλίδου στη Βουλή, ότι πού είναι η διαφάνεια. Οφείλω να πω ότι έχουμε να ισορροπήσουμε από τη μια τη μη δημοσιοποίηση των πληροφοριών και από την άλλη τον τίτλο τον οποίο φέρω εγώ ως αξιωματούχος Επίτροπος Διαφάνειας. Πρέπει να ισορροπηθούν. Είμαστε σε πολύ καλή συνεργασία με την κυρία Λοϊζίδου, την Επίτροπο Προστασίας Προσωπικών Δεδομένων. Είχαμε συνάντηση και εκεί που καταλήξαμε είναι ότι η κάθε υπόθεση πρέπει να κρίνεται στα δικά της γεγονότα. Δεν μπορεί να τεθούν αυστηροί κανόνες και επομένως αυτή την πρακτική να ακολουθούμε. Αλλά πάντα στόχος μας είναι μη στοχοποίηση ατόμων, ιδιαίτερα όταν αυτά στο τέλος δεν αποδειχθεί ότι έχουν οποιαδήποτε ευθύνη. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you, Mr. Boyaji. I think, given the discussion, and sorry for the purpose of Ms. Anouilh, who is listening and hasn't had the privilege of listening to you, I think we just need to let her know that the Commissioner has just told us of the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Agency in Cyprus and what it has achieved thus far. On that basis, given Mrs. Atalidou was one of the legislators involved, maybe you want to share with us how you see the Commission, how it has progressed, how it has evolved the last year or so, what you would like to see different?
Okay, I will say that it's a step forward, of course, but on the other hand, in Cyprus we have many commissions and many people investigating, and we have a lot of overlapping powers, and that is not good if we want to really fight corruption. I have to say that to combat corruption, you have to have an unwavering political will, first of all, that I think we don't have in Cyprus. We have to have a zero-tolerance culture, which is something that is built. You cannot acquire it in one day or two. You need education, but you need also enlightened leaders that they should put it at the top of the agenda, and it should be the integrity and accountability, which demonstrates a firm stance against corruption. We don't have that in Cyprus. We don't have. What we have is every time that the government changes, the previous government starts to criticize the current government about corruption, about scandals. But nobody acknowledges the scandals of their own government, and that is a very big problem that we face all the time in the parliament. When a scandal comes in front of a committee to be debated, you see that the members of the parliament that they belong to the government that was in power when the scandal took place, they are on the defensive. And this is very bad. It means that we have a culture of covering those that we consider ours. And for me, this is very bad. The second thing that I want to say is that, Mr. Boyagis may remember, we had terrible fights in the parliament because I was of the opinion that such a commission requires interrogation powers, that they should carry on their interrogation. What happened is that all the other parties were against us. So we were alone, and our amendment was voted down. But I still believe that the authority needs interrogation powers, because what happens in Cyprus is very unique. If they conduct an investigation and they have evidence that there is a penal, how do you call it in the legal matters? There is evidence of penal activities, etc., etc. What?
Criminal offense.
Yes, criminal offense. Then they have to stop the investigation and handle the envelope to the prosecutor, to the Attorney General. In my opinion, this is wrong. I think that we need to have more than one authority that carries investigations, especially in corruption. Why? Because the Attorney General is the advisor to the government, okay? And that is, in my opinion, a problem when you investigate corruption. When you investigate corruption, you want an independent authority that has no connections whatsoever with the government. In a lot of the cases that we have now, we see that the legal service of the Republic gave opinion. And now we face some projects and we want to investigate what happened. So the legal authority, the Attorney General, they were involved in many of these late scandals, like we say, Basilico, Larnaca Marina and Port. So how can you investigate something that you were involved as advisor of the government? There is a conflict of interest, in my opinion. And what I want to say is that the authority has the competence to investigate, to start ex officio. In the law, they have the competence to do that. I am expecting to see them to be more proactive, not to wait for people to report things. I believe that a major step forward is for the authority to start on its own investigations, because this will give a message of accountability, transparency, maintaining public trust in the authority, because people are losing trust in everything these days. So I think they will maintain trust in the authority, and of course it will reassure citizens and stakeholders that the Commission is committed to addressing potential abuses in power in Cyprus.
Thank you.
Sorry
for that.
I took too much time.
No, that's fine. I think that brings us then to the issue of that there are different anti-corruption agencies around the world. The first anti-corruption agency was set up in the 1960s in Singapore. Then came in 1974 the one in Hong Kong, and in 1988 the one in New South Wales in Australia. In Europe, the anti-corruption agencies came a little bit later. Now there are 4 different models. There is the universal model, where the agency is accountable to the executive. There is the investigative model, which has investigative powers only. There is the parliamentary model, where a report is submitted to the parliament and is independent of both the judiciary and the executive. And then there is the multi-agency model, where there are different agencies set up for the fight of corruption. Now, whatever the model selected, the public needs to be able to hold anti-corruption agencies to account and to consider agencies legitimate in monitoring their progress against stated objectives. On that note, I'd like to ask Ms. Anne-Louise from the International Relations Officer of the High Authority of Transparency in Public Life from France. Is that right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, thank you. Now, reading through your organization's annual report, which was very impressive, in 2023, you stated that you've received over 8,000 asset declarations. You carried out quite a few thousands of of audits. Only a handful has gone to court. The same thing relating to revolving doors. You had over 400 revolving door cases and a number of lobbying activities. Does your agency reviewing asset declarations, revolving doors, lobbying activities, is it restricted only to this investigating these 3 areas? Could you share with us your experience, please?
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. Indeed, the high authority controls the declaration of assets and interests of public officials. It has a mission of lobbying also, and lobbyists have to register on a territory held by the high authority. But also, the high authority is responsible for controlling a declaration of interests and has a mission of preventing conflict of interests. And the high authority does not only have a mission of control. It has a transversal mission of disseminating a culture of integrity by supporting, advising, and organizing training and seminars of public officials. You were indeed talking about the culture of zero tolerance, and I think it takes time. Of course, some authority like ours, the high authority, can help disseminate this culture of integrity and zero tolerance. But I think it's also they have to train and form also public officials in order to gain that culture of integrity.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Eugene Joy.
Yep.
You are the head of training and capacity development department of the Anti-Corruption Academy, but previously you were in the Korean Anti-Corruption Agency. Yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. So I was wondering whether you could share with us whether there is any collaboration between the Academy and anti-corruption agencies, or whether there is any training that you carry out, especially for these officers.
For the anti-corruption agency officers, we are working with the different regions and different part of the world. But before joining the International Anti-Corruption Academy, which is based in Austria, I was working for my government 10 years as a government official, and then 6 years leave of absence serving during the IACA, International Anti-Corruption Academy. We work, as you can imagine, closely working with anti-corruption agencies all over the world. And also we are developing the anti-corruption agency model development so that I can relate with some of the models you mentioned at the beginning. And I work closely with the Hong Kong ICAC, CPIB, as well as also the Australian colleagues as well. So for the Korean model, something is very unique. I can give you a little bit of the background and the information that might be also helpful for the Cyprus Commission. In a way that we really had a strong support from the civil society from the beginning. Anti-Corruption Act itself was actually launched, and actually it was enacted thanks to the government, not the government part, but from the civil society. The biggest support coming from the Transparency International. So we had a strong support from the civil society, in addition to the leadership. Our then president was leading the anti-corruption drive very strongly. And later, when we launched, we had a law 2001, and then 2002, they launched the anti-corruption agency size of about 100 people. Initially, but within a year or two, and they became 200, and now they merged the function of the ombudsman together, and now it's a 600 staff members at the moment. But what I want to say there, what we were gaining the momentum from the leadership is that we had interagency government meetings, which was held every quarterly, presided by the Korean president. So the anti-corruption agency was responsible for organizing this agenda, and also the collecting all the minister levels, and like Ministry of Justice and Taxation Office, FIU, anyone and everyone involving in the anti-corruption field joining together, and that kind of shows the really strong will, political will, and that helped the agency to get also the the power and what they needed. And initially that the staff was not all selected as the government courier official, but they also have a lot of secondment from the public prosecutor's office and also the police. But later they gain and more their own staff, but still they do have some secondment officials serving and working closely. And also, Commissioner also mentioned that the whistleblower issue, and the whistleblower protection is a responsibility of also the anti-corruption agency. So they are having quite a strong power, because not only the public sector, but also the private sector for the public interest related matter, then the ACRC Korea can protect the private sector people as well, which is quite a big achievement and also very strong, because we are also the OECD working group of bribery member, and that was one of the recommendations was given to Korea to make changes. So here I should stop.
Thank you, that was really helpful. Thank you so much. Mr. Hadjigiannakis, you are the president of the board of Transparency International in Greece, and I understand there is good collaboration between your civil society and the anti-corruption agency in Greece. So maybe you can share that experience with us.
Sure. Thank you very much. I need 60 seconds to explain what Transparency International Greece is. We are the branch office of Transparency International, which is an international movement based in Berlin with over 100 branch offices in the world. We have been established in 1996 as a Somatio, and our vision is a world free of corruption. We define corruption as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. Our scope is to fight against corruption, and how we do that is by introducing and advocating for the regulation of whistleblowing, beneficial ownership, lobbying, asset declaration, etc. So different means for power to be held accountable. We also use informing and sensitizing the public, but also major corporations, and also by research. Our flagship research tool is the Corruption Perception Index, which ranks 180 countries and measures the corruption in the public sector, taking into consideration the opinion of experts and business people. Some food for thought. I have to tell you that number one as a transparent country is Denmark, with a score of 90 points out of 100, so it's almost perfect. Cyprus is ranking 49 with 53 points, and Greece 59 with 49 points. So there's a difference of 4 or 5 points and many places. Since 2019, we have in Greece the National Transparency Authority, η Εθνική Αρχή Διαφάνειας, NTA. The relationship between NTA and our organization can still be described as rather basic and introductory. Specifically, there are fragmented rather than comprehensive interventions and collaborations. While Transparency International Greece is involved in working with groups providing input on topics such as lobbying, whistleblowing, and public procurement, we strongly believe that there is a need for a deeper collaboration between our organization, the National Transparency Agency, and other public authorities in general. To some extent, this is regarded as a cultural political issue in Greece, in the Greek public sector, since they are not particularly receptive to intervention and suggestions from the civil society organization. It has been frequently stated that the dialogue often resembles opposition rather than being constructive. Of course, our role as is primarily supervisory as an internationally recognized organization, but I would say that in recent years we have extended an invitation for collaboration to public authorities. We have expressed our readiness for a constructive and targeted partnership. Clearly, the relationship between TI, Transparency International Greece, and NTA is complicated, since, on the one hand, we must be ready to criticize any shortcomings, but on the other hand, we have to stay open to collaboration for a common scope.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that. I think now we can turn to the Commissioner for Personal Data Protection, Ms. Irini Loizidou-Nicolaidou. I think you agree with me that we can, that transparency is a tool for combating corruption. Yet there is a common belief that privacy sometimes hampers or impairs transparency. Could I please have your comments on that?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me once again to participate to this useful and important forum. And of course, I do agree that transparency is one of the tools against corruption. I disagree, though, that privacy is an obstacle. This is just a misconception, and as I will explain, it is far from the truth. Accountability and transparency are core principles of the GDPR. Accountability means that an organization needs at all times to demonstrate compliance. Transparency means that processing of personal data must always be carried out in a transparent manner to the concerned individuals. In the GDPR's preamble, it is explained that the protection of personal data is not an absolute right, and that processing of such data should be designed to serve mankind. The right to data protection must be considered in relation to its function in society and be balanced against other fundamental rights in accordance with the principle of proportionality. Such rights include freedom of expression and the right of the public to have access to official documents in accordance with national laws. From this text, we can conclude that the GDPR sets two obligations. First, when we face questions of privacy and transparency as a tool of combating corruption, we have to strike the right balance between the rights of individuals and the goals we wish to achieve. Second, these goals should be defined in or imposed by law to serve the greater good. They should not, for example, aim at giving food to gossip. The Court of Justice of the EU and the European Court of Human Rights have given us guidance how to carry out this balancing test and about the criteria we should take into account on a case-by-case basis, as Mr. Boyagis mentioned. For example, when we consider to publish information about a person suspected for corruption, we should take into account criteria such as if the person is publicly exposed or not, if the information we have is accurate, if the information concerns the private or the professional life of this person, and if concerns an event that took place in a private or in a public place. These criteria will help us decide if the right of the public to be informed about the alleged corruption overrides the rights, freedoms, and interests of this person. To conclude, yes, transparency can fight corruption, and yes, we can have transparency with respect to privacy. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Thank you. Turning now to Lido Cariolu. Lido, in your view, what are some of the issues or concerns that you have regarding the existing anti-corruption agency in Cyprus?
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be practical.
Yeah.
Being practical is not my strongest characteristic, but I'll try in an effort to make us at least consider certain issues that merit, I believe, our attention. So before we discuss concerns, let's talk about the positives. We have a law, we have an independent authority, they've got plenty of complaints to examine, they also have the powers to initiate ex proprio motu investigations. What is interesting, and in my view a great strength of the authority, is the fact that they're not bound by strict rules of admissibility of evidence, and this is very important. It is also a strength, in my view, that the standard of proof that is applied by the authority is that on the balance of probabilities. So it's not the criminal law standard, but it's a lower standard, which is beneficial when it comes to making findings. Now, if we're serious about tackling the series of corruption that have been of concern, in my view, we really need to reconsider the powers, the investigative powers of the Anti-Corruption Authority, and give them full powers to investigate. This would include, in my view, the power to arrest, instruct essentially the police to arrest someone when there's reasonable grounds to believe that such arrest is warranted, the power to apply to the courts for seek and seizure orders and warrants, as well as the power to prosecute. Now, the second issue I would like to raise is that we really need to reconsider Section 10 of our law, which creates this odd position that basically any planned or ongoing investigation by the independent authority will need to be suspended, if you like, terminated, if there's a decision to investigate, if there's a decision to initiate criminal investigation, either by the police, the Attorney General, or perhaps by the Ministerial Council. And this is clearly problematic, leaving aside from issues of any scenario involving a deliberate intent to shelter any specific individual from responsibility. Just consider for a moment the great waste of resources that this would imply. If there's a serious investigation ongoing for a considerable length of time, it's a very odd situation that any findings or any work done needs to be thrown to the bin if there's such a decision. The other point I would like to raise as food for thought, especially given the presence of Mrs. Atsalidou, because this is a matter for the Parliament, I believe, to consider, is that it would be interesting to give the authority the power to initiate civil proceedings where there are reasonable grounds to believe that a person has been a party to any corruption and has benefited from it. So this would be interesting, and it would not require essentially, reform of the Constitution. We're not talking about the criminal proceedings or the criminal law sphere. We're talking about civil proceedings. And indeed, one could envisage that we give a parallel power to the victims to initiate such, proceedings to seek damages for basically compensation for any damage suffered as a result of corruption. We could model such provision. I believe a similar provision exists in the Seychelles Commission. I believe it's Section 77, which provides that a person who does anything that constitutes corruption is liable to any person or victim who suffers loss or damage as a result. Now, another issue that is worth considering is witness protection. I think that we could envisage making specific provisions so that the authority can protect witnesses that come forward and testify, both in terms of ensuring their safety as well as sheltering them from any consequences as a result of whistleblowing, as well as the power to stop and prevent witness intimidation. And I will leave that for further discussion. But the last point I wanted to raise is we need to consider seriously how independent commissioners can be dismissed, especially after the Supreme Court's judgment, recent judgment. One could expect a fruitful dialogue between the Parliament and the Supreme Court as to what constitutes inappropriate behavior, and insert such criteria into the law, so that the Supreme Court in any future case has some criteria that can be perhaps of use, but also so that the holders of such posts are notified and know what is indeed expected of them, which I believe would be helpful and a move towards greater legal certainty, if you like.
Thank you, Lito. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought.
Can I add something?
Before you do
also,
that,
the selection should have the criteria, not only the dismissal.
Yes. I mean,
selection and dismissal.
Before I come to the legislature, I wanted to hear Mr. Boyaji's comments on those, and how do you see those suggestions put forward by Lito?
I will start from the last point of Mr. Talito's selection. It's one of the first laws which there is an advisory report which selects and suggest to the president which persons to appoint. 3 for each position. So it's an improvement. Okay, it can be better improved in the future. Now, concerning the effort to prosecute our own cases, we cannot do that, especially corruption cases. Even now, even if we acquire criminal investigation powers, the reason is simple. We need to amend the Constitution. And when members of parliament or government hear that, they just get terrified. You know, amend the Constitution again. We did this so many times. So I think probably with the amendment, which will come soon, to divide the powers of the Attorney General in the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Advisor of the Government, probably we can put that into as food for thought. So at the moment now, we are helpless on that respect. And even we cannot, as I said, initiate proceedings for somebody who doesn't come to the committee, to the investigation. We tried to do that. The Attorney General refused to do that. We got an opinion from our lawyer that we cannot do that. So we didn't, it's the first time I'm saying that, because we don't normally publicize the decisions, but we got an opinion, legal opinion. We cannot do anything about that. So we just sat quiet and we didn't say that in public. Whistleblowing is a very big chapter. We had discussions with Olaf and with many European bodies. It's only theoretical. In practical, I think everybody agrees that there is no practical way to protect whistleblowers. They just give them a right for compensation, but the main thing is that to encourage somebody to go forward and report, and at the same time give him protection. Now, how to give him protection during the investigation is very difficult, because you can put him in another department, you can give him leave with a salary so that they get away from that environment until the complaint is investigated, but we don't have anything like that. I think nowhere in Europe. I'm not sure, but I think that's the situation in Europe. Nobody protects whistleblowers pending their complaint. So it has to be, the framework has to be improved.
Yeah, I think Mr. Toledo is...
I think in some countries when a whistleblower comes forward, then you cannot start an investigation against the whistleblower at the same time. That we've seen it in Cyprus, in my opinion, in one case. So there are steps to take, because if I know that when I come and I say something that I've seen which needs investigation, and the next day I have 3 investigations, then the next one will never come forward. And this is the case that happened in Cyprus. In my opinion, it hampers a lot people coming forward.
Can I just respond to that? I think he's not obliged, the employer is not obliged to do that. We had an example when somebody reported their employer, and we just sent a letter to the employer saying that, look, he reported corruption, just to let you know, and he stopped the proceedings against that employee. That's what he did, but he did it on his own will. So we couldn't force him. We couldn't go to court and ask for an order or something. We just sent a letter. That's what we did.
I think it'd be interesting to hear from our guests from Greece, France, and Korea.
If I may, very shortly, in the Greek labor law, there is protection for whistleblowers, and it's forbidden to dismiss them.
Yeah, even reinstate the dismissal, so that there is a power for the anti-corruption agency could request the former employer to rehire that person. But also, the interesting thing is the Korea Independent Commission Against Corruption hire whistleblowers from their side. Right. So we know that some of the staff members are the whistleblowers from the other public institution, but they are hired by the anti-corruption agency as a staff member. And also there is a reward money and also the award money. So they give the money when the money returned to the government, but in the meantime, they also provided some money with a percentage they are calculating. And in addition, they also provide the service, legal service, having a lawyer who's supporting to this whistleblower, which is really needed.
Oh, that's also interesting. Ms. Annouise, could we have your comment from France? What do you do regarding whistleblowers? And how do you protect them?
Hello. Well, so High Turkey does not have a mission of protecting her whistleblowers yet, and I'm not sure it's going to be one of our missions. So I can't really debate about that.
Okay. What I am aware is that in some countries, well, generally, whistleblowers don't only suffer financially, but they also suffer psychologically and legally. So a lot of countries offer legal support, psychological support. The entire family might need support. So that's something that that can also be considered maybe in supporting generally the whistleblowers, not just making sure that they don't get sacked. Mr. Kalidou, is there something that you would like to see improved with the ICAC in Cyprus?
Well, as I said, we need results, concrete results. We need a research that will end up with results. When the people see that, they will begin to trust. Now there is no trust. It's commonly, I think, discussed and everybody accepts that people lost their trust in the institutions. So I believe that the institutions, they have to really make a big effort to show that they mean business. And when I say mean business, it means that whoever is the person, they should investigate, and they should deliver, and they should be transparent, and they should be accountable. And this is one way to establish the authority as what I believe should be the authority, should be the advocate of citizens, of society's benefit, the public interest. They should defend the public interest. And we are waiting to see that, because I don't know how many of these cases are finished, finalized, how many people are going to be prosecuted. Unless we see results, in my opinion, is that we spend a lot of money in Cyprus in investigations, but we never see real results. This is Eric, there, you know, we worked together some years ago on a platform for transparency against corruption, and I can tell you that in Cyprus, it's not only that there is not a culture against corruption, but the people who work against corruption, I think they face a lot of problems, not only in their professional life, but also in their personal life. Because in Cyprus, I think it's Aristotle who said that a good citizen in a bad society is considered a bad person. Because when everybody else accepts that this is a very good government and you come out and you say, no, this is corrupt, you are the only one, most probably, or one of very few, then you become a very bad person in the eyes of everybody. And this is a problem in Cyprus. But I want to say something. In Australia, for example, they can even intercept telecommunications, the authority. Not only that, they obtain warrants to search properties. And I have to tell you something. In Cyprus some years ago, a big scandal came on television. It was a video showing two people that they were in very important key positions, and they were talking something that was considered as corrupt. 15 days after, the police got a warrant to enter the houses and take the computers. I am sorry. 15 days after. This should have been done the very first day. Get a warrant from a judge and investigate and take the evidence. 15 days after, there is no evidence whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. I think we will have 10 minutes at the end with questions.
But Eric, you know, he's somebody who comes to the parliament also. He's very knowledgeable. Maybe he will add something.
I think what we need to realize, however, is that our ICAC in Cyprus is failing you, and comparing the budget that our ICAC has to ICACs overseas is very minimum. So maybe we should give them some benefit of the doubt.
Oh, yes.
And maybe more money should be going forward to
and staff,
to the ICAC.
and buildings, and investigators, everything, yes.
Can I just say something? Mrs. Thotou said she wants to see results. If she means results from us, I would say, and by results she means people who are liable for criminal offenses of corruption, 2 words, very soon. You will see that. Now, results for me, being a former judge, means taking them into court, condemning people and putting them to jail. This is not up to us. This is up to somebody else.
I know.
We can do nothing about it.
I know, but that's why you have to be transparent. You said that you cannot. That's the problem.
We had this at the parliament. We have this
That's
again.
the problem. Because if you don't say that I finished this.
No, we'll say that without any names. Okay.
Okay, so we'll see the annual report when it's published. Could I have now your closing remarks, please, before we give the floor to the...
As I said before, I am going because I have the parliament. My approach to this is zero tolerance, but it takes years. And the thing is that I think maybe Mediterranean cultures are more susceptible to corruption because we have the families, the friends, the extended family. We want our child to go to the good school, so we may pick up the phone and find a good school. So we teach our children from a very young age that if they have powerful parents, they may have privileges. I think we must strengthen equality in our society. Equality, all citizens should be equal in front of the law and in front of institutions and the government. When we strengthen equality, this notion that we are equal and we can demand our rights and we should report when we see something that is against the law, then we will start to create a culture that discourages corruption. And maybe this, but it will take years. I am not very, let's say, optimistic about it at the time being.
Thank you. Mr. Yannis.
If I may make a comment on what you just said, that I would like to inform you that both Transparency International Greece and the National Transparency Authority are committed to fostering the values of transparency, political integrity and ethics in schools and educational institutions. Recently, our organization visited the Greek town, Xanthi, to conduct various workshops with children based on a book written to promote integrity among young audiences. Similarly, the National Transparency Authority, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and other partners, organizes a nationwide student competition under the broader title Leaders of Integrity for Tomorrow. These initiatives aims to raise awareness within the school community about the values of transparency and integrity. It has been recognized as an international best practice for engaging the younger generation and actively contributing to the gradual development of a culture that minimizes the scope of corruption. And my closing comment is that the establishment of the National Transparency Authority in Greece is extremely positive, however, is not a panacea.
Thank you. Mr. Lozito, your closing
Three
remarks.
key quick messages. First of all, as I said before, several EU and national legislations dictate proof that we can be transparent, fight corruption, and ensure and embrace privacy at the same time. Second, striking the right balance between fundamental rights is not always an easy task. Some cases may be less straightforward than others. And final remarks, answers can always be found when offices like Mr. Boyagis and mine cooperate effectively and when guidance, when it is needed, is given. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joy.
That there are more and more measurement about the anti-corruption effort, measurement within the government and then within the government authorities are one of the as a tools for the anti-corruption agency these days are using, and then that could give also the name and shame approach to all the agencies, and also giving attention more to what commissioner and commission would like to do, and that's also used by the many different countries at the moment. And then IACA is also doing making an effort to the anti-corruption measurement related issue. And also we would be very happy to discuss with the Commission that whether they need any niche or help for any capacity building and technical assistance from your side. Not only the face-to-face, but we also provide the virtual trainings, and also we provide a pro bono trainings through our webpage as well. And lastly, we also value the education of the young students, and we are providing some pro bono programs together with IACA UNODC schools as targeting to the different regions. So Cyprus was one of the times, so also the regions, so please take a look at it, and then also encourage the youngsters. And this is with the Austrian Fund, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are providing this program twice per yearly. And IACA happy to provide also the training train for the educators for the ethical dilemma and also the behavior science related matters. So we would really explore the options to collaborate more with the Cyprus in the near future.
Thank you. Mr. Boyaji, your closing remarks.
In Cyprus, society doesn't trust anymore any institutions. We have lost all the trust we had in the courts, in the corruption authorities, police. What we need to do is work together quickly and decisively. As Mrs. Atalidou said, we cannot, if we have a report of a case of corruption, we have to go get the search warrant, get the evidence the second day, the first day, and work together. If we don't do that, the trust will be lost completely. Now, if we're going to do that, I won't comment. I have my personal opinions, but it's better not to say it. So I will leave that for you as food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garrido.
Not so much of a closing remark, rather clarification to what I said previously. When I talked about the need to protect witnesses that blow the whistle, I meant specifically within the framework of the anti-corruption authority, because of course there's an EU directive on the protection of whistleblowers which has been implemented in our system. Our law goes much beyond what the directive provides, in fact. But yeah, I share Commissioner Poyagis's concern as to, practically speaking, how much protection is offered. And that is something that we need to see when we test these cases in court. So, yeah.
Yeah, see. Ms. Henry, over to you. Your closing remarks, please.
Hello, yes. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. No, I just want to read on the debate. You know, the High Prosecutor Transparency in Public Life Conference associated after a major scandal involving Juliia, who was the Minister of Budget at the time, in 2012. And he didn't want to be carried from the road, and he lied in front of the National Assembly several times before confessing that he had account fraud. And after this case, the hierarchy for transparency in public life was created in 2013. And since then, since 10 years, we saw that the trust between citizens and public officials have really improved because we put in place the declaration of assets, the declaration of interest, and because also among members of parliament, they know that they cannot get away with the legislation and their basic obligation. So I think, you can see improvements if you put in place very valid legislation. And also regarding education, our president and also I and other colleagues, we do trainings abroad, we do trainings in school, university, and collaborate with other
Thank you for that. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Right?
Hello, I'm Andreas Papandreou. I'm a Cypriot citizen, proud citizen, but I'm very ashamed of my country in accordance with what the politicians and the people governing this country have done. And I'm here to raise a question that most of the people in Cyprus have. I'm speaking directly, mostly to you as an MP, that you can actually do something. Most people in Cyprus don't trust the institutions, the authorities to do their jobs because provenly the system is built in a way that the institutions do not have the power to do something. And that the simple mind of a Cypriot does not allow him to understand that you as a person holding this position cannot take justice. The former president, for example, most people have problems with him. And the problem starts why should I trust the Attorney General who has so many times proven that he is not willing to take any corruption cases to the court to do something with your authority, for example? And why did you as an MP, as Parliament as a whole, allow again for the same system to run the prosecution? I get it's a constitution, it's all of this stuff, but how many times did we trespass the constitution in accordance to avoid people going to jail? Why not doing it?
As an MP, I don't have any power.
I'm not speaking
No.
to you as an
I mean the Parliament, you know, in which way the Parliament exercises control over the other institutions is through 3/4 measures. One measure is to file a question. I have to tell you that this morning I was dealing with my questions, and I have questions that I sent in 2021 and still they are not answered by the relevant ministry. Okay, and if they are not answered, my second choice is to file what we call aftebankelto, so we can file the issue to be debated in the committee, and it has to wait for I don't know how many months or years sometime. The third is to file a law proposal to change a law. I filed the law proposals on this issue. The division of the powers of the Attorney General to empower the authority with interrogation powers. It's there. It's in the committee. The president of the committee will decide to put it or not on the agenda. And I'm still waiting. So what I am saying is that unless there is the political will by all parties and by the executive, which means the president, we cannot really, and we need speed because corruption now is institutionalized. And I will explain why. In Cyprus, the executive powers are in the ministerial council. It's not with the president, it's the ministerial council that decides, but the president appoints them, dismisses them. So we know what happens. But the ministerial council has the power to bypass laws. And I am saying environmental law. So it's like institutionalizing corruption. Those who have access to power, those who have money, those who can really go behind the scenes, they have the power and they get what we say it's halarosis. I mean, the law is not applied, and we've seen a lot of corruption, especially with the environment, because we have a very strong developing construction industry, and we see a lot of corruption. Nothing is happening. They come, they sit in front of us. We had a case yesterday, and they are greenwashing everybody.
The people don't blame you because you are an MP. They think, I know it's not as strong, but the people blame you as a parliament because you don't do something. Because once again, you legislated one institution that actually has no power.
Yeah. But the people don't know the powers, so they put us all in the same. That's a problem.
I don't know if the commissioners want to comment on that, or you're right. Yeah, you can. Next question, Eric. Yeah.
Regarding independent authority against corruption, it's true that Alexandra, we had worked during the preparation of the legislation for the formation of the new authority, and it was a big resistance and a big discussion over the issue whether to give to the authority to prepare a criminal case, εξουσίες ποινικού ανακριτή, not to prosecute. It's the Attorney General's job to prosecute, but to prepare the criminal file. This has not been given to the authority, and it's really a pity. And even the Parliament agreed not giving the authority.
You remember what happened?
Yes.
Very well.
So, and then we said, okay, so be it. Let's have the independent authority. It should start. Let's not pause anymore, and we can do something to fix it later. But the question is, did we have a case where, oh my God, if the authority had this authorization, this εξουσίες ποινικού ανακριτή, if they had it, they would have done something which did not happen because of the lack of this authorization. So far, we have not seen it. We have not seen a case where the independent authority against corruption, if it had the authority, something would happen, and because of this, it didn't happen. So we're waiting for you, and this is something where the people are waiting from the authority to have such a case. So far, no.
We have undergoing investigations on many very big cases, which last for months. And some cases, we finish them on our own or through very short investigations. Until now, we didn't have. But the big investigations will show if they have results in some weeks or months. I cannot say anything else, but probably you're in a hurry to see because this...
Yes, but you should have, I think you should be lobbying. Sorry, I'm a bit...
Yes.
If I were you, I would be lobbying in a way that pressing, going out in the central square and shouting, give me this authority.
Okay. To do that, okay, it's good, but we managed to set up a good working program in our authority. If we change that now, you have to change all the things in the authority. That means you have to change the investigators. Now we have investigators, then we have criminal investigators. We have to train them. We have to, which means another 3 or 4 months to stop our work and then start again from... Yes, okay. If Parliament gives this power, we'll do it. But at the moment, our effort is to get permanent staff so that we can do our job, because we only have one person who is a permanent employee in the authority, only one. All the others, the lawyers are with a 1-year contract. Budget we have.
They have budget. We gave them
staff resource.
Budget. We got all we asked about budget, but we don't have permanent personnel. Our lawyers are 1-year contract, which means when the year
which
finishes,
means that the government does not mean it. Because when you have a higher authority, I'm sorry, Commissioner, but when you have a higher authority, you empower it with the powers that it needs, you give them the budget, and you give them the personnel, and it has to be permanent personnel, because you are training them, and then what? You are going to lose the competence. So if we mean it, it means that we have to empower the Commission, and the Commission has to be consistent on enforcement, it has to be independent from political influence, it has to acquire the public support, we need the public support, and all of this will foster a culture of trust, and a culture and when people trust you, you can demand more. When people don't trust you, you don't demand. They are not in favor. This is what I mean. I mean that I am ready to fight for the permanent personnel. I am ready to fight for the budget. I am ready to fight for empowering with interrogation powers. I am ready, but the Commission has to be at the front.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, my name is Fabian. I'm professor for property law in Frankfurt.
Sorry, I can hear. Yeah.
Can you stand up, maybe? Can you stand up, please?
Thank you.
In Germany? Thank you. We have a question to data protection and transparency. We try to implement a transparency register in Germany, and we fail miserably because of data protection. And landowners misunderstand the principle of data protection. They think their right of protecting and dispose of their own data is a property right deriving from their property right, which is a phantom.
It is.
And it's my very interesting discussion. And we failed since 20 years to implement a movable property register. You know why? The institutions are not connected. And I have a question maybe to you. Is there a court decision in Cyprus about the data protection right of a landowner? Because in my country, in Germany, we have the corruption is construction and land. This is we estimate the black money and corruption is 300 billion per year. And everybody knows this, but we cannot act anything against that because property right is protected. So maybe it's a question to you. Is there a transparency register calling the SATS declaration in Cyprus? Is there discussion going on also that the landowner and the ultimate beneficial owners have to register their properties?
Yes.
As oligarchs?
We have land registry in Cyprus.
Okay.
Land registry.
Land registry.
And is there a decision by the Constitutional Court that says landowners their data protection is derived from the property?
Yes, but they can have access. Whoever has legal obligation to have. We have an article in the relevant law. It's 51A that says when you have a legal obligation, you can apply and you can get data and information about the land of another person. So based on the legal obligation, you can have access to those data that does not belong to you.
But the Ministry of Interior or Commerce in Cyprus, they don't have a transparency register. So they can have an overview who's owning Cyprus land, for example.
The land registry is under Ministry of Interior. It's a department of Ministry of Interior.
Right, thank you. The gentleman there, yeah, thank you.
Question for the Data Protection Commissioner. It's about the right to access information law that was passed, I think, in December 2021.
2020. Effective
came into force.
Came into force.
I'm hearing a lot of anecdotal reports about people trying out the law and seeing that it's very easy for people to refuse to give information. And my understanding is that your office has been the de facto receiver of every case that needs to be decided. And I just wanted to have your take when it comes to, is indeed either the implementation of the contents of the law weak and don't really force people to relinquish information in cases that they really don't have a good excuse to do that? Is there any room for improvement there?
No, I think it's not the provisions of the law that are not strict. It's a matter of awareness. That's why we're trying to make awareness of this new legislation, because it's a national registration, 3-year-old registration. December will be 4. And you are right that the public authorities in Cyprus refused to even respond to the applicant. But when and whenever we intervene, they give the information. That's the important thing. But you are right, we have to be more extrovert maybe in order to create more and more awareness of this legislation. Lately we have prepared video, and we showed some videos and spots on the radio for this legislation, but there are steps, we can strengthen this try.
Thank you. Yeah.
I don't have a question. It's just an information I'd like to give you, because you were talking before about the whistleblowing issues that you have and issues with retaliation. So through my work, I discovered that there is a public website called Global Leaks, and a person can do an anonymous whistleblowing report, and an investigation can begin. And then that person can also be informed of on the status of the case at each point of the case of the whistleblowing investigation. So that ensures the anonymity of the person who reports the whistleblowing incident and the corruption incident. So maybe that's something you'd like to investigate, because there are also anonymous whistleblowing reports, but through this public website, everybody can go in and perform a complaint, a whistleblowing report. So I just wanted to inform you, so maybe you can use it in your day-to-day work and we avoid issues of retaliation.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Can I add something on this? I sent a letter asking about what the public sector and the private companies have done to establish what we call corridors of and a structure for whistleblowers. Channels. Some of them, they didn't even know about this. So the law is there, but how it is applied, either by the government sector or the wider government sector or the private companies, nobody can give me a solid answer. So we have laws. We have laws about everything in Cyprus. And actually, if you see the rule of law report of the Commission, they always say that our laws, we have improved. In Cyprus, what is our problem is the enforcement of the law. That is the problem.
Thank you. We've got a final question. Yeah, thank you.
Whistleblower.
Thank you. It's actually a remark. I'm Christina Karakosta from the European Commission, the Rule of Law Unit. And I would just like to say that the issue of resources of the Anti-Corruption Authority is an issue of recommendation that we have addressed to Cyprus since 2023-22. And we have asked Cyprus to actually continue the efforts and give the resources, because the resources is not something that needs to be ignored. It's very important. Because you may end up having even more powers, but if you have nobody to actually use these powers, then at the end we arrive at the same outcome. So, thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Yeah. I think you agree with me. We had a very diverse discussion with a very diverse group, and I'd like to join me to thank the members of the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Για να σας στείλω ένα βιβλίο.
Να σας στείλω ένα βιβλίο. Ήθελα να σας πω το βιβλίο αυτό.
Να σας το στείλω, το δείτε.
Λοιπόν, ένα λεπτό. Θα το βρούμε το θέμα. Δεν έχω κάρτα ακριβώς, αλλά έχω αυτό. Το οποίο είναι είδος κάρτας, αλλά έχετε τηλέφωνο. Το τηλέφωνο σας. Να κάνουμε ένα σκάν.
Αν μου δώσετε αυτό, θα σας στείλω ένα.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we're moving on to the fireside discussion on labor issues. And please join me in welcoming Mr. Mario Nava, Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the EU Commission, and Mr. Yannis Panayiotou, Cyprus's Minister of Labor and Social Insurance. I was recently reading the mission letter to the Commissioner Designate for People, Skills and Preparedness. And in this letter, President von der Leyen assigns the development of a quality jobs roadmap, right? As I understood, this initiative aims to promote fair wages and ensure high standards for health and safety, improve working conditions, etc. And I was wondering, what are the Commission's intentions regarding implementation of this task?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. There's no fire, thanks God, in Cyprus, and it's in fact, although it's called fireside chat. The quality job roadmaps. As you know, we have, as a guiding principle for labor issues, we have the so-called Porto targets, which are one on the employment rates, the amount of people that work. The second one is on skills, the amount of people that each year are skilled, retrained. And the third one is on taking people out of poverty, taking 15 million of European out of poverty. The quality job roadmaps could be seen, at least, let's say, now as some sort of fourth criterion, and is to do not so much with the quantity of people who work, but the quality. What does it mean, a quality job? Well, the first thing is what you said, a fair wage. So it means that you go to work and you have enough for the 4 weeks of the month. The second thing is general good conditions, which go from, let's say, health and safety at work, so something very basic that should always be ensured, to maybe something more sophisticated, like the fact that you are not in a always-on environment, or something like that, for example, distress is respect, and things like that. So what the Commission intends to do for the quality job roadmaps, first of all, let me say, let us see the hearing, because we have the hearing coming up in 3-4 weeks, and I'm sure that the European Parliament, in its wisdom, will give us lots of initiatives. But I would say, from our point of view, we have to look at the quality job roadmaps as a complement to the other 3 targets that we have, and a qualitative complement, as the name says, which really tries to make sure that the people who work derive from the work what they need in terms of money, and they live well in their work. Now, the labor market situation today is completely different from the one of 10 years ago. It's very tight. In Cyprus, they moved from 20% unemployment to 5% unemployment, so it's very tight. So I think we can afford to do all of this now. And for example, yesterday I was at a meeting with the trade unions of the Republic of Cyprus, representing different both employers and employees and so on and on. And I must say the issue of the quality of jobs came up a number of times. So I believe it's a moment where is due, incidentally, on, and then I close, but on the employment target, Europe is doing pretty well. The employment target formally is 78% employment ratio by 2030. Many countries, including Cyprus, are above. Cyprus is 80. Many others are above. But overall, Europe is at 76.8. So we are really there, and we still have 6 years to run. Now, just to put it in the historical context, when there was the Lisbon strategy, the idea was to have 70% by 2010. So in 15 years, we have increased by 8 percentage points, and probably we could increase it even more. Of course, demography helps, and maybe later we'll talk about demography, migration, and all of that. But I would say, given the good numbers, I think it makes sense to look now at the quality, after having made sure that the quantity follows.
Perfect. Minister, how do you see this task aligning regarding the implementation in Cyprus and our policies here?
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. Good afternoon to all the Cyprus formistas. I don't know if I've used. If not, I am happy to introduce it. Second, I keep thinking that these 3 glasses of water are an accident expecting to happen. So if we don't spill it, I will consider this a success. It's a pleasure for me to be here to discuss on labor issues with Mario because we are both partners, institutional partners in the context of European Union, which is the most ambitious project ever initiated in our continent. And European Union went through many stages and the project is successful. And now I believe that EU is at its best through the helicopter money of the 1980s to the intense austerity policies of the previous decade. I believe that the balance between economic development and social cohesion, which is now embedded throughout the European policies, provides for better developments in the future, and most of all, it puts the European citizens in the center of European policies, and especially the labor market is based on the most important capital of Europe, the social capital of Europe, the European people. So for us, European policies are our policies, are the policies we develop together in our union, and especially for our government, which applies a human-centered policy, the priorities of improving the wages towards an adequate level, supporting the middle class and the less privileged employees, better regulation and better monitoring of the labor market, increasing collective agreements and empowering social dialogue are political priorities which are in practice applied through specific measures such as the increase of the minimum wage, such as the renewal of collective agreements in the construction sector recently, and hopefully in a few days, within the next few days, in the hotel industry. Most probably next week, the Parliament will approve a new piece of legislation filed by the government, which will make the use of the digital platform of the Ministry of Labour for the submission of the employment contract conditions of all the employees obligatory are small, bigger and larger steps that lead towards the direction which we believe that will soon be more and more visible by the citizens in their everyday life. In practice, in our system, in the free market and the open competition, the improvement of the quality of life is related to the income of the citizens, and for the great majority of our citizens, their income is their salary. So if the dividends of progress are distributed in a fair way, the development of the economy will be reflected in the level of our wages, and this is also directly related to the level of our future pensions, because if an employee has a low salary for all the period of his or her work life, then that person will also have a low pension. And the rest of the citizens will have to contribute so that social policy will support that citizen. So since we need to foresee and have long-term plans for the next and the generations after the next, we need to focus on these aspects, and I am quite optimistic about the results, and I am also, Mario, very optimistic regarding the way European citizens, Cypriot citizens, employees perceive European Union in a very positive way through the application of these policies. It is very interesting to observe trade unionists who traditionally used to be at least skeptical towards European Union to cite European directives to convince the other social partners for the need of the expansion of collective agreements or for the criteria European Union sets for the revision of the minimum salary. This means that citizens embrace European Union more and more, and this makes our EU project more successful than ever.
Do you have something to add?
No, I completely agree with the Minister. I think that social Europe is one of our most fundamental strengths that we have. It's visible inside Europe, but it's also visible outside Europe. I mean, it's not by chance that Europe is the place where people dream to emigrate. I mean, if people want to move somewhere, if you are born in a country that doesn't offer enough opportunities, it's quite natural that you prefer to come to a dimension where your kids can go to university without you paying an arm and a leg, where if you break a leg, you get taken care in the hospital without paying an absurd amount of money, where you may have a pension. So our social system, it's actually a very good factor of production and of competitiveness. I think the point has been made very clear by Mario Draghi in his report. He makes it very clear that the social features actually help both the short-term and the long-term transitions we're trying to do. Probably the biggest lesson of the last 5 years of the von der Leyen Commission is exactly that the difficulties that we have met in the green transition and the digital transition came from the fact that the social aspects were not fully taken care. In the moment we are able to take care of the social aspects, let's say, via the Just Transition Mechanism, with the Social Climate Fund, via better dialogue with the social partners, then the situation improves. So I completely agree with the Minister, and I would even add that it's not only visible inside Europe, but also outside Europe.
You both talked about pensions, so I had a note about this. In Europe and Cyprus, aging population poses significant challenges to the pension system. With a shrinking workforce and increasing life expectancy, what policy adjustments are being considered to ensure the sustainability of the pension system in the future?
Well, I think the true issue is that we now have the cohort of the people who are around 60, so let's say born between 60 and 70, between 1960 and 1970, okay, that today are between, let's say, 64 and 54. That cohort is huge. It's been the largest in the European Union. And now that means that basically every year we have 1 million less workers, or if you prefer, 1 million more pensioners. So every year we have 1 million less people who work and 1 million more people who need to get a pension. Obviously, that mechanism will not be sustainable, also because of two other things. that the cohort of those who enter, so let's say those who are 25 today, is only 1/3 of those who are 65 today. And the cohort of those who go out of the pension, so let's say those who are in their late age, is much smaller than those who enter in the pension. So you have both a problem in the labor market, the amount of people, and you have a problem of pensioner sustainability, macroeconomic sustainability, because the pension pool keeps going larger and larger. For many years, citizens were convinced that Pillar 1 pension does it all. That was, say, those of my generation were more or less convinced of that. Is Pillar 1 pension, is state pension, you didn't need to worry too much. And what member states did regularly, essentially since 20 years or so, they did an interesting equilibrium game between pension adequacy and macroeconomic stabilization of the pension pool. Now this game doesn't work anymore because as I said, the pension pool becomes too big, so you may have simultaneously that the pension adequacy goes down, because there are too many people eating on the same cake, and the macroeconomic stability also goes down because it's too large. So the Commission for a number of years has been insisting on the fact that member states need to take what we call a holistic approach to the pension, involving not only Pillar 1, which is obvious, but also Pillar 2, which is the occupational pension, which is strong in some countries but less strong in others, and the Pillar 3, which is the personal pension. So that is the investment since the young age. And this, I think we have been saying it very consistently. We have advised member states to use all sorts of mechanisms to increase the awareness of people that pension needs to be worked in order that they exist. So, for example, the Commission is famous to be in favor of auto-enrollment and many other tricks. But also, I believe here is one of those areas where, again, in the report of Mario Draghi, there is need for a joint initiative of the states, but also of the private sector. When you say private pension, personal private pension, that assumes that they exist. That assumes that the product in the market are good enough. That you are 25 years old, you start working, you start saving for when you will be 67, 68, or probably even 70. So 45 years of distance. You need good products so to attract the youngsters. Otherwise, it's not that the youngsters have limited rationality, but very simply, to be motivated to put money away to use them in 45 years, you really need to give a good product. And that's, I think, where the private sector needs to intervene and where the private sector needs to do a good job. So, bottom line, I think, is an holistic view of the public, the professional, so companies, and then the private investment. Citizens, young people, lucky them, but they need to understand that the times are different from our times, and they need to invest.
Minister?
To continue from the point Mario completed his remark. The Republic of Cyprus was founded in 1960, and maybe the first important accomplishment of the newly funded state of ours was the establishment of the universal social insurance system. Before 1964, there was not a universal pension system in Cyprus, and usually people who were too old to work were supported by their families. Usually this was supposed to be a task of the daughters. So the older generations used to say, if you have a daughter, you will have a good aging. But for many people who were not supported by their families, life was very, very difficult at old age. So in 1964, the social insurance system in Cyprus became universal, and This year we complete 60 years from that accomplishment, and the most recent actuarial report, which is delivered according to their legislation every 3 years to evaluate the sustainability of our pension system. I applied a stress test actuarials do according to international standards, and the actuarial report was delivered by the International Labour Organization, saying that through the 60-year stress test, our social insurance fund, the first pillar of our pension system, is sustainable as long as we apply policies which take into consideration the projections and we do not increase spending without the necessary actuarial evaluation. In view of guaranteeing the sustainability of our pension system for the next 60 years and the next 120 years and the next 180 years, in 2025 we schedule the completion of the reform of our pension system. It will be the first reform after 1980. So we need to make well-informed decisions because the next reform will not happen soon, and we need to make sure that our decisions are result of the proper scientific support and extensive social dialogue. We will focus on 3 main pillars. The first one is to further assist low pensions so they are more adequate. The second is to support the second and the third pension pillar, the occupational pension systems and the private pension investment, and the rationalization of the investment policy of the social insurance fund. At the same time, our aim is not to increase the input by the employers, the employees and the state, so that we will not make the participation in the pension system more demanding for the citizens than it is now. It is important to note, though, that in relation to 20 years before, if we compare 2002 and 2022 data, the ratio between employees and pensioners in Cyprus is worse than it was 20 years ago if we take into consideration only the local workforce and the local pensioners. If we see the big picture, though, and we take into consideration the participation of third country nationals in the labor market of Cyprus, we can see that we have an improved ratio in relation to 20 years ago. Practically, what does this mean? If our economy continues to develop the way the projections of the Ministry of Finance foresee, this will mean that our labor market in 10 years from now will be much bigger than it is, and our demographic capacity regarding the capacity of the local workforce is, even today, is not enough. Today, we have approximately 350,000 local employees 100,000 European Union citizens working in Cyprus and 100,000 third country nationals. The projection for the future is that European citizens will need to actively participate in the labor market of their home countries, so they will not increase. Our goal is to have full employment and to manage to activate everybody in Cyprus up to the degree that he or she can do so in the labor market, but we will need additional employees from third countries. So, going back to what we were saying at the beginning, to do this and to further boost our pension system with additional contributors, we need to have a very well-regulated labor market with the necessary legislations in place, with monitoring for their application, with collective agreements in place, so that we can have procedures which are smooth and quick, so that we can be attractive for workforce from around the world who will choose to live, to work, to develop here, because it will be a very, very good option for people who have all the necessary skills and have the necessary will to do so. And although I previously said that I am optimistic, I will say it again, because going through the necessary data, going through the collaboration with the social partners, the trade unions, and the representative of the employers, having in mind the EU framework and the support we have from the International Labour Organization, I believe that the reform of our pension system will be very successful, and it will affect in a positive way the pensioners of today, the employees of today, and the pensioners of the future.
Okay. Do we have time for another question? No? No? One question. Okay. With the world changing and the green and digital transitions, which are central to this transformation, what steps are being taken to develop the necessary skills to meet these challenges?
Well, this is probably the biggest challenge, because if you think it logically, the employment rate is high, most of the people are working, but the type of work that people do is completely different from what, for example, they have studied at school. Because the thing changed, the pace of change is very high. So what you need, given that everybody is working, is skilling on the job. That is very clear. We cannot do without. 20, 30, 40 years ago was much less important, because the pace of the technological development was much slower. At this pace, the only possibility is skilling on the job. Skilling on the job, what does it mean? It means, first of all, keep the skills updated, so to speak, but it also means, what I think you are hinting, which is grow the skills at the level of the transition that is necessary. Once again, Mario Draghi says this very clearly in his report. He calls it the ambitious thing, and he observes that these new type of job, they are type of job which have a very high added value. So they produce more, in a way, they return more. And therefore, the return on the skill investment is quite important. Skill investment which should look at the whole spectrum of skills. So, of course, the scientific skills, of course, the, legal skills, whatever else, but also vocational education and training. Vocational education and training is a central skill for making sure that the whole workforce is there. As you know very well, last year we did something called the European Year of Skills, which got lots of publicity. We did lots of initiatives in this area, and now von der Leyen, in her political guidelines, called for the union of skills. The union of skills, what is that? That is a little bit like the banking union or like the energy union, is basically putting together the different skills of the European, but also the different practices to learn one another. It's heartening to see that the reply both of the companies and of the employees has been pretty good. Pact for Skill, the companies have pledged the ability to retrain 10 million people. Till now, they retrain 3.5, but the biggest company of Europe, and also some non-Europeans. So I go back to what I made before. Now, I don't mention, but there are several Swiss companies that work in Europe, and that you all know because either you eat them or you use them when you hire someone. Those Swiss companies are part of the Pact of Skills. So they have pledged the money to train 10 million people. And we, as European Union, through the ESF, the European Social Fund, we have been training till now something like 35 million Europeans through the programs in all member states for a cost of about 40 billion. So I think a lot is being done. It's not enough. We need to do more. But it's clear that this is the way. We have less and less people, and those who are there need to be very good. It's very simple.
Just some closing remarks, yes?
Thank you, Anna. Well, it is, I enjoy very much public discussion with Mario. It's like playing football with a co-player with whom we have very many games together. Although what makes our public discussion easy and smooth is that we share the same framework, the EU framework, which we both fully support and practically apply. I believe that professional development is the second best way to change and improve the world. Many have many different perceptions regarding the best possible way to change the world. Because if everybody is a better professional, as a professional, he or she will provide better services, better goods, etc. Last year, within the European Year of Skills initiative, we developed a national skills plan focusing on green and digital skills, and mainly focusing on how we will change the professional culture in our country so that every professional in Cyprus will realize how, irrespectfully of his or her profession, is related to the dual green and digital transition. We developed all the necessary training material, and we initiated this last year. Thousands of people participated in these workshops throughout Cyprus, and our goal is within the next few years to have more than 100,000 people participating in these learning initiatives. If we have 100,000 people in a labor market which is approximately of 500,000, it means that most probably the culture will shift towards the necessary direction. An important aspect of this plan is that it is inclusive for all the Cypriots. The training programs are also provided in the Turkish language so that they can be more inclusive for all the citizens of Cyprus, and we want to make this inclusive approach a part of everything we design and deliver for the development of our workforce. And I believe that following this direction and further investing on the improvement of the skills of our people, we will further enhance our unique selling point as Europeans, which is the quality of our services, the quality of our goods, and I believe that we will succeed towards this direction.
Thank you so much for being here, Director General, Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Μια χαρά ήταν. Yes, you were very good.
I think all the three would have gone down.
Bye, it was nice.
Discussion, a panel on transparency challenges and solutions for civil society.
99.
Hello, Maria. Very good to see you. Hello. Very good to see you. You're here in your... no, I didn't come in the end. Yeah, I was supposed to come, but there was 3 events at the same time last evening, so in the end I dropped out of the last one. Too much. But I'm happy to see you. You're here in your new capacity now, I understand. Yes. But you gave... But you gave some open-minded insights yesterday then that I missed. Sorry. Were any colleagues there? Yes.
Please join me. Join me.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good to see you. See you around. Yeah. Was it a bit mixed, maybe? Yeah. So you in there and you there and I'm here. Okay, good. Perfect. And I think our fourth, we have a fifth.
Yes. 4, yes.
But we are even more, no?
One person is not coming, so one person is not coming, so only Aphrodite.
One is not coming.
Yes,
okay. And who is not coming?
Yes, we have the 4th.
Who is not?
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you all for being with us this evening.
No, it's not working.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
I think not.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Νομίζω, ναι, εγώ είμαι okay. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No?
Good.
Yours, no, I think.
It's okay? Okay. So, thank you all for being here. Our discussion is going to be about transparency challenges and solutions for the civil society. I think we have a lot to talk about as this issue is of particular importance for Cyprus. Transparency is rather something that is lacking in the Cypriot reality. So the stakeholders, some of the stakeholders are here to speak about the problems that are causing this situation. Let me introduce the panelists. We have His Excellency the Ambassador of Sweden, Mr. Martin Hagström, the UNDP Information Integrity and Youth Specialist, Josip Ivanovic,
Mrs. Eleni Karoli is with us, a legal consultant at Civil Society Advocates, and Aphrodite Kyriakou from the Cyprus Integrity Forum. Let's start with some opening remarks about some of the effective strategies and solutions that other countries have used. And as we have the ambassador of Sweden with us, maybe you can share with us some of the good examples are used in your country in order to promote transparency and along with civil society.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the question. I apologize in advance that you will hear a lot about Sweden then, but maybe not only about Sweden, some about Cyprus, some about
Just
other countries
to start with.
as well. Also, I want to say, given the state we are in, I mean, wars in the region, wars on the European continent, of course, this issue, I think, is somehow even more important, because this is really, I think, and hopefully I will prove it in my intervention, this is about strengthening our own resilience and about making our own societies as robust as possible. So I will start, if I may, a little bit about transparency and public access to information in Sweden, and then we'll see, I will come back to some points about civil society. Of course, everything that goes for, in general, it also goes, of course, for all civil society actors. But I think Sweden offers quite a unique example, and it is a fact that transparency is very, very highly prioritized in Sweden, and I think there is, I can safely say that there is a national consensus among all political parties, all actors in society, on the importance to defend it, and on the importance to ensure that it works well. And it's also something that we promote internationally, hence me participating, I guess, in this panel. We're working on this issue in the EU. We focus a lot on it in our development reform cooperation with third countries. And I think this is very much based on our own historical experience and a very widely shared view that this approach to transparency has helped us in fostering a high trust society, and that this high trust has been instrumental in our national development and our move in the last century from a relative poor country on the northern fringe of Europe to where we are today. I should also say that my own personal experience is colored a little bit, or my position is colored by my personal experience. Already quite a long time ago, it's almost embarrassing now to maybe bring it up, but I started my career as a journalist at one point. So I started as a user of transparency. And one of my first tasks when I studied to become a journalist at the university was to go to my current employer, to the MFA, to ask for access to an official document. So this is one of my first talks, and I didn't receive very much. I was perhaps a bad student. I was very imprecise in my question, and of course a lot of information that we have in where I work now is covered by secrecy legislation. So you will maybe receive a document, but you will not be able to read much apart from if, and, or, maybe. So maybe I went to the wrong place. After that, I worked for several years as a journalist, and I've made very much use of this principle of access to official information in municipalities, state institutions, with police, with the justice departments. And I think I've taken with me this understanding of the importance of transparency when in journalistic jargon, what I have done, I have switched sides. So when I switched sides, I took an understanding of this importance of transparency with me. And now, as a state employee, it's my responsibility to implement in the government agency where I work, that is the embassy here in Nicosia. I'm responsible for implementing this principle. And this sometimes has very far-reaching consequences, because we have very strict rules. A request for access to an official document should be handled with priority, immediately or as soon as possible, according to the Swedish constitutional law. And the principal authority on what this means is the parliamentary ombudsman, and he has, or she, has interpreted that it means that I need to respond within 24 hours. And we have very strict guidelines from the ministry that we have to comply with that. And this is very widely used, of course, by media, like previously myself, but also by civil society actors in Sweden. And all this goes back to a unique experiment in parliamentary democracy in Sweden in the 18th century, and this is when you will now learn maybe more about Sweden than you had signed up for. The Swedish Freedom of the Press Act from 1766 was the first in the world, and the actual document which is preserved is now a UNESCO Memory of the World Register document. And this act covers freedom of the press, as according to its name, but also includes a right to access to official documents. And this was the first also in the world, first ever that was included in a legislative act. And this happened in a situation, and actually for the reason that Sweden at this time in the 18th century was extremely corrupt. We had lost a couple of wars. The parliamentary parties were widely considered to be for sale to foreign powers. I think it has been proven they were for sale. And this transparency, it was seen as the way to make it more difficult to be corrupt in that way. And it worked. And this has become very much a source of national pride, and it's fiercely protected by journalists, civil society, political parties, by everyone. And I think it has put its mark on how the Swedish state works ever since, like including how I described how I have to deal with such requests. Shall I stop there maybe? I will come back to civil society maybe in my second remark.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
We can continue with Mr. Ivanovic. The ambassador just commented on how information and data was used to build this anti-corruption reality. So how are you, through the NDP work, how do you use the data and information to enhance transparency, and in what ways do you find that information and data can also be used to embed transparency, to prohibit it?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Happy to be here and part of this panel consisting of distinguished professionals. I'll approach this topic from a slightly more pessimistic angle, unfortunately. UNDP does a lot. We have a range of measures to address, to promote information integrity, transparency, to try to kind of bring some clarity in this kind of all-encompassing information pollution of our time. But before starting, I'll try to just kind of reflect on the sources, because we at UNDP like to kind of deal with things in a comprehensive manner and try to find interlinkages wherever possible. And our angle is maybe, if I can kind of trace it back all the way to the issue of democratic backsliding, which is kind of a fact, a sad fact for the past 7-8 years. There are interesting findings from International IDEA in a report 2022, which says that between 2016 and 2021, more countries moved to the direction of authoritarianism than to the direction of democracy. And then we have the Human Development Report published by UNDP, which says that we are witnessing a democracy paradox where the vast majority of people around the globe want to live in democratic societies, but at the same time they support leaders who are somehow harming democratic institutions. And this brings us to the issue of disinformation and information pollution and divisive narratives, and also kind of narratives that are somehow obfuscating the clarity around important issues. So to tackle this issue in a manner which would have at least which would have a chance to oppose this widespread phenomenon, we need to work with governments. We need to try to convince legislators to kind of adopt legislation which would kind of respond to false information and would somehow enforce the governments, the current governments and the upcoming governments to respect kind of the promotion of fact-checked information. And this is not easy, but because as we saw, I'm now speaking mostly on behalf of the region I'm working on, which is Europe and Central Asia. And unfortunately, we saw, I'll try to keep it short, but we saw a lot of negative trends where transparency is actually associated with something negative because the governments are trying somehow to bring some legislation which would bring transparency into funding.
Do you have a specific example maybe to share?
I have, but I would rather not name any country, just kind of to stay somehow constructive. But we do have a few examples of countries where financing from abroad is viewed in a very negative way, and this law on transparency is actually serving to label those societies as agents of foreign interest, and that's something that is unfortunately present in Europe, in Asia, in different continents actually. Every continent has that, and this is something that we want to oppose by empowering the civil sector. Now I will jump to these positive measures. So the civil sector can be empowered through different means. We can have programs like information literacy program, enhancing, awarding or organizing some kind of excellency programs for journalists, promoting professional journalism, working with young people and universities to promote information literacy as a module. But we also need to step up with this technological race, so we need to be able to respond to the AI-generated content, which is also present in our social platforms and everywhere. To do that, UNDP also has some kind of AI-powered tools for monitoring and promoting fact-checking as a tool to somehow counter the effect of disinformation. But at the end of the day, our goal is to involve large coalitions around this and to show that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So there is accessible fact-check information, which is very rare, unfortunately, because since the era of fake news and people started kind of contesting news coming from credible sources, and this is the struggle we are now facing. I'll share a bit more about the technological tools we are deploying, but I'll stop here not to take too much time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So, Mrs. Karaoli, so what are the obstacles that NGOs are facing in their effort in promoting transparency?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the initial remarks. The organization I represent today, Civil Society Advocates, it's a non-government organization. That's a not-for-profit. And coming from the third sector, as we all know it, I mean, NGOs, civil society organizations, business sector, government, business sector, and CSOs. We believe that we play a crucial role when it comes to transparency. I will say that, and I can distinguish three different aspects when it comes to the role of NGOs and civil society organizations in the transparency aspect. The first one, and I believe that it's the core role of all NGOs all over the world, to be a watchdog, to promote transparency and to demand transparency and democracy and access to information. Access to information is a way to tackle this is of information, easy access to information. And what is democracy if not transparency and access to information, equal information for all? So this is the first role of NGOs, I would say. The second one comes as an obligation from the governments, all the governments, not only the Cyprus government, everywhere. When you change policies or legislation regarding any sector and NGOs, we need to have consultation and dialogue. Otherwise, you change the law and the affected people don't know it. And then they wake up one day and they discover that 2,500 NGOs are diminished and deleted from the registrar. This is what happened in Cyprus back in 2020, right? So, and not only policies, but also how do we fund the NGO sector and the civil society organizations? When we have transparent public criteria, equal for all, then everybody can apply without secrecy to the same money. And if they're doing well, then they receive funding. And the third aspect for me, it's within, it's for us as civil society organizations, as an aspect of a good governance, to be transparent and accountable. Transparent and accountable to our members, our funders, the public. Because without the support of the public, we cannot work. So I think I will stop here as my first remarks, and then we can continue maybe later.
Sure. Mrs. Kyriakou, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how education comes in use in promoting transparency, and how do we educate our youth to follow this path?
Yes, thank you for inviting me as well. I represent also a civil society organization, which is also an NGO, non-for-profit, and an independent organization. And what we are trying to do is raise awareness in all layers of society, and this comes primarily through education. And in order to raise awareness in the public, you need to be able to communicate this. So one of the ways is usually through ensuring that you use simple language. This is important also when you're communicating with a younger audience. And we've had some experience in promoting stories in schools. So through this way, you can reach the younger generation, which eventually will become tomorrow's leaders, and those will be the people who will push for reforms. We have tried reaching schools and provide them with stories so they can cultivate the anti-corruption mindset. It is very important to note that it is a tool for everybody to be educated, to know what corruption is and how to promote transparency. It helps us build resilience against corruption because you promote ethical decision making. You know how to implement the laws, and they were talking in the previous panel about whistleblowing. Education helps us build a society where it is okay to report any behavior that is not appropriate. So we're talking about a systemic change, and we're talking about how on the long term we get to change the society in order, with good governance, to create a stronger democracy, because this is what we have to do as younger generation to ensure that everything that we see now is not how our future will be.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ambassador, maybe you can tell us more about how you work with the civil society organizations to promote transparency in Sweden, and more about the debate that there is around the system of transparency there. So
Yes.
is there any, there are, I guess, the pros and cons in having this large information, this amount of information in public. So what are some backsides maybe?
Yes, happy to comment on that. I think, and also maybe a little bit on what the panelists said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on the roles of, I think, talking about how the state, I mean, I'm now representing the state, although I'm also a member of several civil society organizations, but that's not why you invited me. I think it's correct. I think that NGOs, they have this important role as a watchdog. They also have a role to of representation, of articulating interests in society. And I think this is particularly true. I mean, this can be for every kind of association, of course, but if it is a membership-based organization with like a democratic internal proceedings, it makes its case, I think, even stronger. And we have quite a number of such organizations. I mean, our democracy, it was very much based on these kind of organizations that started to develop. And sorry, again, I'm going back to history in the early 19th century. Late 19th century, and which still exist, although they are now much smaller. And that is another challenge, that people are now organizing in other ways. Especially younger people, so there's a lot more networked. It's, you know, people are, maybe they have a Facebook group or something, and then, okay, you win a lot, I think, as civil society organization by organizing like that in agility and in quickness, but it can be a challenge maybe with these like internal democratic procedures, possibly. So it means that you win on one hand, on the other hand, maybe you lose a little bit of your claim to represent a certain interest group. But I think, I mean, what you mentioned about consultations, I mean, this is something that is absolutely done, I think, to quite a large degree. We, as officials, we have a constitutional obligation to ensure that all issues, all proposals that we put on the table are, you know, have been scrutinized from all relevant directions. And this often means that we feel that we should organize some kind of hearing with interested civil society actors, for example. I've myself been involved in organizing such. I mean, I've been working with development cooperation in Eastern Europe and in Ukraine in particular, and there we have organized for Swedish civil society organizations involved in this. We have organized hearings actually every year, not only when we had like big decisions, just to hear their input. Are we on the right track as they see it? So that is one way. Another way, of course, is, this I understand is now, has been developed in Cyprus. Maybe you will say something about it. A more formalized consultation process. When you have a proposal for legislation or any other proposal really on any level, they are sent out for public consultation. So they are sent to public authorities, the most relevant, but also to the most relevant civil society organizations. And then they are published also, so anyone, any civil society organization, any individual can also comment on them. So that is one way that we try to do this, and I have understood that this is something that is being developed here as well. I mean, okay, you asked about this, and this is, of course, always a trade-off, transparency and personal integrity. I believe that there is a cultural factor probably here where the line is drawn, or, well, many different reasons. But of course, with this very long history of a lot of transparency, I think we in Sweden, we have like this historical experience that this is how it is, you know, so it's not really being questioned in general. So probably we have an unusually high acceptance of transparency. But of course, sometimes we have there is a strong debate about it. One issue that has been debated many times is that all of our all information about our income and the tax we pay is public. So anyone can learn, you can try after the discussion to ask for this information from the Swedish tax authority, and they will provide you with my income and how much I paid in tax. And of course this is still the case, although it has been, after a big debate about, I mean, some people, and I think, okay, rightly, there is an issue with security, for example. If someone has a very high income, okay, not only nice people can learn about it. So it has been limited to a certain extent. Before it was even more public, but now you can still learn for any Swede, both from government officials and anyone from civil society, how much they earned and how much they paid in tax. And just maybe a last point on this misinformation. It's a very important subject. And at least from my perspective, and I think this informs Swedish policy as well, the most important antidote that we have found is trust in institutions and trusted independent mass media, so that people know where they can turn to learn the real facts. And transparency, exactly what we're talking about, this is an important component of that. If you feel that the state and institutions are transparent, you will trust them more. Exactly. And same with media. And that's why we spend a lot of money on independent public service media in Sweden, and also support with objective criteria to private media companies that struggle in the current market conditions when most commercials, spending goes to Google or Facebook. This is a challenge if you are from a smaller language area like Sweden, or if you publish in Greek, it is the same. You will have this challenge. And this is also something that we work on with other countries. And I mentioned already Ukraine. Of course, this is because I have personal experience from working with that. But we have supported for a long time Sweden public service media in Ukraine, and also civil society, and including civil society dealing with transparency and these kind of issues. And of course, the basis for that, the reason why we do it, is that we believe that this has worked in our case. It's not perfect, of course. I mean, maybe it sounds now as if I'm saying everything is perfect. The government is often very criticized by civil society, of course, and there are those who think there should be less transparency or more transparency. Often more is more common to ask for. So, but this is what informs our policy, both internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Karali, you argued about more consultation being needed. There is operating a website on where law proposals are being.
There are some developments in the past year and a half towards a more positive approach. So yes, there is an introduction of a platform, electronic platform called e-Diavoulevsi, e-consultation. So since it came into force, I think since last December or something like that, any legislation, either new or amending legislation, has to be uploaded there. And then any citizen can register not with your name, if you don't want your name to appear there, and add your comments. So this is a positive measure. Towards that, also a draft law regulating e-platform and e-Diavoulevsi. However, what is lacked from this is the process and the obligation of the authorities to actually have a dialogue and a hearing and respond to our comments. So it's in one way. We send our comments, but then we don't know what is happening, no response. We don't know if they accept them or not, or why they are not accepted. So it's one-way communication. It's not a dialogue. So this still it's a case. In the same way, for a more transparency, there is a platform for the civil society organizations that are registered within the Ministry of Interior, not the companies that are registered as not-for-profit companies, but the associations and the foundations and federations. So there is a platform. There are two options of that. Is the public platform that anyone can see the information on the organization, board members, and that's it. And then if you have access, you see the information for your organization, and you can upload also documents there. So again, it's a progress. It's not very friendly user. However, we try to communicate with the authorities to regulate that. Another issue, again, towards a better regulation and information, it's there is enough information in the webpage of the ministry. However, it's not easily accessible, and it's too much information. So what we see that is lacking is cooperation. I mean, our organization, my organization, we had a research last year trying to see the problems of why and there is this thing. One of the bigger aspects and issues in Cyprus is how civil sector, public sector, sees the role of civil society organizations. Every time we are entering a room, we have to prove that we are not the elephant, that we are not doing money laundering, that we are not doing financing terrorism. And this is every time. This has to change, and the only way to change is to start communicating, create a dialogue, and build trust. We need to be educated. NGOs, the Financial Advisory Task Force, Regulation 8, says that NGOs are victims of money laundering. So we are the victims. We need support to know how to respond to someone that wants to do the money laundering through us. Because exactly they have that funding is very scarce and not transparent. Where is the targets? If we don't know, yes, where is the targets? Our organization, together with some other organization, created the NGO initiative. And after the pass of the legislation, we deliver more than 20 seminars in all the cities, both in Greek and English, to tell people what changes are in the law, what we have to do now, how to protect themselves. The government didn't do anything. And then we proposed to the government, to the Nicosian district office, and last February we hold an event in Nicosia with the district office to inform NGOs regarding the use of the platform. So there is a lot of things to do. I fully agree with Ms. Kyriakou, education and capacity building is what we want. We don't want a policeman. It's not the responsibility of the government to be a policeman towards the civil society organizations. If
you feel that is happening with the current law?
The way the current law is implemented by the authorities is like they want to police us. And if you actually see the changes that they wanted to, it's public, it's there. The draft law, it was published in 2023 in the platform. If you see the changes they want to introduce, it's like they want to control us. It's not their work. It's not their job to control us. There is legislation for everything, as the previous panel said.
Exactly.
If they think that an organization, a civil society organization, is doing tax evasion, because this is the biggest issue in Cyprus, is tax evasion. But it's because the other authorities, the tax authorities, allowed it. Yeah. But when there is a rotten apple, you don't spread all the apples with chemicals. You just take that out, and you try to save the others. I don't want to say more because I know that there are more to be said. By maybe there are some examples, and maybe Aphrodite also. So yes.
So, Ms. Kyriakou, maybe you can give us your comment on what was previously said about less and less young people participating in civil society organizations. Is this something that you are identifying that is happening here in Cyprus too?
Yes, so picking up from what was said, we have a lot of initiatives and in a lot of sectors, like all civil society organizations. So what we're trying to do, we are trying to get information out there and raise awareness, right? So what is happening right now, I agree with Mrs. Karaoli that NGOs are taking the hit because of money laundering, the money laundering legislation. But we're trying to focus on our activities and what we would like to say. So, for example, through the Cyprus Integrity Forum that I represent, we have created a manifesto after a roundtable discussion with the auditor of the NHS about the transparency in ESC. So what is happening right now in Cyprus? So we have created a national healthcare system, and nobody knows where the money is going. So we have so many questions. Actually, we have drafted a manifesto, and it is being led by another board member, Dr. Stelios Hadjikhristofou, who, what we are putting forward, we're asking the simple questions, and I believe everybody, even the young people, if you saw in previous panels, they had the simplest question. What is happening with our money? Why is there not transparency in what is happening? As I said before, we need to create a simple explanation about everything. So through our manifesto, where we have observed that fraud cases of medical malpractice are not being published. There are things that are kept a secret, which creates a lot of problems in regards to transparency, and without transparency, there's no accountability, and you cannot move forward and have reform of what is happening. Nobody knows where the money is going. There are medical funds where everybody in companies you pay an extra amount. We have state hospitals. We don't have proper medical auditing. So medical auditing basically is a second opinion on a patient's file and the treatment that they've received. We don't have quality audits of the medical equipment that exists. So we see this system that poses a problem, will pose a problem of viability in the future. And we're trying to get the message out there. We have been supported by the Association of Medical Professionals, and the initiative received an overwhelming acceptance by the professionals. And what we are seeing is civil society organizations have the goal to increase transparency and accountability and restore public trust on a government which is covered by scandals of corruption. Instead of focusing on how to move forward, on how to improve our vetting processes, we have insufficient oversight. The rule of law report, which was issued in the summer, specifically says we have a problem with the checks and balances. There is no oversight in the public institutions. We have to rebuild trust in the institutions, and this is what the civil society organizations are trying to do. We're trying to create accountability to the public officials, to the people who are in key positions and acknowledge what is happening right now. There's usually also a fear of exposure and reputation damage, which always hinders transparency, but we have to think that mistakes are always opportunities, and this is what we're trying to put forward as civil society initiatives. And people are disappointed in the government, in the institutions. So I want to just focus that we need to start working towards what's happening and see the bigger picture so we can move forward and create accountability about what is happening right now in the institution.
Thank you. Mr. Ivanovic, you have talked earlier about the AI and blockchain technology use in your work. How can it enhance the transparency, and what are the backsides in the use of these tools?
Thanks. I'll keep it very short because we are running out of time, but just to say that fighting for transparency makes sense only if you have democratic, accountable institutions, because otherwise it's on the detriment of NGOs, unfortunately. But let's suppose we are on a good track and the democracy is kind of improving. If that is the case, then we do have very efficient tools that utilize blockchain technology. And UNDP has been working, but we have a testing phase with 100 NGOs across the globe, where we show them how to utilize blockchain technology in alternative financing. There is a part of UNDP called Alternative Financing Lab, and the idea is to to reassure the donors that the funds they are giving to NGOs are spent purposefully, so on the exact purpose, and to also be able to track financial flows. And what blockchain made possible is to have like a digital notebook which is stored on many different computers and cannot be altered in any way. And it's also capable to trace back financial flows. There's also one recent, like last year, Israeli government used blockchain technology to kind of intercept and trace some financing to Hamas. So blockchain technology is used in things which are a matter of life and death already. So we kind of feel that we need to step up and we need to utilize the power of this technology, even though it's used for different very bad purposes too. But yeah, the idea behind blockchain is to secure kind of the ultimate transparency. Retroactively in the past, it can trace cryptocurrencies, so it's very powerful, potent tool, but it needs to go hand in hand with democratic institutions, because otherwise governments can misuse it and they can control NGOs and civil society, which is something that we saw unfortunately in the past. And yeah, I'll stop here. So I'll be happy to answer any questions if there's any question about this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then maybe we can have a closing remark from each one of you. Let's start with Mr. Ambassador.
Well, maybe I have a question. I would like to know more about blockchain and how you can use it in civil society and in government. I think it's an interesting topic. No, otherwise, as a closing point, maybe again to underline, I mean, the importance that we attach to transparency and to independent mass media and to strong civil society, and both nationally and in the EU and even much wider through our development cooperation and other engagement. So I was very happy to be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cadalli?
Yes, I'm an optimist person per se, so I would say that we are moving towards a better tomorrow. What I would say closing is that in order to have trust, we need to start cooperation between NGOs and government sector. Having said that, the NGOs, we need to upskill them. I mean, the previous speakers said that when it comes to employment law and employment issues. However, NGOs, we are mostly volunteers. Few NGOs in Cyprus, less than 5% have staff. So we need to give them the capacity, the skills to self-regulate, to be transparent, to be accountable, and to perform better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So adding to what Mrs. Karaoli said, so what we need to do as civil society organizations is we need to stay ahead with the evolving expectations of the people, and of course adopt new technologies, as Joseph said, in regards to, because now you can have real tracking of spending, so you can have streamlining of reporting through the blockchain technology. So all these new technologies, we need to evolve and work together towards the reputation of the country. And something very important that we are always forgetting, we always say that the people who have the power comes from the top down. We're always forgetting that the power is with the people. We have put them in those positions. They are accountable to us. They are not, they are getting paid by us, so they have the right, we have the right for them to be accountable to us. And also the lobbying law was enacted, which gives the opportunity to individuals forming an interesting party to be involved in executive and legislative decisions. This is an opportunity, and this is what I'm encouraging everyone to do. We have the power, but we need to get involved.
This is a very good message to the young people that are also here. Mr. Ivanovic?
We have some questions. I don't know if I should.
Yes, maybe you
Okay,
can
yeah,
have your closing remark and right after. Thank
Three
you.
sentences like civil society organizations are destined to be in a difficult situation because they are the drivers of change, and we kind of will, throughout the history, I think we will continue to face issues and to struggle. But, you know, by definition, we are civil society organizations are here to change the society and to kind of open up difficult topics, to set new standards in dealing with certain issues. But at the same time, international organizations are maybe here to try to influence governments, sometimes successfully, sometimes not so successfully, but to kind of communicate to governments and try to side with civil society organizations and try to protect their interests and try to portray all these changes, something necessary to be able to cope with emerging issues. So that's all.
Thank you. So let's proceed to the questions. Yes?
Hi there. My name is Jay Maxis. I'm from Greece. So I'm the CEO and founder of Odyssey, a non-profit organization in Greece, focused on the vocational training and employability of vulnerable groups, mostly refugees. We train more than 3,000 people and help them enter employment. So I want to resonate some things that you said that really resonated and share the example from Greece, civil society. When I started Odyssey in 2016, we decided that we wanted to be an evidence-based approach to all our social impact, okay, and focus on a data-driven system. So what we pioneered is we created a digital platform where all our KPIs were live. So you could see even now they're interactive live dashboards. So we have full transparency in relation to the impact we're creating, and we don't even need donor reports. They can go immediately see the impact that we're creating live. And this creates a very easy SROI analysis where we work with Deloitte and other things to really capture the social impact. And I think this is very key. I agree with your point as well, where you said capacity building is needed in NGOs. When we started, they were all on hard copies. So we really need to change and bring innovation, and I agree also with the innovative tools that you mentioned. So these are two very important things. But beside that, I also agree with the point that, both I think in Greece and Cyprus, we don't have a very healthy relationship between civil society and government. That's why I'm the vice president of an association of civil society organizations, the biggest in Greece. We just founded it a few months ago, exactly for that reason, to lobby and to be able to really advocate, that's probably the better word, these changes and how to remedy the relationship that is very difficult. And I do think that the best way is an evidence-based approach to do that, where you really quantify exactly the impact that you do and have a scientific approach to it, instead of a sentimental only one. So these are my 2 cents. Thank you very much for the insightful discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another question.
We hear of NGOs worldwide who are doing a lot of bad things. Pudding is accused of having NGOs doing this and that. You have been using the term NGO and civil society organization interchangeably. Isn't there some difference, or isn't there a line where I believe that NGO is a larger term who can do a lot of things, but civil society organization, in its way it's built or it's organized, is to help the society, not even themselves, because there are unions, for instance, and unions are NGOs, but they're not really civil society organizations. Shouldn't there be a different definition of an NGO and a civil society organization?
Yes, I think that counts for me. Civil society organization or NGOs, usually we use them for the same thing. In my understanding, civil society organizations are wider, since it can be groups of people that have no legal entity. It can be something that is not regulated per se. Non-government organizations, NGO is a non-government organization. It's very specific. It is a civil society organization. In some of the researches we're doing and in the papers we use, we usually say organized civil society, because we want to pay attention to the organized groups, not the society in general, because there is a misconception in Cyprus. You hear the politicians say they refer to the public and they say civil society, which it's wrong, but they say civil society. Anyway, Andreas, I believe that non-government organization is very specific. Civil society, it's a brighter sphere. Per se, non-government are not for profit as well. Regarding Putin, and it's not only him, it's plenty others that are using. This is what I said earlier. But how? These are international terms recognized by all, so we're not going to change them because some, others use them
Can I help with that discussion? So, in accordance to the Anti-Money Laundering Directive, this is where the NGOs are being investigated and are being flagged as very high-risk organizations. And it is because of what you have mentioned, because there are some non-governmental organizations which are being used, unfortunately, to launder money from illegal activities. Okay, so this is understandable, but it is not a panacea, right? So we have, I understand your point about civil society organization. I don't think it is about the term, because investigations are being conducted under the Anti-Money Laundering Directive about entities which are not, I don't remember the exact terminology, but investigation is done to all organizations which do not can be used to launder money. So the terminology in regards to legislation, I can assure you, because I work in the compliance department of a bank, everything is investigated, no matter what your name is. So being a part also of a civil society organization, in our introduction, our bio, we determined that we're non-governmental organization, non-profit organization, non-politically partisan, and independent. So I believe that in order to use that term correctly, what you can do is be very specific about what the activities are. And it is a wider term and it shouldn't be used. I also believe that definitions should be used correctly, but in terms of the essence, it is just a term that is being used. In the legislation, it is very specific and everything is being investigated, I can assure you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. So
Thank you.
We have heard some very insightful points from the panelists. If you will join me to thank the panelists and call it.
Thank you
for tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
But Joseph.